Okay, so let's unpack this. Because um, what if I told you that the most spiritually powerful person in your city right now, like the actual most important person, isn't who you think it is?
Right. It's definitely not the person we'd normally guess.
Exactly. Like it's not the renowned meditation guru hosting those, sold-out retreats. And it's definitely not the billionaire philanthropist with their name plastered across the new hospital wing.
No, not at all.
What if the most cosmically significant human being in your zip code is actually the exhausted, totally disheveled guy who just got rejected from a job interview? Like the guy you actively avoid making eye contact with on your morning commute.
It's a huge paradigm shift.
It really is. Today we're taking a deep dive into an ancient text that completely flips the human social pyramid upside down. I mean, it fundamentally shatters our entire metric for measuring human worth.
And, it does far more than just challenge those social assumptions, too. It provides this radical framework for understanding the agonizing friction of human interaction.
Yeah, the stuff we
Well,
usually hate.
exactly. We spend so much of our lives trying to insulate ourselves from other people.
Hmm.
We crave this pristine, uninterrupted peace.
Oh, 100%.
Yet the material we're diving into today suggests that the very things we try to escape, the annoyances, the misunderstandings, the literal harm caused by existing in a society, those are actually the mechanisms of our own spiritual survival.
That is exactly the tension we're exploring today. Because, I mean, you, me, anyone listening who has ever fantasized about, throwing their smartphone into the ocean and moving to a remote cabin,
Which is all of us, right?
right, to just escape the passive-aggressive office culture or whatever, we all have that instinct to withdraw. We think isolation equals peace.
We really do.
But our mission on this deep dive is to extract the wisdom from a very specific, incredibly profound slice of the classical text, the path of penitence and divine mercy. We're looking exclusively at a curated section that I like to call the spiritual paradox of social life.
And I have to say, this text does not pull its punches.
Not at all.
It functions as an ancient, highly sophisticated psychological manual on basically how to survive other people.
Yes.
But it transcends just mere survival. It examines why remaining in the chaotic mix of society is actually a superior spiritual state, like how socializing serves as the ultimate diagnostic test of the soul.
Right, and why being entirely hidden from the applause of the crowd is, paradoxically, the highest form of presence.
Exactly. It's fascinating.
We are going to unpack all of it.
Mhm.
We're looking at the psychology of how your internal expectations literally co-create your reality with the divine.
Which is a massive concept.
It really is.
Yeah.
We're going to look at the terrifying fickleness of public praise. And then we're going to end with a stark, uncompromising warning about the dangers of spiritual arrogance. Because this isn't just theory, right? This is about the architecture of your daily life.
It is. And to understand that architecture, we really have to begin where the text begins by dismantling the romantic illusion of the hermit.
Yeah, let's start there.
Because the classical ideal in so many traditions is, the ascetic retreating to the mountaintop.
Right, the lone monk in a cave.
Exactly. But the source material hits us right out of the gate with a massive counterintuitive declaration. It states clearly, the believer who mixes with people and endures their harm, has a greater reward, is better than the believer who does not mix with people and does not endure their harm.
Okay, I really want to linger on that specific phrasing. Endures their harm.
Yeah, it's strong language.
It is. It doesn't say mixes with people and has a lovely time at a dinner party.
No, it definitely doesn't.
It explicitly acknowledges that other human beings are going to damage you. Like, they're going to be frustrating, they'll be selfish, they'll betray your trust, they'll exhaust you. The text completely validates the sheer painful reality of human interaction.
And the inclusion of the word harm is really the linchpin of the entire philosophy here.
Yes.
Well, the text is validating that human interaction is inherently abrasive. But the crucial pivot is that it insists this very abrasion is the mandatory requirement for spiritual growth.
Wow. Okay.
If we think about metallurgical annealing, the process of making metal stronger.
Right.
You don't make metal resilient by wrapping it in velvet and keeping it at a comfortable room temperature. You have to subject it to extreme heat. You have to strike it repeatedly.
Well, that's a great analogy.
The crystalline structure of the metal only aligns and strengthens through the violent application of external pressure.
That is a phenomenal way to look at it.
Yeah.
Because when you're in isolation, sitting alone in a quiet room, you have this illusion of spiritual perfection.
You really do.
You think you're a master of patience. That's only because there is literally no one around to test your
Yeah, I'll
patience.
see.
You think you're deeply generous, but no one is knocking on your door asking for a loan. You're essentially a theoretical saint. You haven't been subjected to the heat or the hammer.
A theoretical saint. That is exactly the illusion the text warns against. And to illustrate this, the source material offers a brilliant comparative analysis regarding migration and lifestyle.
Oh, right, the Bedouin versus the city dweller.
Yes, it contrasts the moral landscape of the Bedouin, the nomad living out in the open desert, with the moral landscape of the city dweller.
Okay, break that down for us.
The text notes that the Bedouin simply obeys when commanded. Their life is difficult in a physical sense, surviving the elements, but their moral and social choices are relatively straightforward and isolated.
Whereas the city dweller is plunged into a totally chaotic matrix of competing interests.
Precisely.
I mean, in the ancient world, and frankly, in the modern world too, the city is just a relentless machine of social friction.
Just consider the density of a classical city. The overlapping debts, the merchants in the bazaar, the neighbors living wall to wall, the beggars on the street, the political factions.
It's a lot.
It's incredibly dense. The city dweller faces complex, constant, overlapping social obligations. Your moral landscape is a minefield.
Because you're constantly having to react to people.
Exactly. You have to constantly calibrate your reactions. When you're cheated in the marketplace, do you retaliate or do you seek justice with restraint?
Right.
When a neighbor insults you, do you escalate or do you forgive? The text argues that because the city dweller faces greater trials, they achieve a fundamentally greater spiritual reward.
The friction forces them to exercise moral muscles the isolated person just never uses.
That's it, exactly.
But let me push back on this a bit, because I think a listener who is navigating a truly toxic environment right now might hear this and think, wait, are they advocating for me to just become a doormat?
That's a very fair concern.
Yeah, because if the goal is to endure harm for spiritual gain, where is the boundary? Like, are we supposed to stay in abusive relationships or endure systemic workplace bullying just to act as the spiritual anvil getting struck by the hammer?
That is a vital distinction, and it's crucial we don't misinterpret enduring harm as an endorsement of victimhood.
Okay, good.
Because the broader context of these classical ethical frameworks is obsessively protective of human dignity, justice, and self-preservation. Enduring harm does not mean passively accepting abuse or systemic oppression.
So what does it mean then?
What this specific passage addresses is the unavoidable, everyday friction of a shared, healthy existence. It's targeting the temptation to withdraw from community life entirely, simply because community life is inconvenient and messy.
Okay, I see. So it's the difference between standing in front of a firing squad versus standing in a crowded subway car.
That's a great way to put it.
Like, you shouldn't stand in front of a bullet, obviously, but you also shouldn't flee to the mountains just because someone stepped on your foot on the train.
Precisely. It is about the friction of the mundane. When a coworker takes credit for your idea in a meeting, or your family member makes a passive-aggressive comment at Thanksgiving.
Oh, we've all been there.
Right. The modern instinct is to label that as toxic and cut them off to protect your peace. But this text challenges that instinct. It says that this person is not an interruption to your spiritual journey. They are the curriculum.
Wow. They are the curriculum.
How do you learn restraint if there is no one provoking you to anger? How do you practice forgiveness if there is no one who actually wrongs you?
That reframes everything. I mean, for you listening right now, think about the most annoying person in your orbit.
We all have one.
Oh, yeah. The one who just knows exactly how to get under your skin. Usually, we view them as an obstacle to our happiness. But viewed through this ancient lens, that person is actually your spiritual sparring partner.
Exactly.
They are providing the exact resistance your soul needs to build tested, durable character. You can't learn to swim without getting wet.
Yeah.
You can't build moral character without the abrasion of other people.
And once you accept that you must remain in the crucible of the crowd, the text introduces a concept that at first glance seems to violently contradict what we just discussed.
Yeah, this part threw me for a loop.
Right, because it demands that we stay in the mix, but simultaneously it elevates the radical act of being hidden.
Which brings us to the story of Saad bin Abi Waqqas. And I have to say, when I first read this part of the material, I was genuinely confused.
It's definitely a head-scratcher at first.
Because we just established that the city dweller enduring the chaos of the market is superior. But then the text gives us this vivid narrative about a prominent figure who seems to be doing the exact opposite. Tell us about Saad.
To understand the gravity of this story, you really have to understand who Saad bin Abi Waqqas was. He was not a marginal figure,
He was a big deal.
a massive deal. He was one of the most prominent, highly respected companions of the Prophet, a man of immense status, military success, and political weight. But in this specific narrative, we find him far removed from the political center.
Where is he?
He is out in the wilderness, tending to his camels and sheep. He has intentionally stepped away from the corridors of power.
And then his son, Umar, rides out to find him. And Saad's reaction to seeing his own child is incredibly harsh.
It really is.
I mean, he looks at his son approaching and says, I seek refuge in Allah from the evil of this writer. Like, ouch.
Yeah, it's a jarring reaction. You do not call your own son an evil writer unless you recognize that he is carrying a profound spiritual contagion with him.
So what was the contagion?
The contagion was ambition. It was the gravity of the world. As soon as the son arrives, he challenges his father. He says, have you settled out here with your flocks while leaving the people behind to dispute over kingship and power?
Oh, wow.
The son is acting as an emissary of the societal machine. He is bringing the temptation of status, of political maneuvering, of clout directly into Saad's place of peace.
He's basically saying, you're a VIP, you have a massive platform, you should be in the capital, grabbing your piece of the pie, leveraging your influence in the Game of Thrones.
Exactly. And Saad shuts him down completely. He strikes his chest and quotes the prophet, saying, indeed, Allah loves the servant who is pious, self-sufficient, and hidden.
The hidden servant.
Yes, the Arabic term used there is al-Taki al-Kafi, the hidden servant.
Now, let's unpack the apparent contradiction here. Because how do we reconcile this? We just spent the entire first part of this deep dive establishing that hiding from people is the inferior path.
Right.
Yet here is a revered figure out with his sheep, calling the political world evil and praising the state of being hidden. Is the text just contradicting itself?
Well, on a superficial level, it appears that way. It looks like Saad found his remote cabin in the woods, put up his thick drywall, and is vehemently defending his isolation.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
But when we synthesize the theology, hidden coffee in this context does not necessarily dictate physical, geographical isolation.
Okay, so what does it mean?
What Saad is rejecting is not human connection or the endurance of social harm. He is rejecting the dispute over kingship. He is rejecting the ego-driven scramble for public validation, supremacy, and the spotlight.
Ah, I see.
To be hidden here means your ego is hidden.
That is a massive paradigm shift.
Yeah.
So the physical location isn't the core issue, it's the internal posture. You could literally be standing in the middle of a crowded, chaotic marketplace, completely integrated into society, enduring the friction of dealing with difficult customers or demanding bosses, and yet remain completely hidden in the spiritual sense.
Yes, exactly, because you aren't doing any of it to be noticed. Your ego isn't wrapped up in the perception of the crowd.
You are socially present, but ego absent.
That's a perfect way to phrase it. The prophet's quote that Saad recites includes 3 descriptors: pious, self-sufficient, and hidden. That word self-sufficient, being rich in soul, is the key.
Rich in soul.
When your soul is genuinely rich, when your internal architecture is solid, you do not need to extract validation from the crowd. You don't need the applause to feel real.
Wow.
Saad saw his son bringing the temptation to perform for an audience, to fight for a title that ultimately means nothing. By striking his chest, pointing to his heart, Saad was declaring the real work is in here. It is internal. It is not out there in the political arena.
Think about how incredibly subversive that is for our current culture. I mean, we live in a society where literally everything is engineered around being seen.
Everything.
If you do something good, the immediate instinct is to post it online. You're constantly told you have to optimize your personal brand, you have to network, you have to loudly insert yourself into the dispute over kingship, whether that's literal politics or just fighting for engagement metrics on an app or maneuvering for dominance in corporate middle management.
You're terrified of being hidden.
Yes.
Yeah.
For us, being hidden is synonymous with being a failure.
We equate visibility with existence. The modern anxiety is, if you are not perceived, do you even matter?
Right.
The psychological burden of constant perception is crushing us. But this ancient text is offering a completely inverted value system. It's liberating us from the tyranny of the audience.
It's so freeing to think about it that way.
It suggests that the most spiritually beloved people are the ones who are doing the heavy lifting quietly. They are the ones who do not require the dopamine hit of external approval. Their validation comes from a vertical relationship with the divine, rather than a horizontal relationship with the crowd.
I really want you, the listener, to pause and reflect on this for a second. Consider the various arenas of your life. How much of your daily stress, your anxiety, your exhaustion comes entirely from wanting people to see you a certain way?
From managing your image.
Exactly. And what would it feel like to cultivate a hidden, self-sufficient excellence? Imagine having a profound kindness, a dedicated skill, or a spiritual habit that literally no one else on earth knows about.
It's powerful.
A secret excellence that belongs entirely to you and the divine. There is an immense, almost intoxicating power in realizing you do not have to be perceived all the time.
But maintaining that vertical relationship, that internal sanctuary away from the crowd, requires a very specific, deeply rooted understanding of the divine itself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you are ignoring the applause of the world, what exactly are you anchoring yourself to? This brings us to what I believe is one of the most profound psychological and theological concepts in the entire source text. It is a framework that dictates the very nature of the reality a person experiences.
This part blew my mind when I read it. We're talking about the mirror of divine expectation.
Yes.
It sounds like something you'd read in a cutting-edge cognitive psychology journal, but it is deeply ancient. The text quotes a divine declaration, a hadith qudsi, which is understood as a direct statement from God conveyed through the prophet.
Correct.
It says, "I am as my servant thinks of me, and I am with him when he calls upon me." And a powerful variation of this states, "I am as my servant thinks of me, so let him think of me as he wishes."
I am as my servant thinks of me. It is a staggering declaration. This is the theology of expectation.
Right?
The text goes on to explicitly state, thinking well of God is part of excellent worship. What this framework does is place a massive, almost intimidating amount of agency into the hands of the individual human being.
It really does.
It suggests that your internal assumptions, your psychological posture toward reality and toward the Creator, actively shape the spiritual reality you encounter.
It's like the ultimate self-fulfilling prophecy, but on a cosmic scale.
Absolutely.
If you expect a wrathful, angry, punitive reality, like if you think God is essentially a cosmic cop waiting to catch you speeding, you will experience a universe that feels harsh and unforgiving. Every mistake you make will feel like a fatal blow.
Yes.
But if you expect mercy, if you anticipate grace, that expectation literally shapes your interaction with the divine. God meets you exactly at the level of your expectation.
The psychological parallel here is fascinating. In cognitive behavioral therapy, we talk about framing and confirmation bias. How you frame an event determines your emotional reaction to it.
Right.
But this text elevates that psychological principle to a theological absolute. It is not just that thinking positively makes you feel subjectively better, it is that the divine reality actively responds to the vessel you present.
Wow.
If you hold out a thimble of expectation, assuming God is stingy with forgiveness, you receive a thimble's worth of mercy. If you hold out an ocean of expectation, the divine mercy expands to fill it.
Okay, but I have to stop you here because we really need to stress test this idea.
Let's do it.
I want to play devil's advocate for a second because let him think of me as he wishes sounds suspiciously close to toxic positivity. Or, The Secret. Like, just manifest good vibes and God will give you a rock star parking space.
Right, the law of attraction.
Exactly.
Huh.
But we know that life can be brutally unfair. We know about systemic injustice. We know about profound, world-shattering grief.
Yes, we do.
How does thinking well of God square with the reality of, say, a parent losing a child or someone suffering from a terminal illness? Is the text implying that if bad things happen to you, is just because you didn't think well enough of God?
That is the most important pushback you could offer, and it requires careful untangling. Because if we misinterpret this, it becomes deeply damaging.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Thinking well of God does not mean expecting a life free of pain, and it absolutely does not mean treating God like a cosmic vending machine where good thoughts equal material rewards.
Right.
The text has already established in our very first point today that harm, friction, and pain are guaranteed parts of the crucible.
Right. The text embraces the reality of suffering. It literally started with enduring harm.
Exactly. So, thinking well of the divine, in the context of profound grief or systemic injustice, means trusting the ultimate moral arc of your existence.
Okay, what does that look like practically?
It means that when you are in the deepest, darkest valley of hardship, you refuse to believe that the darkness is the final word. You maintain the expectation that there is an ultimate wisdom, even if it is currently opaque to you.
Right.
that there's profound compensation for your suffering, and that the final destination is one of infinite mercy, not senseless destruction.
So it isn't about denying the reality of the pain. It's about how you interpret the end game.
Precisely. Let's look at the mechanics of despair versus hope. The stories of penitence throughout classical texts always highlight individuals who have made catastrophic moral failures.
Right. The worst of the worst.
The ones who are spiritually resurrected are the ones who, despite the mountain of their sins, maintain a desperate, irrational hope in divine mercy. They think well of God's capacity to forgive.
Wow.
Despair, on the other hand, is framed as a profound spiritual failure. Why? Because to despair is to assume that God's mercy is finite. It is the arrogant assumption that your personal mess is somehow larger than the infinite grace of the Creator.
That's a powerful way to put it.
That is why expecting good is an act of excellent worship, because it is a profound acknowledgement of the vastness of divine capability.
I see. It creates an incredibly sturdy internal architecture. If you think the universe is fundamentally hostile, every minor inconvenience, a flat tire, a rejected application is absolute proof of your doom. It confirms your deepest fear, that you're hated by reality. But if your internal anchor is, I am as my servant thinks of me, and you choose to expect mercy, you can walk through the fire of the city enduring all that harm without breaking, because your core assumption is anchored in ultimate grace.
You're interpreting your life through the lens of divine benevolence, even when the immediate circumstances are painful.
Exactly.
But having established this vertical internal anchor, we have to acknowledge that we are still human. We are still social creatures.
We still have to deal with the crowd.
Yes. And that brings us to what happens when the horizontal world, the crowd, intrudes on this vertical relationship. The text tackles one of the most confusing, intoxicating phenomena a human being can experience: praise.
The applause of the crowd. Let's be entirely honest here. As much as we talk about wanting to be the hidden servant and not caring about public validation, it feels really, really good when people tell you that you did a phenomenal job.
It really does. It's biological.
Yeah, when your boss praises your presentation, when people like your post, when someone tells you that you're a good person. And what I find so compelling about this source material is that it doesn't demand we become unfeeling robots. It actually validates that very human emotion.
It is remarkably realistic about human nature. It doesn't treat the desire for recognition as a grotesque sin, provided it is handled correctly.
Right.
The text brings up a specific scenario. A man does a good deed, purely for the sake of the divine, and people find out and praise him for it. The prophet's response isn't to scold the man or tell him his deed is now ruined.
Which is what you might expect from a really austere text.
Exactly. Instead, he says, that is the immediate glad tidings of the believer.
The immediate glad tidings. I love that phrase. It's like a little appetizer for the soul, a glimpse of ultimate favor reflected in the immediate world.
Yes, and the text explores an even more nuanced scenario. A man does a deed secretly. He is actively trying to embody the al-Taqi al-Kafi, the hidden servant. He wants no audience.
He's doing everything right based on what we talked about.
Right. But somehow, against his efforts, the deed is discovered. And upon discovery, the man finds that he is pleased by the public recognition. He feels that warmth of being appreciated.
And again, he's probably feeling guilty about that warmth.
But again, the text does not condemn his natural human reaction. The prophet states he has two rewards: the reward of secrecy and the reward of being public.
That is incredibly generous. It's basically saying, look, your initial intention was pure. You tried to keep it hidden. The fact that it leaked out and you got a biological dopamine hit from the applause doesn't retroactively corrupt your pure intention.
Exactly.
You get credit for the secret discipline, and you get credit for serving as a positive public example. It removes that neurotic guilt we sometimes feel for simply enjoying appreciation.
What is truly fascinating here is how the text frames the function of the community. It states, you are about to know the people of paradise from the people of hellfire. By good praise and bad praise, you are Allah's witnesses over one another.
Witnesses over one another.
Yes. When a community is functioning healthily, it acts as a mirror of divine favor. If a person is genuinely pious, just, kind, and helpful, the community will naturally praise them. That organic, unsolicited praise is a reflection of a deeper divine pleasure. The community serves as witnesses.
And this is a massive, flashing neon BUT. Navigating this is an incredibly dangerous tightrope, because The human ego is greedy.
Oh, very greed.
The moment you shift from gratefully receiving organic praise to actively chasing manufactured praise, the entire spiritual architecture collapses.
Exactly. Organic praise is a beautiful byproduct of good character. The lethal danger arises when praise becomes the objective,
Right.
when you start engineering your behavior specifically to harvest applause. And the text provides a chilling, hyper-realistic warning about this trap.
Yeah, the letter to Aisha.
Right. There's a historical exchange mentioned in the sources. A letter was written by the political leader Muawiyah to Aisha, the widow of the Prophet and a major scholarly figure. She replies with a vital caveat about the mechanics of public opinion.
What did she say?
She warns, whoever acts in disobedience to Allah, meaning whoever compromises their moral integrity to please the crowd, his praiser will return to being his blamer.
His praiser will return to being his blamer. That gives me absolute goosebumps because it is the inescapable law of human nature.
It really is.
If you hack the system, if you compromise your core values, your ethics, or your integrity just to get the crowd to cheer for you, that exact same crowd will inevitably turn on you and tear you apart.
Let's examine why the crowd inevitably turns. A crowd is inherently fickle. The collective consciousness of a mob is not anchored in absolute truth or transcendent morality. It is anchored in current trends, collective emotions, and self-interest.
Right. The mob is unpredictable.
If you build your identity and your self-worth on the shifting sands of public approval, you are building a mansion on a fault line. You might enjoy the spectacular view for a little while, but the earthquake is a mathematical certainty.
That's terrifying, but so true.
The moment you are no longer useful to the crowd, the moment you make a mistake, or simply the moment the cultural wind shifts directions, the very people who elevated you to the pedestal will be the ones actively dismantling it.
We see this every single day. We see it in cancel culture. We see it in corporate scapegoating. We see it in high school cafeterias.
Absolutely.
So how do we practically apply this? I think about it like the difference between a thermometer and a thermostat. Think about how those two instruments function. A thermometer just reflects the temperature of the room. It has no power to change it. It just gives you a reading.
Right.
A thermostat, however, sets the temperature.
That is a brilliant optical lens for this concept.
Thanks. I mean, praise should only ever be a thermometer. If you're doing the right thing, working hard, being kind, and people happen to notice and praise you, great. You look at the thermometer and say, the room is warm. Nice. But you should never, ever use praise as your thermostat. You should never adjust your internal moral settings or change who you are just to make the room warmer, because the crowd doesn't actually know what the temperature should be.
And this requires immense, brutal self-awareness. You have to constantly ask yourself, which instrument am I using right now? Am I just reading the temperature, or am I manipulating my behavior to artificially raise it?
Right.
This loops us perfectly back to the hidden servant. The hidden servant survives the city because their climate control is entirely internal.
Yeah.
They don't need the thermostat of public opinion.
I want to ask you, the listener, right now, to do a quick mental audit. Have you ever done the right thing, the hard thing, and gotten absolutely zero credit for it? Maybe you even got criticized for it.
It hurts when that happens.
It does. And on the flip side, have you ever compromised your values? Have you ever laughed at a joke you knew was cruel, or stayed silent when someone was being mistreated, or thrown a colleague under the bus just to please a specific group of people, only to have that same group eventually turn their backs on you? The fickleness of human approval is a universal, painful experience.
And it is precisely because human judgment is so deeply flawed and fickle that the text moves to completely dismantle our societal system of evaluating human worth.
Okay, yeah, let's get into this part.
We spend all this energy worrying about what the crowd thinks of us, and the text basically stops us and asks, take a good look at this crowd. Who actually matters, and who are the actual VIPs of existence?
Yes, this is where the text gets incredibly radical. It takes a sledgehammer to the social pyramid. Let's look at the foundational baseline the text establishes for how society should function.
Let's do it.
It states, the Muslim is the brother of the Muslim. He does not betray him, lie to him, or forsake him. Every Muslim is sacred. His honor, his wealth, and his blood.
That establishes the baseline of absolute, inviolable, mutual respect. It outlaws betrayal and harm, but then it goes infinitely deeper.
Right.
It points to the chest, to the heart, and declares piety is here. And following that, it delivers a devastating moral absolute. It says, it is enough evil for a person to despise his brother.
It is enough evil. That phrasing just stops you in your tracks.
It's extremely powerful.
It doesn't say murder is the only evil or theft is the only evil. It frames the mere internal act of despising someone, of looking down on them with contempt as an ultimate threshold of evil. Why is contempt singled out as such a massive spiritual crime?
Because contempt is fundamentally an act of psychological arrogance and spiritual trespassing. It is playing God.
Playing God, wow.
Think about it. To disguise someone, to view them as inherently lesser than you, requires you to make an assumption about their internal reality. It requires you to judge their ultimate worth.
Right.
But the text just explicitly established that piety is here in the chest.
Huh?
Only the divine can see the heart. The human eye can only see the exterior.
Yeah, we have no idea what's really going on inside someone.
Therefore, when you show contempt for another human being, you are arrogantly claiming to possess a measuring stick that belongs exclusively to the Creator. You are judging a book by a cover that you lack the literacy to actually read.
And the text proves exactly how illiterate we are at reading each other by giving us this shocking contrast. It describes the populations of paradise and hellfire based on social status, and it completely inverts our expectations.
It totally flips them.
It says the people of paradise are every weak and oppressed person, and the people of hellfire are every cruel, harsh, and arrogant person.
It is a total subversion of worldly power dynamics. Look at the physical world. Who sits at the top of our societal pyramid?
The cruel, the harsh, the ruthless.
Exactly. The arrogant. They are often the ones in charge. They are the untouchable CEOs, the political strongmen, the cultural influencers who leverage outrage. They are the apex predators of society.
And the weak, the gentle, the oppressed, they're crushed at the bottom.
But the text reveals that the cosmic reality, the ultimate spiritual reality, flips that pyramid completely upside down.
And the imagery it uses to cement this flipped pyramid is just unforgettable. It says, many a person with disheveled hair turned away at the doors. If he were to swear by Allah, Allah would fulfill it.
It's a striking image.
We really need to pause and visualize that. The person with disheveled hair turned away at the doors.
We all know exactly who this person is. In the ancient context, it was the beggar, the nomad, the person without a powerful tribe or lineage to protect them. They approached the door of the wealthy or the gates of the governor, and the guards immediately turned them away.
Because they're a nuisance.
Right. They are considered socially invisible. They possess zero political capital, zero financial wealth, and zero physical beauty or manicured presentation.
Let's bring that into our modern context. It's the homeless person you cross the street to avoid walking past. It's the janitor cleaning the corporate office at 2 a.m. who nobody bothers to learn the name of.
Yes, exactly.
It's the person whose clothes are worn out, who doesn't have the right educational credentials, who gets rejected from every job interview, turned away at every literal and metaphorical door. Society trains us to look through these people, to view them as the bottom of the barrel, as entirely expendable.
But the text pulls back the veil on a hidden cosmic architecture. It reveals that this specific person, the rejected, unkempt, invisible, oppressed person, might possess a spiritual rank so staggeringly high, so beloved by the Creator, that if they were to simply make an oath to the divine, the very fabric of the universe would bend to fulfill it.
The VIPs of the world versus the VIPs of the cosmos. Think about the guy in the custom-tailored suit, sitting inside the exclusive VIP lounge, barking orders. He thinks he's the absolute center of the universe.
He really does.
But the guy he just ordered the bouncer to throw out into the alley, the disheveled guy turned away at the door, might be holding the actual keys to the kingdom. If that guy in the alley looks up at the sky and asks God for something, God says, done. That is both a beautiful and utterly terrifying thought.
It is terrifying because it demands a total recalibration of how we move through the world. If you truly internalize this concept, you can never again treat a service worker, a stranger, or an impoverished person with anything less than absolute reverence.
You just can't.
Because you simply do not know who they are in the eyes of the divine. Their outward dishevelment, their lack of status might be the exact camouflage hiding in al-Taqi al-Kafi, a hidden pious servant whose heart is pure gold and whose connection to the divine is absolute.
It completely vaporizes the social hierarchy. It means the person bagging your groceries or the person sweeping the street might be spiritually vastly superior to the billionaire CEO or the famous religious scholar.
And if you despise the grocery bagger,
Right. If you show them contempt because of their worldly status, You're committing that ultimate evil because you might be insulting a deeply built friend of God.
This profound leveling of the playing field raises a critical danger, however. How do we apply this incredible insight without falling into a new, even more dangerous trap?
Oh, because humans always find a way to mess it up.
Exactly. Human beings have a terrifying tendency to take any spiritual concept, even one about humility, and weaponize it to judge others. We flip the pyramid, but then we start thinking we are the ones who get to decide who belongs at the top and who belongs at the bottom. We start gatekeeping.
Which brings us to the climax of this entire deep dive. If despising someone is a profound evil, gatekeeping God's mercy is the absolute self-destruct button for the soul.
It is.
And the source material gives us two back-to-back stories to illustrate this dynamic, and the contrast between them is breathtaking. Let's start with the story of Arabi and the broken tooth, which perfectly illustrates the power of the disheveled hidden servant.
This is a fascinating legal and social case study from the time of the Prophet. Arabi, who was the aunt of a prominent companion named Anas bin Anadar, was involved in a dispute where she broke the tooth of a young girl.
Okay.
Now, in the strict legal framework of that society, the family of the injured girl had the right to demand retaliation quisus, which essentially means an eye for an eye, or in this case, a tooth for a tooth.
Unless they agree to forgive the perpetrator and accept financial compensation instead. Right. But in this specific story, the family refuses the money. They are furious. They demand their right. They want Arabi's tooth broken.
Correct. They demand their legal right, and the Prophet, acting in his capacity as the judge of the community, upholds the law. The law must be applied fairly and consistently.
Right, he has to be impartial.
He orders the legal retaliation to proceed. But then Anas bin Anadar, the nephew of Arabi, steps forward. He is absolutely desperate to protect his aunt. And he swears a massive public oath. He says, "By him who sent you with the truth, her tooth will not be broken."
Which, when you read it, sounds incredibly rebellious. I mean, the prophet just handed down a binding legal ruling, and Anas is standing there in the middle of the court saying, by God, it's not going to happen. Yeah. It sounds like he's defying the highest authority in the land.
It does sound like defiance, but the text makes it clear it is not. It is an expression of absolute, desperate, unshakable faith in divine intervention. Anas isn't saying he is going to pull out a sword and violently fight the guards to stop the punishment. He is making an oath to God that somehow, in some way, God will intervene to save his aunt from this fate. He is throwing himself entirely on the mercy of the divine. And what happens next is miraculous, not in a supernatural, rules of physics breaking way, but in a deeply psychological way.
The aggrieved family completely changes their mind.
Yes. Suddenly, the family of the injured girl, who had been completely stubborn, angry, and demanding retribution just moments prior, find their hearts softening. Out of nowhere, the anger evaporates.
Just like that.
Just like that. They announce that they agree to forgive Arabi and accept the financial compensation instead. The retaliation is officially called off.
The universe literally bent to his oath. Anas made the desperate plea, and the neural pathways of anger in an entire group of people just shifted.
Yeah.
And the prophet confirms exactly what just happened, right? He explicitly states that Anas is one of those people, like the disheveled man we just talked about, whose oaths Allah fulfills. His internal connection was so pure that his expectation of mercy manifested in reality.
It is a beautiful demonstration of how a sincere, desperate oath rooted in faith can shift human hearts. It shows that divine mercy is dynamic and responsive.
But there's a flip side.
There is. The text does not end there. It immediately juxtaposes this beautiful story of faith with a stark, terrifying warning. It shows us exactly what happens when that kind of spiritual confidence curdles into arrogance.
This final story is the ultimate twist ending. Walk us through this psychological trap.
The text describes another man, a man who is supposedly righteous, someone who is clearly religious, observant, and outwardly pious. He observes someone else committing a sin.
Okay.
Now, a humble person might feel compassion or pray for the sinner's guidance, or simply avert their eyes, recognizing their own flaws. But this righteous man becomes inflated with spiritual pride. He looks at the sinner, and he also swears an oath, but it is a dark, inverted version of Anas's oath. He says, "By Allah, Allah will not forgive so-and-so."
He plays judge, jury, and executioner. He looks at another human being struggling with a sin, and he decides, you are beyond saving. I know the limit of God's grace, and you have crossed them. You are going to hell.
He gatekeeps divine mercy. He assumes that because he is currently obedient, he owns the rights to distribute God's forgiveness, and the response from the divine is immediate, absolute, and devastating.
What happens?
The Hadith Qudsi records Allah responding, "Who is it that swears by me that I will not forgive so-and-so? I have forgiven so-and-so and have made your deeds null and void."
I have made your deeds null and void. Let that sink in. The supposedly righteous man loses everything, and the sinner receives everything. The ultimate spiritual bankruptcy.
It is the ultimate proof that humility is the non-negotiable core metric of this entire ethical system.
Yeah, without it, you have nothing.
The moment you believe you possess the authority to gatekeep divine mercy, the exact moment you look at another human being and decide that they are spiritually bankrupt while you are spiritually wealthy, you destroy your own record. All your prayers, all your fasting, all your careful endurance of the city's harm, all your good deeds are nullified instantly.
Why? Because they were fatally infected with the ultimate poison.
Arrogance. Exactly. It is so incredibly dangerous because it is a trap designed specifically for the good people, the people who are trying to live ethically, the people who are enduring the friction of the crowd, who are trying to be hidden, who are doing the heavy lifting.
Right, the trap isn't for the obvious sinners.
The ultimate trap is looking at someone who isn't doing those things or who is actively failing and saying, "I am intrinsically better than you and God will never forgive you." The arrogance wipes out the entire resume.
If we zoom out and connect this final warning back to everything we've discussed today, we see that it all forms a cohesive, brilliant, interlocking system designed to do one thing: keep the human ego in check.
That is the core of it all.
Why are you commanded to endure the harm of people? To break your ego? Why do you seek to be the hidden servant? To starve your ego of the crowd's praise? Why must you expect good from God? To remind yourself that you rely entirely on His infinite mercy, not your own fragile perfection.
Yes.
Why is contempt the ultimate evil? Because it violently inflates your ego at the expense of another. And why does spiritual gatekeeping destroy your deeds? Because it is the ultimate manifestation of an unchecked, arrogant ego masquerading as piety.
This entire system is an ego-dismantling machine. And as we tie this journey together, I keep going back to that image we started with, the fantasy of the soundproof room.
Like cabin in the woods.
Right. We wanted to build thick walls to keep the messy, annoying, flawed, sinful world out so we could be perfectly peaceful inside. But this deep dive into the source material has shown us that the walls themselves are the problem. The noise of the city, the friction of the crowd, the sting of an insult, the annoyance of your coworkers. That is not the debris getting in the way of your spiritual foundation. That is the foundation. That is the very material you are supposed to use to build your character.
You cannot be a hidden servant if there is no crowd to hide from. You cannot practice genuine forgiveness if no one ever truly wrongs you. You cannot test your reliance on divine mercy if you never face the temptation to despair.
Exactly.
The spiritual life envisioned by this text isn't an ascetic escape from humanity. It is a deep, messy, profoundly humble plunge into the very heart of the human condition.
And we learn to find that internal anchor, trusting the divine expectation. So we don't need the thermostat of public praise to tell us who we are.
Right.
We explored how the organic praise of a healthy community is a beautiful reflection, but chasing it will inevitably lead to the crowd turning against you. And we ended with this stark, terrifying warning against ever looking down on another human being or assuming we hold the authority to declare their final destination.
The level of humility required to successfully walk this path is staggering. It requires constant vigilance against your own pride.
It's a lifelong effort.
But the rewards it promises: a heart entirely free from the exhausting need for applause, a deep resilience against the inevitable harm caused by others, and a profound, unshakable trust in an ultimate, expansive mercy. Those rewards are truly profound.
It changes everything. It changes how you see your own struggles, and it completely rewires how you see the people around you.
And as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you, the listener, with a final thought to mull over on your own. We talked extensively about the man turned away at the doors, the disheveled stranger.
Yes, the invisible person.
If the most ignored, unkempt, frustrated person you walk past today secretly holds the power to have their oaths answered by the very fabric of the universe, how does that change the way you look at every single stranger you pass on the street tomorrow?
A provocative and absolutely vital one to carry forward.
Thank you for joining us on this journey. Keep your eyes open, keep your heart humble, and we will see you on the next deep dive.
You know, when you stop and just really observe how we evaluate a human life today, like how we determine a person's worth or, their ultimate success, there is just this overwhelming demand for precision.
Oh, absolutely. We want it to be exact. We
Mhm.
want human value to function, kind of like engineering, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like a spreadsheet. We look at a person's resume, the prestige of their job title, the zip code of their property, or even just the sheer volume of followers they command online.
It's all visible metrics, things you can count.
Right, things you can count. We compile these very tangible metrics, and society essentially points to that ledger and says, there it is. That right there is the definition of a successful human being.
And, well, it provides a really profound sense of comfort for us. I mean, we are pattern-seeking creatures, you know.
Hmm.
We desperately want the world to be measurable and categorizable. Because, honestly, when you can rank everyone in a room based on visible achievements,
Hmm.
the world feels remarkably safe.
Safe and predictable.
Exactly. It feels predictable. You know exactly where you stand, who is supposedly above you, and who is below you.
But then you step out of that modern, almost corporate paradigm, and you walk into the landscape of ancient spiritual wisdom, which is exactly what we're doing with you today. Specifically, the text we are immersing ourselves in for this deep dive.
Yeah, and the moment you cross that threshold, that measuring tape we rely on so heavily, it just completely shatters.
It really is. The evaluative landscape isn't just like slightly adjusted, it is entirely inverted. We're looking at a system that takes everything we consider vital for success today and renders it almost totally irrelevant.
It's the absolute dismantling of our conventional metrics. I
Mm.
mean, the material we're examining today doesn't just offer a gentle critique of societal norms.
Hmm.
It actively pulls the rug out from under the very foundation of how we judge ourselves.
And how we judge each other, right?
Right. It demands a level of self-reflection that can actually be deeply uncomfortable because, well, it forces us to confront the possibility that the people we elevate might be spiritually bankrupt.
Wow, yeah.
And the people we just completely ignore, they might be the ones holding the universe together.
That is such a wild concept, and we are jumping straight into the deep end today. So for this exploration, we're looking at a very specific, highly concentrated section of a classical Arabic text called Kitab al-Tawbah.
Which translates roughly to the path of penitence and divine mercy.
Right. And just to be clear with you, the listener, we are not attempting a broad overview of the entire book here. That's not the mission.
No, not at all. That would take
Nice.
weeks.
Exactly. Our mission today is to execute a laser-focused review of its climactic final pages, specifically the final ninth of the text, so about the last 11%.
And that specific chunk, that final 11%, is just incredibly rich.
It is, because this final section contains a collection of hadiths, prophetic sayings, dealing with this immense unresolved tension, the stark contrast between human judgment and divine judgment.
You know, the structural shift in the text at this exact point is just fascinating to me.
How so?
Well, the preceding 89% functions largely as a manual. It outlines the mechanics of repentance, the conditions for seeking forgiveness.
Like the rules and procedures.
Exactly, the theological rules of returning to grace. It's highly procedural. But when we hit this final 11%, the text just abandons the mechanics completely.
It zooms way out.
It moves away from the how-to and plunges directly into the hidden realities of the human heart. It basically stops asking what you are doing and starts asking what you actually are.
Which is terrifying, honestly. So we have this central tension. We live in an ecosystem completely obsessed with outward status, right?
Oh, deeply obsessed.
We cultivate appearances, we curate our moral aesthetics on social media, we try so hard to project the image of a good person. But this final segment of the text takes society's VIP list, the guest list of the successful and the righteous, and it completely shreds it.
To understand just how aggressively it shreds that list, we have to look at the opening argument of this final section.
Let's get into it.
So, the prophet addresses his companions and introduces a concept regarding the weight of the collective voice. He states that the people of paradise can be distinguished from the people of hellfire by the praise or the blame of the community.
Okay, wait.
The specific phrasing used is, "You are God's witnesses over one another." And the text goes even further, actually.
It does.
Yeah, suggesting that a person's ultimate standing is intricately linked to their ears being filled with what they love, meaning positive praise, or what they hate, condemnation, right before they die.
I have to pause right there because reading that from a 21st century perspective just sets off immediate alarm bells for me.
I completely understand why.
Right, because if our ultimate standing is based on the praise of the community, doesn't morality just devolve into a cosmic popularity contest?
That is the natural modern reflex.
I mean, we are intimately familiar with the flaws of the crowd. We see mob mentality every single day. We see individuals with, frankly, abhorrent character receiving millions of likes and universal adoration. While incredibly quiet, principled people are bullied, ostracized, or just completely ignored. So how can this ancient text possibly position public opinion as the metric for divine success?
The modern reflex to that statement is entirely justified
Right.
because when we hear praise of the community, our cultural conditioning immediately translates that to viral fame.
Right, or winning an election.
Exactly, or dominating some social hierarchy. We inherently equate the community with the mob, but the text is operating on a fundamentally different definition of both community and praise.
Okay, unpack that for us.
The phrase God's witnesses is the key here. In a jurisprudential or even a spiritual framework, a witness isn't just some random bystander shouting an uneducated opinion into the void.
Like an anonymous Twitter troll.
Right, exactly. A true witness is someone who has observed reality closely, someone who has actual proximity to the truth of an event or a person.
So it's not about a superficial poll of random strangers, it's about a very specific kind of observation.
Correct. The text is implying a community of character, a community that possesses the capacity to recognize genuine goodness.
Ah, okay.
Think about the enduring resonance a person leaves on their immediate environment. When an individual lives a life of profound integrity, consistent generosity, and, quiet restraint.
The people around them feel it.
Yes, the people who actually interact with them, their family, their neighbors, their coworkers, they feel the weight of that character. It leaves an indelible mark.
That's an organic reaction.
Exactly. That organic, unforced recognition of a person's light by the people who truly know them is what serves as the witness. So it is not about fleeting social media clout at all. It's about the deep generational resonance of a life well lived.
Okay, that distinction helps a lot. It shifts the metric from like public relations to the actual emotional footprint you leave behind.
Exactly.
But even with that clarification, I feel like there is a massive psychological hazard here.
Oh, there absolutely is.
Because if I know that the authentic praise of the community is an indicator of my divine standing, the temptation for me is to start contorting myself to manufacture that praise.
You become a people pleaser.
Exactly. I start volunteering, donating, smiling, not because it's the right thing to do, but because I want you to notice me and validate me. I start hunting for the praise.
And the text anticipates that exact psychological vulnerability. It really understands how easily human motivation corrupts.
It's so easy to slick into that.
It is. What happens when the desire for the validation becomes the engine for the morality? To address this, the sources provide a critical caveat through a really fascinating historical letter.
Oh, right, the letter from Aisha.
Yes. Aisha, who was a prominent scholar and the prophet's wife, wrote a letter to Muawiyah, who was a major political leader of the time.
And you can just imagine the kind of sycophancy and people-pleasing a political leader is constantly surrounded by.
Oh, constantly. So she writes this devastatingly clear warning to him. She says, "Whoever acts without obeying Allah, his praiser will return as a blamer."
His praiser will return as a blamer. That is just an incredibly sharp observation of human behavior.
It is a total masterclass in behavioral psychology. Let's extrapolate on the mechanics of people-pleasing that she's dissecting here.
Let's do it.
If you perform acts of goodness exclusively for the audience, right? If your core motivation is to extract their approval rather than serving a higher, authentic, divine purpose,
Then the foundation is fake.
yes, the foundation of your action is inherently unstable. You are essentially building your moral house on the shifting sands of public opinion.
Because eventually the crowd's demands will conflict with reality. Or, you'll simply slip up. The facade cannot be maintained in perpetuity.
You cannot sustain a purely performative morality. It's exhausting. Eventually, the crowd will ask you to do something that violates your limits, or the mask will slip during a moment of stress.
And when it does, the backlash is real.
The psychological backlash is severe. The very people who are building you up, the ones offering you that superficial praise, will turn on you with a ferocity that often exceeds their original adoration.
Wow.
They realize they were manipulated by a performance, and they become your blamers.
We see the anatomy of this constantly in modern culture, don't we? The whole cycle of idolization and cancellation.
It's the exact same dynamic.
Someone builds their entire identity on being the darling of a specific ideological group. They pander to every whim of that group. And the moment they step 1 millimeter out of line, the tide just comes rushing in, and their loudest praisers become their most vicious executioners.
It's terrifyingly accurate.
So the architecture of this concept is just incredibly nuanced. The community's praise only holds that cosmic spiritual weight when the action was authentically rooted in something transcendent.
Exactly. If you perform an action out of genuine obedience to the divine, the organic praise that follows is just a byproduct. It is an echo of the truth.
But if you perform the action for the echo...
You get nothing but noise. And eventually that noise turns against you.
Man. So the witnesses are ultimately validating the authenticity of the hidden heart, not the quality of the outward performance.
That's the core of it. The divine metric is entirely concerned with the origin point of the action, not the applause that follows it.
Which introduces a fascinating dilemma. If public opinion is this tricky, highly corruptible metric, and if true value is hidden in the origin point of our actions, how do we evaluate the individuals that society routinely and structurally ignores?
That is the million-dollar question.
Right. What about the people who aren't getting any praise? Not because their hearts are corrupt, but simply because they are socially invisible.
And the text addresses this head-on. This is where it really begins subverting the VIP list of humanity.
It shares a series of hadiths that aggressively dismantle the social hierarchies we spend our entire lives trying to climb.
Yes. It establishes a baseline principle first. A Muslim is a brother to a Muslim. He does not belittle him.
But then it moves from a general principle to a very specific physical demonstration.
This is one of my favorite visuals in the text. The prophet points directly to his own chest and says, "Taqwa is here."
With taqwa encompassing piety, deep character, and God consciousness.
Right. He points to the chest, emphasizing that the absolute core metric of human value is an invisible internal state, locked away from the eyes of the world.
By physically pointing to the chest, he is issuing a radical directive to his followers, isn't he?
He's telling them to immediately cease evaluating human beings based on the visible metrics they've relied on for centuries.
Stop looking at the quality of their garments.
Stop looking at their tribal lineage. Stop looking at their financial accumulations or even their physical symmetry. He's declaring that the true currency of the universe is locked inside a vault to which no human being possesses the combination.
The implication there is just staggering. It means every time we judge someone based on their outward status, we are not just being shallow, we are operating with fundamentally flawed data.
We are grading a test we don't have the answer key for.
Exactly. And to drive this point into the ground, the text uses this incredibly vivid, striking piece of imagery. It describes a disheveled person pushed away at the doors.
It's such a powerful image.
Someone dusty, unkempt. Someone whose appearance immediately signals low status, like the kind of person you wouldn't look twice at on the street.
Right.
And the text states that if this socially rejected, entirely marginalized person were to swear an oath by God, God would fulfill it.
You really have to pause and examine the sociology embedded in that image. Pushed away at the doors.
It implies motion.
Yes, it implies an attempt at participation. This disheveled person is trying to enter the spaces of the comfortable, the privileged, the secure, and they are being actively repelled by the gatekeepers of that society.
They're the ultimate outcasts.
Experiencing the absolute physical and emotional reality of rejection.
The modern parallel that immediately comes to my mind is the VIP velvet rope at an exclusive club.
Yeah.
Or, the security checkpoint at a high-end corporate gala.
That's a perfect analogy.
Society has constructed all these bouncers, some literal, most metaphorical, and they're keeping the disheveled people out. You don't possess the requisite pedigree, your bank account doesn't meet the minimum threshold, your aesthetic doesn't match the brand, so you are pushed away at the doors.
You are forced to remain on the outside.
But in the divine reality this text is revealing, the paradigm is flipped. Those rejected individuals, standing out in the cold, possess the ultimate cosmic VIP access.
They have a direct, unmediated line to the creator of the universe.
The bouncers thought they were keeping out a nuisance when in reality they just rejected the most spiritually powerful person in the city.
It is a profound subversion of power dynamics. And if we look at the broader dichotomy presented in these final pages, the sociology becomes even more explicit.
How so?
The text describes the inhabitants of paradise as predominantly the weak and oppressed, while the inhabitants of hellfire are described as the cruel, greedy, and arrogant.
Wow. We really have to ask why. Why is there such a stark correlation between societal weakness and spiritual success, and societal power and spiritual failure?
It's not because wealth or power are inherently morally evil in a vacuum. It's because of the insidious transformative effect those elements have on human psychology.
They act as incubators for arrogance.
Precisely. Power and wealth create a very convincing illusion of self-sufficiency. When you possess the financial resources to solve every immediate problem, when you can hire bouncers to insulate you from the discomforts of the world.
And when you are surrounded by people whose livelihoods depend on telling you how brilliant you are.
Exactly. Your ego undergoes massive inflation.
Right.
You become blind to your own fundamental fragility. The chest that the text pointed to earlier becomes entirely filled with the self.
There's no room left.
There is no room left for taqwa, for that deep consciousness of a higher power, because you have subconsciously begun to view yourself as the higher power.
You lose the ability to recognize your own need for grace.
You do. And conversely, the vulnerability of the disheveled person acts as a brutal, necessary solvent that strips away the ego.
Because when you are pushed away at the doors, when society has stripped you of your dignity, when you have absolutely zero material leverage to rely on, your heart breaks open.
You cannot maintain the illusion of self-sufficiency because your insufficiency is your daily reality.
And that brokenness, that deep, desperate reliance on the unseen, creates a massive void in the chest that allows genuine spiritual connection to rush in. There is no bloated ego blocking the signal.
The irony is just breathtaking when you think about it. The velvet ropes of society, which the privileged fight so hard to get behind, actually function as spiritual cages.
Wow.
They trap the wealthy and the powerful in an echo chamber of their own ego, cutting them off from the reality of their dependence on the divine. Meanwhile, the people pushed away at the doors are standing in the open air of divine grace. They possess the one thing required for spiritual elevation, a profound awareness of their own need.
That reframing changes the entire architecture of how you navigate a city. It changes how you view the person asking for change on the corner, or the coworker who is constantly overlooked for promotions.
Or the person sitting silently at the back of the room.
Exactly. You have no idea what is happening in the vault of their chest. You might be looking at an individual whose heart is so clear, whose reliance on God is so absolute, that their quiet prayers are actively altering the fabric of reality, and you are just walking past them thinking they are a failure.
And the text doesn't just leave this as a poetic, abstract comfort for the downtrodden. It actually gives us terrifyingly concrete examples of what happens when that hidden power is exercised.
And what happens when those trapped in their spiritual cages try to speak on behalf of the divine?
Right. This brings us to a sequence in the text that deals with the sheer power of oaths and the catastrophic danger of spiritual arrogance.
To demonstrate the weight of the human heart, the text places two incredible, deeply contrasting historical stories side by side.
Let's examine the first narrative.
Yeah. This involves a man named Anas bin al-Nador. The conflict centers around his aunt, or in some historical translations, his sister, a woman named Al-Rabi.
Okay.
She gets into a severe physical altercation with a young girl from another family, and during the fight, she breaks the young girl's tooth.
We really have to contextualize the severity of this. In the tribal society of 7th century Arabia, a physical injury of this nature wasn't just a minor dispute.
It was a huge deal.
It was a crisis that could trigger generational blood feuds. The legal framework governing this was qisas, which is the law of equal retribution. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Right.
It was designed to prevent escalating cycles of violence by placing a strict limit on revenge.
So the family of the injured girl is absolutely furious. They demand their legal right to retribution. They want Al-Rabi's tooth broken in return. The family of Al-Rabi's desperately tries to de-escalate the situation. They offer financial compensation known as blood money, which was a legally acceptable alternative if the victims agreed.
The victims are rigid.
Very rigid. They refuse the money. They want the physical retribution. So the dispute escalates all the way to the prophet himself to adjudicate. He listens to the case and confirms the inescapable reality of the law. The book of God prescribes retribution. The ruling is handed down. The tooth must be broken.
At this exact moment, Anas bin al-Nadr, watching the impending humiliation and pain of his aunt, does something that honestly borders on madness.
He audaciously swears an oath in the presence of the prophet. He declares, by God, her tooth will not be broken.
The tension in that room must have been suffocating. I mean, Annas is essentially contradicting a legal ruling that was just finalized by the highest spiritual and legal authority in his society.
Yeah, he's standing in the face of the victim's absolute legal right and swearing by the Creator that it will not happen. It is an incredibly dangerous moment.
It is a moment of pure desperation. But look at the immediate aftermath. Following this seemingly rebellious oath, something inexplicable occurs.
The victims, who up until this second had been intractable, furious, and demanding their pound of flesh, suddenly experience a total psychological shift.
Their hearts miraculously soften.
In front of everyone, they spontaneously announce that they forgive al-Rabi and will accept the financial compensation instead. The crisis evaporates.
The prophet, witnessing this sudden reversal, smiles and states, "There are among the servants of God those who, if they swear by God, God fulfills it."
The text is explicitly stating that the divine intervened, actively altering the emotional state of the victims, specifically to honor the desperate oath made by Annas.
You have to hold the emotional tenor of that story in your mind. The desperation, the intervention, the mercy, because the text immediately forces us to compare it to a second narrative, creating one of the most profound contrasts in the entire book.
Yes, the second narrative is reported by a companion named Jundub. It features a man who is known throughout his community for being incredibly devout. He is the archetype of the outwardly righteous man.
Constant in prayer, rigorous in his rituals, visibly pious.
Exactly. But in his community, there is also a known sinner, a man who struggles, who consistently fails, who publicly transgresses the moral code. One day, the devout man observes the sinner failing yet again, and the devout man, absolutely saturated in self-righteousness, looks down at this struggling individual and arrogantly swears an oath. He declares, by God, God will never forgive so-and-so.
Notice the structure there. He takes an oath not about his own actions, but about the limits of divine action.
Exactly. And the response he receives is instantaneous and devastating. God responds directly to this oath, stating, "Who is this that swears by me that I will not forgive? I have forgiven him, and I have nullified your good deeds."
I want to pause and let the gravity of that statement settle over us. I have forgiven him, and I have nullified your good deeds.
It's shocking. God grants total amnesty to the known sinner and simultaneously wipes out the entire lifetime portfolio of righteous effort built by the devout man.
I have to ask you to unpack this with me, because on the surface, it kind of breaks our understanding of fairness. Why does the divine architecture reward the first oath, an oath that actively pushed back against a settled legal ruling by miraculously changing the victims' hearts? And why does it absolutely punish the second oath, completely stripping away a lifetime of objectively good actions?
It is arguably the most terrifying and illuminating paradox presented in the text. To unravel it, we have to return to the core thesis. The ultimate metric is the hidden orientation of the heart at the exact moment the oath was taken.
Okay, let's dissect Annas' psychological state. When Annas swore that his aunt's tooth would not be broken, he was not acting out of rebellion against the divine law.
He wasn't arrogant.
No, his oath was the ultimate manifestation of radical, desperate trust. He was staring at a completely closed door. The law was settled, the victims were furious, and he threw himself entirely on the mercy of the divine.
He was essentially communicating, I acknowledge the severity of the law, but I know your mercy is infinitely greater than your wrath, and I am trusting you to find a peaceful resolution where humanly none exists.
He was appealing to the highest, most expansive attribute of the divine.
He wasn't demanding his own way. He was expressing an absolute, uncompromising hope in the nature of God's grace. He was banking everything on mercy.
Exactly. Now, contrast that with the internal state of the devout man. When he looked at the sinner and swore, God will never forgive him, his oath was born from the darkest depths of spiritual arrogance.
He was attempting to play God?
He had climbed atop his pedestal of perceived piety, and from that height, he attempted to gatekeep divine mercy. He looked at a fellow human being and declared them permanently, fundamentally irredeemable.
He was not appealing to God's mercy. He was attempting to weaponize God's wrath, to validate his own sense of superiority.
He needed the sinner to be damned so that his own salvation felt more exclusive.
This is where the text completely shatters our conventional moral compass. It is demonstrating that the most catastrophic sin a human being can commit isn't necessarily the outward breaking of a rule.
The sinner in the second story was clearly doing wrong things, but his sins were born of weakness. The devout man's sin was born of pride.
The text suggests that the ultimate spiritual crime is the internal arrogance that makes you believe you own the VIP list of the universe.
The devout man committed the ultimate overreach. He assumed his finite, flawed human mind could comprehend and dictate the limits of the infinite. And in doing so, he exposed the rotten core of his entire spiritual life.
I have nullified your good deeds.
Why? Because those deeds, the years of fasting, the endless prayers, the charity, were suddenly revealed to be entirely empty. They were not acts of love or submission. They were simply building materials he used to construct a monument to his own ego.
His goodness lacked compassion, which means it wasn't goodness at all. It was just spiritual narcissism.
If we translate this dynamic into the modern era, the implications are deeply unsettling.
How easily do we fall into the trap of the second man? We construct these airtight echo chambers of our own righteousness, whether that righteousness is religious, political, or ideological.
Oh, we do it constantly.
We curate our moral high ground, and from that vantage point, we look down at the people who disagree with us, the people who have made mistakes we believe we are too smart to make, and we essentially pronounce the same oath. There is no hope for them. They are toxic. They are beyond redemption. They are permanently canceled.
The human ego loves to play the role of the judge. We find immense psychological comfort in drawing a hard line, placing ourselves on the side of the angels, and deciding who is worthy of grace and who is meant for the fire.
But this ancient text stands as a blazing, terrifying warning against that exact impulse. It tells us that the moment you look at another human being, strip them of their complexity, and declare them fundamentally irredeemable, you have spiritually bankrupted yourself.
You've placed a limit on grace, and in doing so, you have cut yourself off from it.
It is a devastating realization. You could be doing everything right on paper, voting the right way, eating ethically, attending the right services, using the right vocabulary. But if the internal architecture of your heart is hardened against the humanity of others, your ledger amounts to zero.
Which brings us to a massive practical dilemma.
Right. If outward piety is this unreliable, if a lifetime of visible good deeds can be nullified by a single arrogant thought, and if the true spiritual heavyweights are hidden away, pushed from the doors, how do we navigate reality?
How do we ever identify genuine character in a world where the surface is so aggressively deceptive?
The text anticipates this confusion and transitions into answering this exact question. But true to form, its answers are incredibly subtle. It introduces a concept regarding how to spot the genuine, focusing on a specific kind of insight.
First, it describes a category of people known as the Alaya, which translates roughly to the friends of God.
Now, how do you identify a friend of God? The text doesn't say they are the ones performing miracles or reciting endless scripture or leading massive congregations. It describes them with this incredibly understated metric. They are those who, when they are seen, God is remembered.
That is perhaps the most profound definition of presence I have ever encountered. When they are seen, God is remembered. It shifts the evaluation entirely away from action and onto resonance.
It means that their very demeanor, the quiet energy they carry, the way they hold themselves in a space, naturally recalibrates the spiritual compass of everyone around them.
It's not about what they are preaching at you. It's about who they fundamentally are. But to recognize these individuals, to see past the deceptive surfaces of the devout man, and recognize the hidden value of the disheveled man, the text says a person must develop something called farasa.
The text warns, "Beware the insight of the believer, for he sees with the light of God." It claims that individuals with genuine faith can recognize others through a process called tawassum, which essentially means reading subtle traits or reading between the lines of a person's constructed persona.
Now, I have to be the skeptic here for a second.
Go for it.
When you hear phrases like sees with the light of God and reading subtle traits, it sounds dangerously close to mysticism or like psychic mind reading. How is farasa different from just projecting your own biases and claiming it's divine insight?
That is the exact danger, and it's why understanding the mechanics of farasa is so vital. It is very easy to misinterpret this as a supernatural parlor trick. But the text is pointing toward an extreme, highly refined form of emotional and spiritual intelligence.
To understand how it works, we have to ask, where does it come from?
Farasa is the direct byproduct of a clear, uncorrupted heart. Think about human perception logically. Why do we misjudge people? Because our hearts and minds are cluttered.
If your internal state is dominated by your own ego, your insecurities, your desires, and your biases, You do not see other people as they actually are.
You see them only as they relate to what you want or fear. You project your own internal chaos onto them.
The lens is smudged with our own fingerprints.
Exactly. But if an individual has done the agonizing internal work to quiet their ego, to scrub their heart clean of selfish ambition, much like the disheveled person who has nothing left to prove, the glass of their perception becomes crystal clear.
Because they are no longer blinded by the frantic demands of their own ego, they have the bandwidth to actually observe reality.
They can read the true intentions of others. They pick up on the micro expressions, the subtle shifts in tone, the energetic resonance of authenticity, or the slight dissonance of deception. They see with the light of God simply because their own shadows are no longer blocking the view.
That makes perfect sense. It's not magic at all. It's the ultimate form of empathy and clarity achieved by removing the self from the center of the universe.
And the text follows this explanation with an incredible analogy to illustrate just how phenomenally rare this kind of clear-hearted, genuine character actually is. It features a famous proverb of the time. People are like 100 camels, you can hardly find a suitable mount among them.
And it asserts that one true believer, one person with this genuine, uncorrupted heart, is better than 100 average men.
The camel analogy is brilliant. It is obviously deeply rooted in the harsh environmental realities of the 7th century Arabian Peninsula, but its psychological and sociological application is entirely universal.
When I first read, people are like 100 camels, my mind immediately scrambled for a modern equivalent.
What did you come up with?
It's like standing in a massive lot of used cars. You are looking at hundreds of vehicles. They all have 4 wheels, an engine, seats, and a steering wheel. From 50 feet away, they all look like perfectly functional cars. But if your life depends on driving across the country through a hostile desert, how many of those cars are you actually going to trust not to break down and leave you stranded?
You'd be incredibly lucky to find one that is mechanically sound all the way through.
Or, perhaps a more painful analogy,
Hmm.
think about our social networks. You open your phone, and you might have 500 or 1,000 friends or followers, a massive herd of camels.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's introduce a crisis. If your life completely disintegrates tomorrow, if you lose your career in a public scandal, if you receive a devastating medical diagnosis, if you lose your home, how many of those 500 people are going to drop their own priorities, drive to your house, and stand in the rubble with you?
The attrition rate in a crisis is staggering. You would be fortunate to find 1 or 2 individuals who possess the fortitude to remain.
Exactly. Most of the herd is just passing through. They are companions of convenience. They are there for the easy terrain. But they do not possess the structural integrity to carry the weight when the journey becomes incredibly difficult.
In the context of the analogy, a suitable mount among the camels refers to a specific beast of burden that possesses the endurance, the stable temperament, and the sheer physical strength to survive the harshest, most lethal desert conditions without panicking and throwing its rider.
It is an incredibly rare animal.
And that is the exact definition of the true believer, the person of taqwa that the text is praising. The rare individual who has done the internal work, who possesses that firasa, who operates from a clean heart rather than an inflated ego, they are the 1 in 100. They are the suitable mount.
They're the individuals who do not break when societal pressure is applied. They do not betray their principles when it becomes financially convenient. And crucially, looking back to our first point, they do not join the mob when the mob is wrong, because they are not addicted to the praise of the crowd.
They possess a structural integrity that the other 99 simply lack.
So we have spent this entire deep dive exploring the primacy of the internal state. We have dissected the unreliability and danger of public praise. We've identified the hidden VIPs of the universe who are pushed away at the velvet ropes.
We've witnessed the catastrophic danger of spiritual arrogance that can nullify a lifetime of good deeds.
And we've recognized the extreme rarity of true, uncorrupted character.
But this entire progression naturally leads to a massive, unavoidable question, the elephant in the room.
Let's hear it.
If the internal state, the heart, the intention, the humility is absolutely everything, what about actual physical good deeds? What about the mechanics of feeding the hungry, praying the prayers, giving to charity, telling the truth? Do the actions themselves actually matter?
The text saves its most mind-bending systemic paradox for the very end. We are arriving at the climax of the final pages, the ultimate paradox of human effort.
This is the culmination of the entire 9th section, and it completely reorients the foundation of how we understand morality, religion, and human effort. It destroys a paradigm we hold very dear.
The prophet gathers his closest followers, the people who have dedicated their entire lives to ethical and spiritual rigor. And he drops this absolute bombshell. He tells them, do your best, draw near, but know that none of you will be saved by his deeds.
His companions, who understand the weight of this statement, are shocked. They ask him, seeking clarification, not even you, because to them, he is the absolute standard of moral perfection. He is the ultimate example of good deeds.
And he replies, not even me, unless God envelops me in his mercy and grace.
I have to stop here and play devil's advocate on behalf of anyone listening to this, because this is where my logical brain starts to fracture.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
We have just spent this entire time talking about the absolute importance of having good character, not belittling people, avoiding arrogance, and acting with authentic obedience to a higher power. If our deeds, if all that exhausting moral effort doesn't actually buy our way into paradise, if it doesn't actually save us, what is the point of doing them?
It's the ultimate pushback.
If the ledger of my good deeds is ultimately useless in purchasing my salvation, why shouldn't I just abandon the effort, do whatever my lower desires want, and just hope that infinite mercy catches me at the end? This feels like it destroys the entire incentive structure of being a good person.
It is the exact philosophical crisis the text wants you to arrive at. What is happening in this exchange is the systematic, intentional destruction of the transactional view of spirituality.
Okay, break that down for me.
We have to look at how human beings naturally operate.
Mm.
We're deeply conditioned by transactional frameworks. We go to work, we exchange our labor for a paycheck. We walk into a cafe, we hand over $5, we receive a coffee. It is a clean, manageable equation.
And we subconsciously take that capitalist transactional framework and map it directly onto our spiritual and moral lives.
Exactly. We construct a mental model of a cosmic vending machine. We think, if I do a good deed, if I volunteer, if I pray, if I suppress my anger, I am inserting a coin into the machine. If I insert enough coins over my lifetime, the machine is contractually obligated to dispense salvation or divine love or a good life.
We view our moral actions as a ledger, a resume we are painstakingly building to hand to the universe to prove, look, I earned this, I am worthy, you owe me.
We desperately want it to be a transaction because transactions give us control. If I can buy it, I own it.
The human ego craves control.
But the prophet's statement detonates that entire framework. He is saying the math doesn't work. The equation is fundamentally mathematically broken.
Why? Because the very gift of existence, the gift of consciousness, of a beating heart, of every single breath you take, is so infinitely vast and unearned that no amount of finite human effort could ever possibly pay for it.
You start your life in an infinite deficit of grace.
Furthermore, you have to factor in the quality of the currency we are trying to use. Our deeds are inherently flawed. Our intentions are constantly mixed. Even our most altruistic days are sprinkled with a little bit of ego, a little bit of distraction, a little bit of hidden self-interest.
You cannot walk up to the infinite perfection of divine grace and attempt to purchase it with a flawed, counterfeit currency of human effort. The scales are entirely disproportionate.
Therefore, the text asserts an absolute truth. No human being is saved by their resume. The ledger is irrelevant to the final outcome. You are saved entirely, exclusively by mercy.
Okay, I understand the destruction of the transactional model. It is humbling, but it brings us right back to the precipice of nihilism. If the deeds aren't the currency that buys the outcome, why do the deeds? Why put in the effort?
The text provides the synthesis immediately after introducing the paradox. It doesn't leave us in nihilism. It states the most beloved deed to God is the most consistent one, even if it is small.
We have to redefine the nature of the action. If good deeds are not the currency of salvation, what are they? They are the language of the relationship.
The language of the relationship, that is a massive paradigm shift. Let's explore the mechanics of that.
Think about the most profound human connections you have, a marriage or a decades-long friendship. You do not make your partner a cup of coffee in the morning to buy their love for that specific Tuesday.
You don't take out the trash and think, I have now purchased exactly 3 units of affection.
If you attempt to run a deep relationship on a transactional ledger, the relationship suffocates and dies.
The moment you start keeping score, it ceases to be a relationship of love and becomes a hostile business contract.
Precisely. You make the coffee, you take out the trash, you sit and listen to the tedious details of their day, not as payments on a debt, but as expressions of connection. It is the daily, consistent rhythm that keeps your hearts turned toward each other. The deeds are simply the vocabulary you use to say, I am still here, I am still trying, I am actively valuing this bond.
Apply that to the spiritual context. Doing good deeds, maintaining your prayers, giving quietly to charity, biting your tongue when you want to be cruel, staying humble when you achieve success. These are not coins you are nervously hoarding in a cosmic piggy bank to buy a ticket to
They
paradise.
are the consistent daily rhythms that keep your soul awake. They are the mechanism by which you keep your internal compass oriented toward the divine light.
So, you don't do the good deeds to pay off the universe. You do them to keep your own heart from dying. You do them to keep your chest facing the right direction so that when the infinite wave of mercy finally crashes down, your heart is soft, open, and ready to receive it, rather than being a closed, hardened shell.
That is the exact mechanism. If you abandon the deeds entirely, if you say, grace will save me so I will do nothing, your heart slowly hardens. It atrophies. The channel of communication closes.
Not because the divine stopped being merciful, but because you built a massive wall of apathy, distraction, or arrogance around yourself.
The consistent deeds, especially the incredibly small, unglamorous ones, the daily kindnesses, the quiet moments of reflection, the refusal to engage in gossip, they act as a daily dismantling of that wall. They maintain your state of receptivity.
That reframes the entirety of the human struggle. It completely neutralizes the toxic anxiety of perfectionism. You don't have to be flawless, you just have to be consistent in your orientation. The most beloved deed is the most consistent one, even if it is small.
It is the profound difference between sprinting in a panic until you collapse from exhaustion and simply putting one foot in front of the other day after day, year after year, ensuring your face is always turned toward the light.
And that realization brings our journey today full circle. As we step back and look at the architecture of this final 11th percent of Kitab al-Taba, the path it takes us on is nothing short of revolutionary.
It really is. We started by tearing down the deeply ingrained illusion that the crowd's applause is an accurate measure of a successful life.
We recognize that performing for the audience only breeds resentment, and that the praiser inevitably returns as the blamer when the action lacks a transcendent root.
We then looked past the velvet ropes of our societal hierarchies, discovering that the true VIPs of the cosmos might actually be the disheveled, the ignored, and the marginalized.
We learned that their earthly vulnerability is exactly what strips away the ego, leaving them deeply, powerfully connected to the divine in a way the wealthy and comfortable can rarely achieve.
We examine the terrifying danger of spiritual arrogance through the contrasting oaths. We saw how using our own perceived goodness to condemn others, attempting to gatekeep the mercy of the infinite, actively destroys our own spiritual standing.
We learned that true character, a heart uncorrupted by ego and bias, is as extraordinarily rare as finding one suitable mount among 100 camels, and that this rare clarity is what grants true insight into reality.
And finally, we arrived at the ultimate freeing paradox. You cannot buy your way into the universe's good graces. The transactional ledger we spend our lives agonizing over is a myth.
Grace and infinite mercy trump everything, and our daily actions are not payments on a debt, but simply the quiet, consistent rhythm that keeps our hearts awake and ready to receive that grace.
So as we conclude this exploration, I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over, something that takes the ancient wisdom we've discussed and applies it directly to the reality of your life right now.
I'm ready.
If our deeds are merely the knocking on the door, and it is mercy that actually opens it, how does that fundamentally change the way you view your own failures today?
Wow.
We are all going to stumble. We're all going to break our own moral codes. But if you can stop viewing your daily actions as a desperate, anxiety-ridden attempt to build a flawless resume to justify your existence to the universe, and instead view them as a simple, gentle, consistent rhythm to keep your relationship with your own soul and the divine alive,
Yeah.
how much lighter would your life feel?
If your ultimate worth isn't tied to your flawless output, but simply to your capacity to stay open and receive grace, how does that change the way you take your next breath?
That is a staggering question to carry with you into your week.
Thank you so much for joining us on this incredibly deep dive into the hidden realities of the heart. We hope this journey gave you profound aha moments, and more importantly, we hope it helps you look past the superficial velvet ropes of your own life. Pay close attention to the hidden depths and the quiet, overlooked people around you. And most importantly, pay attention to the hidden realities of your own heart. Until next time, keep diving deep. Imagine, just for a second,
Yeah.
that you're running a marathon.
Okay.
You have trained for months, right? You've sacrificed your weekends. You've completely ruined your knees.
Yeah, all the ice baths.
Exactly. You push your diet to the absolute extreme, and you finally run the race. You break every personal record you've ever set.
Right.
You cross the finish line, you're sweating, you're bleeding, and the judges hand you the gold medal.
The ultimate high.
The peak. But then, right as you're standing on the podium, they check your heart rate monitor, they look at your brain scans,
Uh-huh.
and they realize you didn't run the race for the love of the sport. You only ran it to impress your ex who was sitting in the bleachers.
Oh, wow.
So the judges just walk up to you, rip the medal off your neck, throw it in the trash, and disqualify you entirely.
I mean, that's the ultimate nightmare of the high achiever, isn't it?
It really is.
All that grueling, agonizing physical effort just completely voided by a technicality of intent.
Voided. Just completely erased.
Yeah.
And, that scenario isn't just some abstract anxiety dream.
Right.
Today, we are opening a 1,000-year-old stack of Islamic manuscripts. These are collections of prophetic sayings and historical anecdotes.
Yeah.
And they argue that this exact scenario is actually the greatest danger to the human psyche. Welcome to the deep dive.
It's so fascinating to finally get into this.
I know, right? Our mission today is to unpack this highly specific, shockingly modern sequence that's just hidden within these ancient texts.
Yeah, it's really a blueprint.
It is. We are looking at a historical blueprint that maps out the psychology of religious burnout. We're talking about the biological limits of human enthusiasm.
And the absolute terrifying necessity of internal sincerity.
Exactly. Because when you approach texts of this nature, antiquity, religious doctrine, moral instruction, what's the default expectation?
Well, I mean, the default is that they'll demand a kind of unyielding, relentless perfection. The assumption is that the ideal believer is like a marble statue. Fasting every day, praying all night, entirely detached from the mortal world.
A pillar of devotion that just never gets tired, never gets cranky, and never needs a nap.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we dig into these specific source materials, that marble statue shatters almost immediately.
It completely falls apart.
We are presented with a textual landscape that actively fights back against extreme behavior.
Which is so counterintuitive to how we view ancient religion today.
It really is. So to you listening right now, if you have ever started a new project, a new diet, or, a new productivity routine.
Well, we've all been there.
Right. You go 100 miles an hour for the first week and then completely spectacularly burn out.
And you just feel like an absolute failure.
Exactly. If you felt that, this deep dive is for you. Because these texts mapped out the exact psychology of your burnout centuries before modern neurobiology even had a vocabulary for it.
They really did. It fundamentally challenges the modern assumption that that ancient people didn't understand the nervous system.
Yeah.
The sources we're analyzing today, they don't just tolerate human limitation as some kind of unfortunate defect.
Like, oh, well, humans are flawed.
Right. They don't do that.
Yep.
They actively design a functional, sustainable system around it.
Well, let's get right into the historical case studies the text provides because they're amazing. Let's start with a man named Hanzala.
Perfect place to start.
Because his story illustrates the exact anxiety of failing to live up to that marble statue ideal. Paint the picture for us. What is happening here?
Okay, so the text places us in 7th century Medina.
Right.
And it introduces Hanzala in a state of absolute existential panic. He is literally wandering the streets, highly distressed.
He's having a full-blown crisis.
A total crisis. And he crosses paths with another very prominent companion named Abu Bakr.
Okay.
And Hanzala literally cries out to him, Hanzala has become a hypocrite.
Hanzala has become a hypocrite. I mean, in the context of this specific community, hypocrisy isn't just like a minor character flaw.
No, it's the ultimate spiritual disease.
Right. It means you're a fraud. It means your entire identity is a lie. But my question is, and I'm sure the listener's wondering, what crime did he actually commit to warrant that kind of self-diagnosis?
Did he steal?
Did he lie? Did he commit treason?
Well, that is the brilliance of this narrative. Because when Abu Bakr, who is completely shocked by this, by the way, asks him to explain himself, Hanzala doesn't confess to a physical crime.
Okay.
He confesses to a psychological fluctuation.
A psychological fluctuation. Walk us through that.
He explains that when he is sitting in the physical presence of the prophet, listening to these intense theological descriptions of heaven and hell, he reaches this peak state of spiritual elevation.
Like a massive rush of awe.
Yes. He says it is as if he can see the afterlife with his own eyes. The veil is completely lifted.
So he is experiencing an incredibly potent state of awe.
Profound, overwhelming awe. But then, the meeting ends. Hanzala goes back to his house.
Right, back to reality.
Yeah, he interacts with his wife, she plays with his children, he tends to his farm and his properties. He engages in the mundane reality of survival and family life.
Which is normal.
Complete normal.
Hmm.
But he realizes that in that domestic environment, the overwhelming awe fades. The intensity drops.
High wears off.
Exactly. And because the intensity drops, he makes this devastating logical leap. He thinks, if my spiritual high isn't permanent, my faith must be fake.
Wow. Let's stop right there and look at Abu Bakr's reaction, because this is where the text really subverts expectations.
It really does.
Abu Bakr is historically considered like the most pious, the most dedicated of all the companions in this tradition.
He's the gold standard.
The gold standard. So you would expect him to reprimand Hanzala, to say, yes, you are failing. You need to pray more. You need to isolate yourself from your family so you don't lose that focus.
But he doesn't do that. Instead, Abu Bakr immediately validates Hanzala's experience. Yeah. He says, by God, we meet the very same thing. He admits that his own emotional baseline fluctuates just as drastically.
That's incredible. The most pious man in the community is admitting to the exact same drop-off.
Yes.
You know, I read this and I immediately thought of what happens after a really intense, immersive experience today.
Oh, totally. Like what?
Think about going to a highly motivating wellness retreat, or maybe a week-long creative workshop out in the woods.
Right.
Well, while you are there, surrounded by the charismatic speaker, the curated environment, the deeply focused peers, you feel invincible.
You do. You feel like you've unlocked the secrets of the universe.
Yes. You are vibrating on a higher frequency.
Because you are in a highly stimulated, highly artificial environment designed to produce peak experiences.
Exactly. It's engineered for that.
Right.
And then Monday morning arrives.
The dreaded Monday.
You are sitting in gridlock traffic. Your toddler spills juice all over your work clothes. You get a passive-aggressive email from your boss.
And it's all gone.
Suddenly, that transcendent, invincible feeling just evaporates. You feel irritable, you feel tired, and profoundly ordinary.
Yep.
And the immediate psychological reaction is guilt. You think, I lost it. The retreat was a lie. I'm a fraud.
It's such a common trap. The text is identifying a fundamental misinterpretation of human emotion here. We assume that the peak experience is supposed to be the permanent baseline.
Which is mathematically impossible.
Exactly. So Hanzala and Abu Bakr, they take this shared anxiety directly to the Prophet, seeking a cure for their quote-unquote hypocrisy.
And the Prophet's response is the first major psychological pillar of our deep dive today. How does he actually address this fear?
He responds with a statement that completely redefines their understanding of human nature. He tells them, and I'm paraphrasing the text here, by him in whose hand is my soul, if you were to remain continuously in the state you are in with me and in the remembrance of God, the angels would shake hands with you on your beds and in your streets.
Wait, the angels would literally walk up and shake your hands.
Yeah.
Meaning the veil between the physical and the spiritual would be entirely gone. You would exist in a realm of pure, unadulterated spirit.
Which sounds like a compliment, right?
It does. It sounds like the goal.
But it's actually a boundary line. He is telling them that maintaining that state of constant burning awe is an angelic trait, not a human one.
Wow.
It is ontologically impossible for a human being to sustain that frequency without, well, ceasing to be human.
So he's saying, you guys aren't angels.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then he delivers the grounding principle. He says, but Hanzala, an hour and an hour. In the text notes, he repeats this 3 times for emphasis. An hour and an hour.
I love that phrase. An hour and an hour. There is a time for the peak spiritual experience, and there is a time for the mundane, worldly experience.
Yes.
But I want to push back on how we interpret this for a second. Is he just giving them a concession? Like, oh, well, you guys are weak, so just do your best. An hour here, an hour there.
No, not at all. It is not a concession to weakness. It is a description of the intended design.
The intended design. That's a huge distinction.
Massive. The text is validating the mundane. Playing with your children, tending to your farm, laughing with your spouse. These are not interruptions to your spiritual life.
Right.
They are the necessary counterweight to it.
Because if you don't normalize the drop-off to the listener, what happens?
They burn out.
Yeah. If the listener thinks that the weekend retreat high is the only valid state of existence, the moment they return to their baseline, They will pathologize their own humanity.
They'll see normal life as a failure.
They will look at their messy, normal life and see it as a spiritual failure. And that's so toxic.
It really is. And when people feel fundamentally broken or inadequate, they typically react in one of two ways.
What are they?
Well, they either fall into complete despair and abandon the pursuit entirely, they just give up,
Sure.
or they swing wildly into extreme, radical, unsustainable behaviors in a desperate attempt to force the high to return.
Trying to manufacture awe through sheer force.
Exactly. The hour and an hour principle is designed to short-circuit that exact destructive loop. It removes the guilt from the baseline.
It's essentially saying, act your species. You are a human, not an angel.
I love that. Act your species.
Which perfectly bridges us to the next massive theme in these sources. Because if Hanzala was someone who felt guilty about losing the high, there are other figures in these texts who absolutely refused to accept the hour and an hour rule.
Oh, yes. The ones who pushed back.
Right. They tried to forcibly manufacture a permanent state of angelic perfection by stripping away every ounce of their humanity.
We are moving from the anxiety of the baseline to the active physical danger of extreme asceticism, or what the texts call monasticism.
And the sources declare an absolute war on this behavior.
A total war. And there is a deeply illustrative, almost visceral story involving a companion named Uthman bin Mazun and his wife Khawla.
This anecdote paints such a vivid picture. We see Khawla entering the home of the Prophet's wife, Aisha, and the text goes out of its way to describe Khawla's physical appearance.
Yes. Aisha is really taken aback because Khawla, who normally cares for herself, looks extremely disheveled, unkempt, and physically exhausted.
She looks like someone who has just given up.
She looks like a woman whose life is falling apart. When Aisha asks her what could possibly be wrong, Khawla explains the root of her distress. It's her husband, Uthman.
What's he doing?
She says that he spends every single night awake in continuous prayer until dawn, and he fasts every single day.
Every single day. Let's analyze this from the outside looking in. To the rest of the community, Uthman probably looks like the ultimate spiritual champion.
Oh, for sure. He's the MVP.
He is maximizing every metric of religious devotion. No sleep, no food during the day, just constant worship. He is the guy on social media posting his 4.00 a.m. ice bath and his 18-hour study sessions.
The ultimate grind set guy.
Right. But behind closed doors, his wife is unkempt and miserable. Why? Because the social, emotional, and intimate fabric of their marriage has been completely abandoned.
He's checked out of the human experience.
He has sacrificed his human responsibilities on the altar of his own personal spiritual record setting.
And the Prophet's intervention here is crucial. When he is informed of Uthman's behavior, he does not bring Uthman in to praise him.
He doesn't give him a medal.
No, he doesn't hold him up as an example for the rest of the community to aspire to. He confronts him directly and firmly.
What's he say?
The Prophet tells him, Uthman, monasticism was not prescribed for us. And he uses his own life as the standard, saying, I am the most fearful of God among you, yet I sleep and I pray, I fast and I break my fast, and I marry women.
He actively pushes back against the extreme. He is pulling Uthman back down to earth.
Grounding him.
There is a line from the text that summarizes this ethos perfectly. It says, the best of your religion is the easiest.
It's so profound.
But I want to spend some real time on a specific metaphor used in these sources, attributed to a companion named Jabir, because I think it is one of the most brilliant psychological visuals in the entire stack.
You are referring to the metaphor of the Almanbat, the overdriven mount. The text states, and this is a beautiful translation, indeed, this religion is solid, so enter it gently. For the one who overburdens his mount neither crosses the land nor keeps his back alive.
Let's really pull this apart for the listener, because the imagery is striking. Imagine you have to travel 1,000 miles across a harsh, unforgiving desert.
Okay.
You have one horse. The journey is going to take weeks, but you are so eager, so intensely motivated to reach the destination quickly that the second you set out, you whip the horse.
You just go all out.
You force it into a dead sprint. You don't let it drink. You don't let it graze. You just drive it at maximum capacity. What happens?
Well, physics and biology take over. The horse will sprint for a day, maybe two, and then it will suffer catastrophic physiological failure.
It dies.
It will collapse and die in the middle of the desert.
Exactly. And look at the double tragedy of the Al-Munbat. You do not reach your destination, and you have killed your horse.
You're stranded.
You are stranded in the wasteland, entirely because of your own aggressive enthusiasm. Now let's map that onto the human experience. What is the mount in this metaphor?
The mount is your physical body. It's your neurological bandwidth, your psychological resilience.
Your capacity to function.
Exactly. It's the vehicle through which you navigate the world.
And the destination is whatever your goal is. Spiritual enlightenment, building a successful company, raising a healthy family.
Anything that requires sustained effort.
Right. And if we look at modern grind culture, it is literally an entire economic system built on creating almond.
Oh, absolutely.
We are constantly told by algorithms, by motivational speakers, by corporate culture to optimize every second. Sleep when you're dead. Give 110% every day. If you aren't grinding, you're failing.
Which is a fundamental misunderstanding of endurance.
It really is.
The ancient text is arguing that maximum effort, deployed constantly, is actually a form of deep self-sabotage. If your effort isn't sustainable, it isn't virtuous. It's destructive.
But I'd actually argue that society actively rewards the person whipping the horse.
We do. We totally do.
We celebrate the person who pulls 3 all-nighters in a row to launch the startup. We give them Forbes covers. So how does this ancient text counteract that deeply ingrained cultural reward system?
It counteracts it by looking at the long-term wreckage.
How so?
The text explicitly links the historical destruction of past nations to this exact tendency.
Wait, like entire civilizations?
Yes. It notes that previous communities ruined themselves, not necessarily through moral depravity, but by being too harsh on themselves.
That's fascinating.
They invented incredibly severe, rigid religious practices that were never divinely asked of them, and forced their populations to adhere to them.
So the destruction wasn't a lightning bolt from the sky. It was a structural collapse.
Precisely. It was the psychological and societal collapse of a community buckling under the weight of its own invented extreme standards. The bow was pulled too tight, and eventually the wood snapped.
It's a self-inflicted ruin born out of a desire to be perfect. Enter it gently. I just want you, the listener, to sit with that phrase for a second.
It's great advice for anything.
Whether it's a new fitness regimen, a new relationship, or a new spiritual practice, enter it gently. Because if you break your psychological horse in your 20s, how are you going to ride through the desert of your 40s and 50s?
You're not. You'll be stranded. And this brings us to a really fascinating transition in the source material.
Where do we go next?
Well, the texts don't just provide poetic metaphors about horses and deserts. They actually map out the physiological and psychological reality behind this.
Okay.
They provide what we might classify today as an ancient law of neurobiology. And we see this play out vividly in the story of a young, highly enthusiastic figure named Abdullah bin Amr.
Abdullah bin Amr. To put it in modern terms, this is the guy in his early 20s who just discovered David Goggins, bought a weighted vest, and wants to live in the gym.
That is an incredibly accurate comparison.
His enthusiasm is completely off the charts.
It really is. Abdullah was a young man with immense physical energy, and he was determined to use all of it.
What was his routine?
He committed to praying throughout the entire night, every night, fasting every single day, and reading the entire Quran constantly. He was a force of nature.
Sounds exhausting.
But the text details a negotiation between him and the prophet that is deeply revealing. It reads almost like a high-stakes haggling session.
Walk us through that negotiation, because the prophet doesn't just tell him to stop, right? He tries to walk him down a ladder.
Exactly. The prophet hears of Abdullah's intense routine and intervenes. He says, I hear you fast every day and pray all night. Do not do that. Fast and break your fast, sleep, and stand in prayer.
Okay, establishing the baseline.
Right. And he initially suggests a very manageable baseline. He says, fast just 3 days a month.
3 days a month. From an everyday fast to 3 days a month is a massive, staggering reduction.
It's a huge drop.
It's like telling someone who runs ultra marathons every weekend to jog around the block twice a week. Abdullah must have felt insulted.
He essentially was. Abdullah pushes back. He says, I am stronger than that. I can do more.
He's got that 20-something energy.
He feels that he has this reservoir of youthful energy, and it would be a waste not to use it. So the prophet increases the limit slightly.
But Abdullah keeps pushing.
He keeps pushing, continuing to insist on his own strength. They go back and forth, step by step, until they reach the absolute maximum concession the prophet is willing to authorize.
Right.
Fasting every other day, which the text refers to as the fast of David. And he caps his Quran recitation to once a month.
And even then, Abdullah says, I am stronger.
He still wants more. But the prophet finally cuts off the negotiation, stating firmly, there's nothing better than that. He establishes a hard ceiling on Abdul's enthusiasm.
He puts a cap on it.
Yes. But embedded in this exchange, or closely related to these principles in the text, is a specific phrase, a psychological law that I think is the most profound insight in this entire deep dive.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You are referring to the principle of shara and fatra.
Yes. The prophet delivers a maxim. Every deed has a shara, which translates to a fierce enthusiasm, a spike of fervor, an intense burst of energy.
Right.
And every shara has a fatra, a period of lethargy, a lull, a trough.
Every shara has a fatra. Let's take that apart piece by piece, because this is a 1,400-year-old articulation of dopamine architecture.
It really is.
When I read this, I immediately mapped it onto modern neurobiology.
It maps perfectly. If we examine how dopamine functions in the human brain, it is primarily the molecule of anticipation,
The chase.
the chase, motivation, and the pursuit of novelty. When you start a new endeavor, a new job, a new hobby, a new workout plan, your brain releases a massive spike of dopamine.
And that is the shara.
That's the shara. You feel energized, hyper-focused, even obsessed. You can stay up until 3 a.m. working on the project because the neurochemical cocktail is driving you.
But biological systems are fundamentally governed by homeostasis. What goes up, biologically, must come down.
Inevitably.
The receptors in your brain literally downregulate to protect themselves from the flood of dopamine. And when that happens, you inevitably hit the crash, the trough.
The fatra.
The fatra arrives. The initial high cannot be sustained. Habituation sets in. The activity that gave you a massive rush on day 1 gives you almost nothing on day 30.
Exactly. This is the exact anatomy of the New Year's resolution cycle.
Oh, 100%. January is the collective shara.
Yes. The gyms are packed. Everyone is buying kale and running shoes. The enthusiasm is explosive.
But then the biological bill comes due, February hits, the dopamine drops, the fatra arrives, and suddenly the gym is a ghost town.
We've all seen it.
But what I find so radical about this ancient text is how it views the fatra. It doesn't condemn the lull.
That is the crucial distinction. Modern productivity culture views the loss of enthusiasm as a moral failure.
Right. If you aren't hyped, you're weak.
If you lose your drive, you are told you lack discipline, you lack willpower, you're weak. But this text states it as an unavoidable, neutral law of nature. Every deed has a lull.
It's guaranteed.
It doesn't say only weak people have a lull. It says every action is subject to this cycle. The fatra is baked into the code of human behavior.
So if the lull is inevitable, if no one can stay in January forever, how does this text define success?
That's the big question.
If success isn't living permanently in the shara, what is the actual goal?
The standard for success is revealed in the second half of that prophetic quote. He continues. So whoever's fatra, their lull, settles into my suna, my moderate middle path, then he is guided. And whoever's lull leads to other than that, he is ruined.
Let me make sure I'm synthesizing this correctly for you listening. The text is arguing that you are not measured by the height of your peak.
Correct.
You are not judged by how intensely you perform during your shara when the dopamine makes the effort easy. You are judged by where your baseline settles during your fatra.
Precisely. The true test of your character and your system is what happens when the enthusiasm is completely gone.
When the tank is empty.
When you hit your low energy trough, do you maintain a gentle, sustainable baseline? Do you still do the bare minimum of your responsibilities? Or do you fall completely off the cliff, abandon the practice entirely, and revert to destructive behaviors?
It's the difference between raising your floor and chasing a higher ceiling.
I love that framing.
When I am exhausted, irritated, and entirely unmotivated, what is my default mode? If my default is a total collapse because I burned all my resources during the shara, I have failed the test of the mount. I broke the horse.
You whiffed it too hard.
But if I pace myself and my default is just a quiet, moderate, low-energy maintenance, I win.
And we see the ultimate poignant vindication of this principle in the life of Abdullah bin Ammar himself.
Oh, what happens to him?
The historical texts follow up on him decades later. When Abdullah grew to be an old man, his physical strength naturally faded.
Of course, he hit the lifelong fatra.
Exactly. But he felt bound by the intense, extreme routine he had stubbornly negotiated in his 20s, and he struggled immensely. The texts record the older, weary Abdullah admitting, and this is so sad, how I wish I had accepted the concession of the messenger of God.
Oh, man. That is such a deeply human, heartbreaking detail.
It really is.
The young man, flooded with dopamine and ego, thought his shara would last an entire lifetime. He thought he was the exception to the rule.
Yeah, we do.
And the older man, feeling the weight of the fatra in his bones, realized the profound wisdom of pacing the mount.
It is a warning across time. Do not make permanent commitments based on peak emotional states.
Wow. Okay, let's pivot the lens here. Because if the goal of all this isn't volume, if we aren't supposed to be fasting every day and praying all night to prove our worth, if extreme external displays are actively discouraged, how does someone actually measure their spiritual health?
It's a great question.
If I can't look at a spreadsheet of my daily rituals to know if I'm a good person, what is the metric?
This requires a transition from the external, quantitative metrics to internal, qualitative sensitivity.
Moving from the outside to the inside.
Exactly. The texts provide a completely different barometer for measuring faith, and it is entirely unconcerned with volume or public intensity. It is about the condition of the internal architecture.
Right, because anyone can perform a physical ritual if they discipline themselves hard enough.
Sure.
An athlete can fast.
Mhm.
An insomniac can stay awake all night. The physical action itself doesn't guarantee spiritual elevation.
No, it doesn't.
So the text shifts the spotlight.
Mhm.
What is happening inside the chest?
There are two specific concepts mentioned in the sources that perfectly illustrate this internal barometer.
Let's hear them.
The first is a profound quote, related from the Gate of Jabiah, attributed to the prominent companion Umar, who is quoting the prophet. The metric given is this: whoever is pleased by his good deed and saddened by his bad deed is a believer.
Pleased by his good deed and saddened by his bad deed. I have to be honest, on the surface, that sounds almost too simple.
It does.
It sounds like baseline human empathy.
It sounds simple, but it implies a profound level of sustained self-awareness. It means that your internal alarm system, your conscience, is still functioning.
You haven't gone numb.
You haven't numbed yourself to your own actions. To understand why this is so critical, we have to look at the second, much more visceral concept introduced in these texts: the black dot, or nukta sauda.
The black dot. I want to spend significant time on this imagery because it's haunting. Break down the mechanics of the nukta sauda as described in the text.
The textual tradition states that when a person commits an error, a sin, or a moral failing, a tiny black dot is metaphysically placed upon their heart.
Okay.
If that person immediately pauses, reflects, feels the sadness we just mentioned, and seeks forgiveness if they correct course, the heart is polished clean. The dot is removed.
It wipes it away. But what if they don't? What if they ignore it?
If they continue in the error without reflecting, if they rationalize it and repeat it, more black dots accumulate, one after another.
It starts piling up.
Eventually, if left unchecked, the dots merge and cover the entire heart, resulting in a state called ran, which translates to rust, or a hardened, impenetrable covering.
Okay, I want to push back on this, or at least play devil's advocate for the listener.
Go for it.
Because earlier we were talking about how the text fights against crushing perfectionism. We were liberating people from the anxiety of making mistakes.
Right.
But now we're saying that every single time you mess up, a black dot stains your soul. Doesn't that just create a different, much more terrifying flavor of neurosis? Isn't that paralyzing?
That is a very astute challenge, but it fundamentally misreads the purpose of the dot. The text is not demanding that you never make a mistake. It explicitly acknowledges in other places that all humans will constantly err.
Okay, so what's the point of the dot?
A dot is not a permanent damnation. It is an indicator light on a dashboard.
An indicator light. Let me try to build an analogy here to see if I'm grasping the functional reality of this.
Please do.
Think about learning to play the acoustic guitar. When you first start, pressing your soft fingertips against those steel strings physically hurts.
Oh, it's painful.
You are highly sensitive to the friction. You play for 10 minutes and you have to stop because your fingers are completely raw.
Yeah.
But if you keep playing week after week, ignoring the pain, what happens? Your body adapts by forming calluses.
Right.
The skin gets hard, thick, and dead. Eventually, you can press down on the steel strings and feel absolutely nothing.
That is a phenomenal analogy. The black dot is the spiritual equivalent of the callus forming.
Wow.
And the ran, the rust, is the fully hardened callus where all sensitivity is entirely lost.
So the goal isn't to never touch the strings. The goal is to avoid letting your soul become so callous that you no longer feel the moral friction of your actions.
Exactly. Let's look at the chemistry of rust, since the text uses the word ran. Rust iron oxide doesn't happen in an explosive instant.
No, it's gradual.
It happens slowly, silently, over time, through prolonged exposure to the elements without maintenance. The metal loses its integrity flake by flake.
And the spiritual rust operates the same way.
It does. It isn't usually one massive, dramatic crime that destroys a person's moral compass. It is the slow, silent accumulation of tiny, uncorrected compromises that eventually harden the heart until it can no longer feel saddened by its bad deed.
So maintaining a soft heart is the real work. A little bit of repentance, a little bit of quiet self-correction acts as the polish.
It's the daily maintenance.
It removes the microcalluses so you can still feel the sting of your own mistakes. It keeps the indicator light functional.
And we can turn this back to the listener. Consider your own internal barometer right now.
Yeah, think about this.
When you do something quietly kind, say bringing in your neighbor's trash cans when it's raining, or holding your tongue when you have the perfect sarcastic comeback during an argument, does it give you a quiet, private, almost unexplainable sense of joy?
And conversely, when you misstep, when you snap at a colleague because you're stressed, or you tell a small lie to make yourself look better in a meeting, does it still bother you? Does it keep you up for 5 extra minutes when your head hits the pillow?
If the answer is yes, the text is saying, you are spiritually alive, the polish is working.
That's a huge relief.
That simple, quiet sensitivity is a far greater, far more accurate indicator of a healthy faith than the man starving himself or staying awake all night in public.
I find that incredibly democratizing. It means goodness isn't locked behind extreme physical feats.
Exactly.
You don't have to be a monk in a cave or a superhuman ascetic to have a pure heart. You just have to care when you mess up and feel joy when you do right. It makes the spiritual life accessible to the exhausted parent, the overworked nurse, the everyday person.
And this emphasis on the internal hidden state of the heart rather than the external public display of volume brings us to the very core of this entire textual deep dive.
The ultimate theme.
This is the ultimate polish. The reason why the divine in these texts vastly prefers moderate, gentle, hidden actions over extreme, loud, flashy ones.
Which brings us to the grand synthesis of all these concepts, sincerity, or in the terminology of the original Arabic text, ikhlas.
Sincerity. It all fundamentally comes down to intent. And the source material provides a powerful and, frankly, deeply terrifying theological concept to illustrate just how absolute the demand for sincerity is.
What's the concept?
In these sources, God is described as the best of partners.
Okay, best of partners. In a modern corporate context, having the best partner sounds great. It sounds like good synergy, shared risk, mutual benefit.
It does.
But given the tone of our discussion, I'm guessing there is a massive catch to this title.
A profound catch. The text outlines a divine declaration that reads like an absolute dissolution of contract.
Let's hear it.
The text says that God declares, I am the most self-sufficient of partners, needing no associate. Thus, whoever does an action for my sake, but also associates someone else in it, meaning doing it partly for God, but partly to show off to people, I will renounce the entire deed and leave it entirely to the partner.
Let me pause you there to make sure you listening are fully absorbing the gravity of this. Let's use a modern scenario.
Okay, lay it out.
Let's say I decide to donate a large sum of money to build an orphanage. It's a huge sacrifice.
Very noble.
And let's say 90% of my motivation is pure, genuine desire to help those kids and please the divine. But 10% of my motivation is secretly hoping my wealthy friends see my name carved into the plaque in the lobby so they know how generous I am.
Okay, a 90-10 split.
Right. Are you saying that because of that 10%, God says, keep it, give the whole deed to your friends?
That is precisely the theological mechanism the text is describing. God refuses split equity.
He refuses split equity. That is a brilliant way to phrase it.
If there is any showing off, any performance for an audience, a concept the text calls ria, which translates to ostentation or spiritual theater, the deed is immediately and entirely spiritually voided.
The divine partner just walks away from the table.
God only accepts what is purely, unequivocally 100% for him.
That is brutal. It is an unyielding standard.
It really is.
But when you map it against everything we've unpacked today about burnout, asceticism, and the ego, it makes perfect structural sense.
How so?
It actually explains the danger of the overdriven mount on a completely different level. To really drive this home, let's look at another striking visual from the text. The sealed scrolls on the Day of Judgment.
Oh, this is perhaps one of the most evocative and chilling narrations of the entire compilation.
Walk us through the scene.
It describes a scene on the Day of Judgment where angels, the divine record keepers, will bring forth sealed scrolls filled with a person's life deeds. The angels themselves present these scrolls to God, and they swear by them. They say, We witnessed this person's actions. We recorded the fasting, the long prayers, the vast charity. This is a scroll of pure righteousness.
So the angels, who observe the external mechanics of human action, are basically vouching for the guy.
There is references.
They are saying, look at this resume. He crushed the metrics. He was the most pious guy in town.
But God, who does not look at the external mechanics but sees directly past the action into the deepest architecture of the heart, examines the scroll and says to the angels, "Cast this away. It was meant for other than me. I will only accept today what was sought purely for my face."
Wow. I want to just sit with the sheer monumental tragedy of that moment. I want you to really imagine this.
It's devastating.
Imagine you are Uthman bin Mazen, or the hyper-enthusiastic young Abdullah bin Emar. You have spent your entire life overdriving your mount.
You've exhausted yourself.
Yeah. You burned yourself out. You ruined your physical health through lack of sleep and constant fasting. You neglected your spouse. You missed out on the joy of raising your children. You alienated your friends, all to put on this massive, grueling public display of extreme piety. You suffered immensely.
The physical and psychological toll was absolute.
Right. You endured all the pain of the ascetic. And you get to the very end, exhausted, broken, waiting for your grand cosmic reward. The scroll is presented, and it gets thrown in the trash.
Just cast away.
Why? Because secretly, deep down in the rusted corridors of your heart, you didn't do it for the divine. You just really, really wanted your neighbors to think you were holy. You suffered a lifetime of deprivation for nothing.
It is the ultimate devastating tragedy of the ego. You paid the highest possible price. But because your intended audience was human, your reward is restricted to the human realm.
You got your claps.
You got what you wanted. People thought you were pious. But that is where the transaction ends. The divine owes you nothing.
It's like doing all the grueling, life-threatening work of climbing Mount Everest. You freeze, you suffer altitude sickness, you risk your life to reach the summit, but you only did it to take a selfie for Instagram.
Exactly.
And right as you reach the peak, your camera battery dies. The entire endeavor becomes meaningless to you because the audience was removed.
If we synthesize this back to the very beginning of our deep dive, this is exactly why the hidden pious one is so heavily praised and elevated in these texts.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
The text explicitly mentions that God loves the hidden, self-sufficient, pious servant.
Yeah.
Why hidden? Because sincerity requires quietness, and quietness requires sustainability.
Oh, that is the linchpin. Let's connect those dots. The loud, extreme path, the fasting every day, praying all night is almost impossible to hide. It is inherently performative.
You can't hide it.
You can't fast every single day without your coworkers noticing you aren't eating lunch. You can't pray all night without people noticing how exhausted you are during the day. Extreme action invites an audience. And the moment the audience arrives, the ego steps in as a partner, and the deed is voided.
Contrast that with the prophet's prescription. An hour and an hour, or the fast of David, or simple, manageable baseline habits.
They fly under the radar.
Exactly. Small, moderate actions can be easily concealed. You can do a quiet act of charity or a brief private prayer, and no one in the world has to know. Moderation acts as a protective shield for sincerity.
That is beautiful.
Because the deeds are manageable, they can remain hidden in the dark. And because they are hidden, they remain pure.
You cannot perform if there is no stage. We have covered an incredibly deep, philosophically dense landscape today. Let's do a conceptual recap of the journey we've taken through these historical texts, because the architecture of this argument is just brilliant.
It really is a complete psychological framework. We began with the psychological reality of the baseline, the Hanzala syndrome, the modern anxiety of losing our spiritual or motivational highs.
Right, and the texts validated that the drop-off is not hypocrisy. It is human biology. The return to the mundane, the hour in an hour, is the intended rhythm of a healthy life.
Then we explored the physical danger of rejecting that baseline. We looked at the warning against becoming the al-munbat, the overdriven mount.
Yeah, we saw how extreme asceticism, monasticism, and what we now call grind culture inevitably lead to the collapse of the vehicle, destroying your health, your relationships, and ultimately your goals.
From there, we examined the science of enthusiasm through the negotiation of Abdullah bin Amir, the neurobiological reality that every fierce spike of motivation, every shara, must inherently be followed by a lull, a fatra.
And we learned that the standard of success is not maintaining the peak, but ensuring your lull settles into a sustainable, moderate routine rather than a destructive crash.
Which brought us to the shift from external volume to internal metrics. We learn to measure spiritual health not by how many hours we suffer, but by the sensitivity of our conscience.
The absolute necessity of polishing the heart through gentle repentance to avoid the ran, the rust, the hardened calluses of the soul.
And finally, we arrived at the ultimate polish. Sincerity, the terrifying and beautiful reality of the sealed scrolls and the divine refusal of split equity.
The profound conclusion that a small, hidden, sincere deed is infinitely heavier in the cosmic scales than a massive, public, performative one.
It is a cohesive, deeply humane psychological framework. It utterly dismantles the illusion of constant marble statue perfection and replaces it with a call for self-awareness, careful pacing, and pure, quiet intent.
Which brings me to a final thought I want to leave you, the listener, with today. Something for you to deeply mull over as you navigate the rest of your week.
We live in an era that is entirely antithetical to these ancient warnings. We live in a culture that absolutely glorifies the overdriven mount.
We do. We are told by every algorithmic feed, every self-help guru, every corporate mandate to optimize every waking second. We are pressured to push our limits relentlessly and, crucially, to display our extreme efforts for public validation.
We are trapped in a culture of performative exhaustion, desperately chasing the next Shirah, terrified of the Fatra.
It is a recipe for spiritual and psychological rust. But what if this ancient text, sitting in the desert a millennium ago, had it exactly right?
What if it did?
What if your greatest achievements, your most profound personal growth, and your deepest spiritual elevations won't actually come from those brief, burning, agonizing periods of intense public fervor?
What if they actually come from the quiet, almost invisible, seemingly boring habits that you faithfully maintain in secret during your seasons of lethargy?
It challenges the very foundation of how the modern world measures a successful life. What if the most revolutionary, rebellious thing you can do for your personal growth, your mental health, and your soul's sincerity in a world obsessed with extreme performance is to just be a little gentler on your mount?
Let's ease up a bit.
To embrace the murky, muddy, oscillating waters of your own human limitations instead of demanding a clean, binary, exhausting x-ray of perfection every single day. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Keep exploring, stay intensely curious, and as you go into tomorrow, maybe just take it an hour and an hour.
You know, usually when we talk about fixing a problem, there's this expectation of precision, like, I don't know, like engineering or something.
Right, like finding a broken part in an engine. You just swap it out.
Exactly. Or even medicine. Like, you break your arm, the x-ray shows that jagged white line, and the doctor just points to the illuminated film and says, well, there it is. It's broken, or it's not broken. It is a clean, undeniable fact.
Yeah, and we fundamentally crave that cleanliness. I mean, human beings have this inherent psychological desire for diagnostics to be binary.
Binary, like a simple yes or no.
Yes, exactly. We want to sort things into functional and broken or good and bad because, you know, that categorization provides an illusion of absolute control over our environment.
Right. If you can see the break on the x-ray, you know exactly where to put the cast. It's comforting.
It is deeply comforting. But the problem is that framework completely falls apart when you try to apply it to something less tangible.
And that's what we're getting into today. Because when you step into the world of human nature, when you step into the realm of our mistakes, our guilt, our deep-seated flaws, and our incredibly messy attempts to turn our lives around suddenly, that x-ray machine is just, it's completely useless.
Oh, absolutely useless. The human soul doesn't heal in a straight line.
No, it really doesn't.
The damage isn't visible, and the repair process is anything but linear. It is the absolute definition of diagnostic muddy waters.
The muddy waters is a great way to put it.
Because when you're dealing with human consciousness, you know, with morality and with the heavy burden of regret, you are navigating a landscape that just completely defies simple categorization. You can't just put a plaster cast on a sense of profound spiritual failure and tell someone to keep it dry for 6 weeks.
Right. Take 2 aspirins and your guilt will be gone in the morning. That just doesn't work.
Not at all.
And that is exactly the incredibly complex landscape we are exploring today on this deep dive. We are pulling apart an ancient Islamic text titled Pathways to Repentance and the Vastness of Divine Mercy.
It's a fascinating piece of literature.
It really is. And our mission today is to look at how this centuries-old tradition maps out the deeply convoluted process of human redemption. But what's really interesting is that we aren't looking at the whole sprawling manuscript.
No, that would take weeks.
Right. We are zooming in on a very specific, highly concentrated slice of this material, roughly the second tenth of the text, to be precise.
Yeah, about 11.11% into the text. And that specific placement is incredibly intentional.
How so?
Well, by the time you reach the second tenth of the material, the author assumes you already know the basic dictionary definitions of what it means to apologize or to feel bad.
So it skips all the basic stuff.
Exactly. It skips the introductory theology and plunges straight into the deep end. We are looking at the intense psychology of guilt, the literal mechanics of how redemption functions, and the almost logic-defying vastness of divine forgiveness.
And what immediately struck me about these ancient Arabian source texts is that they don't read like dry, dusty religious dogma. I mean, even if you look at this outside of a strictly theological lens, these traditions are functioning as highly advanced psychological masterclasses.
They really are. They address human nature with such precision.
Right, like they're addressing the paralysis of shame, the necessity of behavioral intervention, and the reality of chronic relapse, things we still struggle with today.
And the material relies heavily on what are known as hadiths.
Right, let's define that for the listener really quickly.
Sure. So for anyone unfamiliar with the term, a hadith is essentially a meticulously recorded, verified oral history of the sayings, actions, and teachings of the Prophet Muhammad.
So these aren't just fables someone made up around a campfire.
No, not at all. These are foundational historical records for the Islamic faith. They've been passed down and authenticated by scholars over centuries. And what we see in this specific cross-section of hadiths is this profound empathy for the human condition.
Let's start by establishing the baseline of that empathy. Because to understand how this text views our human mistakes, we first have to understand how it characterizes the entity we are making those mistakes against.
Right.
Yes, the dynamic between the human and the divine.
Exactly. How does the divine react when a person who has strayed finally realizes they are lost and tries to turn back?
To answer that question, the text doesn't use abstract philosophical jargon, which is brilliant.
Yeah, it grounds it in something real.
It grounds the theology in a visceral life-or-death survival scenario that its original 7th century Arabian audience would have understood in their very bones. It uses the setting of the desert.
And the text sets the scene incredibly vividly. So picture this. A traveler is moving through a desolate, deadly wasteland. And we really need to visualize this properly for you guys listening.
Right, this isn't a modern desert with a paved highway running through it.
No, there are no gas stations. This is ancient, unmapped expanse. A place where the heat is just oppressive, the isolation is absolute, and making a single logistical mistake means certain death. Geographically and historically, traversing a landscape like the Rub el Khali, the Empty Quarter, or the Nafud Desert meant you were entirely at the mercy of the elements.
The margin for error was zero.
Exactly zero. Your survival was entirely tethered to your riding beast, usually a camel, which carried every drop of your water, every crumb of your food, and provided your only means of escaping the hostile environment before your body gave out.
So this traveler stops to rest. He lies down to sleep in the shade of a solitary tree. And when he wakes up, his reality has completely shattered.
His worst nightmare comes true.
Yeah. His riding beast, his camel, with all his provisions, has vanished. It has just wandered off into the dunes while he slept.
I mean, just think about the immediate biological response to that realization. The cortisol and adrenaline spike, the absolute panic.
Your heart would just be hammering
Oh,
behind you.
absolutely. Because this isn't an inconvenience, it is a death sentence. There is no rescue party coming for him. There is no oasis over the next dune. The loss of that animal represents the absolute evaporation of his future.
And the text captures the psychological collapse perfectly. It says the man searches frantically until he is completely overcome with thirst and exhaustion. And then he reaches the end of his psychological endurance.
He hits a wall.
Yeah. He says to himself, I will return to my place where I was and sleep until I die. He goes back to that solitary tree. He physically lays his head on his arm, and he just waits for the end. He surrenders.
And that is a profound depiction of ego death. He has reached the absolute immovable limit of his own power.
There's no negotiating his way out of this.
Right. There is no bargaining left to do, no brilliant plan to formulate. He is a mortal creature acknowledging his complete helplessness.
But then the unimaginable happens. He wakes up from this despairing sleep, and the beast is miraculously standing right there, just standing next to his head, fully loaded with his food and water.
It's an incredible reversal.
And the source material, specifically a narration preserved by a scholar and companion of the Prophet named Anas bin Malik, includes this incredible physical detail.
Yeah.
It mentions that the camel's reins had luckily caught on the trunk or the roots of the tree.
I love that detail. That tiny, mundane detail, a leather strap catching on a root, is what anchors his salvation.
It's so cinematic.
It really is. It highlights the sheer fragility of human existence. His entire life was hanging on the friction of a tangled rein.
We have to try and comprehend the physical wave of relief this man experiences. And it's difficult to find a modern equivalent with the same terminal stakes.
It's hard for us to relate to that level of peril today.
Yeah. The closest I can think of to understand the biological mechanism of that relief is losing a young child in a massive, chaotic crowd.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
Say you're at an enormous amusement park. Your heart drops into your stomach, the panic is physically blinding, your breathing gets shallow, and then 10 minutes later, you spot them safe by a popcorn stand. The sudden crashing wave of release is staggering. Your knees go weak. Your brain is flooded with dopamine and endorphins so fast, it almost hurts.
It's a physiological shock. Now multiply that biological cascade by the fact that it is his own life he is getting back.
Right. It's that relief, but 100 times stronger.
Exactly. And the text uses this extreme emotional pinnacle to deliver its core theological thesis. It states, unequivocally repeating this across several different variations of the Hadith, that the divine is more intensely joyful at the repentance of a servant than this doomed man is at waking up to find his lost camel and his life.
More joyful. That is just wow. To really cement how delirious this man is with joy, and as Ben Malik's narration includes a moment of almost comedic human error.
Yes, the verbal slip.
Right. The man is so overwhelmed by the sheer shock of his survival, his brain essentially short-circuits. He grabs the camel's reins, and he accidentally shouts up to the heavens, "O Allah, you are my servant, and I am your Lord."
With the word Allah simply being the Arabic word for God.
Right.
The man is trying to express infinite gratitude, but his tongue gets completely twisted by the adrenaline.
And the text explicitly notes his psychological condition, adding the disclaimer that he made a mistake out of intense joy.
Which raises a profoundly important point about the framework of this entire belief system. That verbal slip is not just a funny anecdote added for color. It is the theological crux of the story.
I really want to dig into that because that moment completely flips the traditional script.
It turns it upside down.
Yeah. When we culturally envision ancient religious texts or just the concept of a supreme being, the divine is almost universally portrayed as this stern, unyielding judge.
Right, the guy with the clipboard.
Exactly. We picture an entity demanding absolute perfection, keeping a meticulous ledger of right and wrong, just waiting to strike you down on a technicality if you step out of line. So why on earth would this text use an emotion like frantic, overwhelming, messy joy to describe the creator of the universe?
Because the text is systematically dismantling the idea of a purely transactional dynamic.
Okay, unpack that for me. What do you mean by transactional?
Well, in a transactional framework, which is what you just described with the ledger book, the relationship is simple. Obey and be rewarded, disobey and be punished.
Like a vending machine. Put in a good deed, get a blessing.
Exactly like a vending machine. It is cold. It is mathematical. But by attributing the emotion of joy to the divine, this hadith radically reframes the human-divine relationship. It transforms it from a boss looking at a timesheet into a deeply relational, almost parental yearning.
It implies that the divine has a vested emotional interest in the outcome of the human.
Precisely. It communicates that God doesn't just coldly accept the apology of a sinner and rubber stamp their paperwork. The return of a flawed human being brings active, celebratory delight to the ultimate power in the universe.
It's an event.
Yes. Your spiritual survival is not just a statistical correction on a spreadsheet. It is a celebrated event.
But let's look closer at the wording of his mistake, because I think we glossed over how huge this is. The guy essentially commits the ultimate blasphemy. He calls the creator of the universe his servant.
He literally demotes God.
Right. In a rigid, punitive system, that is an immediate lightning bolt. That is grounds for instantaneous destruction, for disrespect.
And that is exactly why the inclusion of the verbal slip is so brilliant. He commits a massive, objective, verbal sin, yet the narrative frames it as a moment of pure, transcendent beauty. The text goes out of its way to excuse him, noting he made the mistake out of intense joy.
It proves that intentionality completely overrides technical rule following.
The underlying mechanism of judgment here is focused entirely on the state of the human heart. The divine is not parsing the man's grammar or looking for an excuse to condemn him based on a technicality.
The ultimate gotcha moment.
Right, there are no gotchas here. The overarching force of the universe is looking at the explosive, undeniable gratitude vibrating in his chest. The intent of his heart is the only currency that actually matters in that moment.
It's a very humanizing concept. It reminds me of the psychological dynamic of a parent and a toddler.
How so?
Well, imagine a 3-year-old makes their mother a handmade card, but they spell her name completely wrong, they write it backwards, and they accidentally use permanent marker on the dining room table in the process.
Oh, the classic permanent marker disaster.
Exactly.
Mhm.
The mother isn't grading the spelling or immediately calculating the property damage. She is overwhelmed by the intent behind the action. She just sees that her kid loves her.
The mother sees the love, not the mess. And the text is establishing this rule right out of the gate. The ultimate authority in the universe isn't waiting in the bushes to crush you when you stumble. By portraying the divine reaction as overwhelming joy, the text neutralizes the concept of toxic shame.
And that is a massive psychological intervention. Because when people mess up, when they break their own moral code, the immediate biological and psychological response is shame.
And shame makes you hide.
It really does. You think, I am ruined, I can't go back, the bridge is burned, I might as well just stay in the dark.
Shame paralyzes the human capacity for change. It whispers that you are too far gone to be salvaged. This ancient text directly attacks that paralysis. It tells the listener that the pathway back is not a walk of humiliation where you will be berated. It is a return to a state of safety where your arrival is eagerly anticipated.
Okay, so the camel story beautifully proves that the divine is joyful when a relatively normal person messes up and comes back. It establishes that the system leans heavily toward grace.
Yes, heavily biased toward mercy. But let's stress test this theory, because I think a lot of people listening are probably wondering, if this joy is so vast, does it apply to everyone? What happens when the person trying to come back isn't just a normal traveler who got a little lost? What if the person seeking redemption is an absolute monster?
This brings us to the second major narrative in this section of the source material, and it is a profound transition. We move from the abstract concept of divine joy into the darkest, most extreme edge of human malice.
We're going from a guy in the desert to a serial killer.
Exactly. It's a story that explores the absolute limits of moral recovery.
The text presents what is essentially an ancient spiritual psychological thriller. It centers on a man from an unnamed ancient time who was a prolific serial killer. The Hadith specifies that this man had murdered 99 people.
We really need to pause and absorb the weight of that number, 99 victims.
That's practically a small town. It is. This isn't someone who committed petty theft or made a bad business error. This is a warlord, a butcher, a person whose very existence has been a plague of trauma on his society. He is completely bathed in innocent blood.
But the narrative introduces a pivot. Even after 99 murders, something shifts in his psychology. The text indicates he feels a stirring of remorse, a sudden need to know if there's a way out of the darkness he has built around himself.
A crisis of conscience.
Yeah. So he asks the people in his community to direct him to the most knowledgeable person on earth.
He is seeking a spiritual and psychological diagnosis. He recognizes the terminal sickness of his own soul, and he is desperately trying to find an authority who can tell him if the damage is permanent, or if the concept of redemption we just discussed actually applies to someone with his track record.
So the community directs him to a monk, a man who has dedicated his life to isolated worship and strict religious observance. The killer tracks this monk down, stands before him, and confesses that he has the blood of 99 people on his hands. And he asks a very direct question. Is there any repentance possible for me?
And the monk, who represents a very specific archetype of rigid, unyielding piety, gives him a definitive one-word answer: no.
Just no. The psychological fallout of that no is catastrophic. The killer, likely overwhelmed by despair and probably a surge of rage at having the door of hope slammed in his face, draws his weapon and kills the monk on the spot. He rounds his victim count up to an even 100.
This interaction is incredibly dense from a behavioral standpoint. We really have to deconstruct the difference between this monk and the scholar the killer meets later.
Because they react completely differently.
Totally differently. The monk represents institutional rigidity. He understands the rules, he understands the ledger of right and wrong, but he fundamentally lacks wisdom regarding human psychology.
He acts as a gatekeeper to the divine.
A deadly gatekeeper. The monk looks at the mathematics of the situation. 99 murders. The math dictates that you are irrevocably damned. But his lack of psychological insight has a horrific real-world consequence.
Right, he doesn't realize who he's talking to.
By removing the killer's hope, the monk accidentally removes the killer's only incentive to stop killing.
It's the psychology of a cornered animal. If you tell someone they are permanently condemned, you strip away their moral brakes. The logic becomes, if I am already going to hell, if there's absolutely no path back to humanity, what does one more body matter? Why should I restrain myself?
Criminologists and psychologists see this exact phenomenon in the no-way-out mentality. When a person believes their identity is permanently fixed as a monster, they will perform the role of the monster with devastating efficiency.
Because they have nothing left to lose.
Exactly. Despair breeds destruction.
Yeah.
The monk's rigidity literally gets him killed because he failed to understand that hope is the foundational requirement for behavioral change.
And that dynamic is surprisingly relevant today. I mean, we see this constantly in modern digital society, particularly with internet echo chambers and cancel culture.
Oh, absolutely.
When someone makes a severe mistake, the collective reaction is often to permanently brand them. We create these environments where there is no path to rehabilitation. And what happens? The person who is ostracized leans into the toxicity. They retreat to darker corners, find other ostracized people, and their behavior becomes even more extreme.
Because society told them they cannot be redeemed, so they stop trying to be good.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of ruin. But the narrative doesn't end with the monk's murder. The killer's conscience, remarkably, isn't dead. The agitation returns. He goes back out and asks again to be directed to the most knowledgeable person on earth.
This time, the community directs him to someone different. They don't send him to an isolated worshiper. They send him to an alim.
What does that translate to?
The Arabic term translates roughly to a true scholar, a person of profound knowledge and wisdom, not just rote memorization.
Okay, so a deeper level of understanding.
The distinction between the worshiper and the alim is crucial in the text. The alim possesses systemic understanding. He understands the overarching mercy of the divine that the monk was blind to, but he also understands the intricate mechanics of human behavior.
The killer approaches this scholar, lays out his staggering confession, 100 murders now, and asks the exact same question. Is there any repentance for me?
The scholar's response is a masterpiece of psychological intervention. He answers, yes, who can stand between you and repentance?
That's a powerful way to phrase it.
Notice what he does there. He doesn't just offer an affirmative answer. He actively challenges the premise that anyone, including the dead monk, has the authority to sever the link between a human being and the Creator. He reestablishes the direct, unbreakable access to grace.
But the scholar doesn't stop there. He doesn't just give the killer a warm hug, say you're forgiven, and send him back to his house. He issues a very specific, demanding behavioral prescription.
A treatment plan, essentially.
Yeah. He tells the killer, you must leave your current land because it's an evil land. You must travel to this specific other town where people are devoted to worshiping God, and you must join them. Do not return to your homeland.
This is where the ancient text perfectly aligns with modern neuroscience and behavioral psychology. The scholar recognizes a fundamental truth about human habit. Willpower alone is entirely insufficient if your environment remains toxic.
Let's expand on that mechanism. Why is willpower useless in an evil land?
Because of how the human brain wires triggers and habit loops through neuroplasticity. Every time this man walked down a street in his hometown, his brain was bombarded with environmental cues associated with his past behavior.
So the environment itself is a trigger.
Exactly. The people who feared him, the locations where he committed violence, the enablers who allowed him to operate these are all deeply entrenched psychological triggers. In the cue routine reward loop of habit formation, his environment is constantly providing the cue for violence.
It's the exact same framework used in modern addiction recovery.
Yes, a perfect parallel.
A core tenet of treating severe substance abuse is that you cannot heal a person in the exact same environment that made them sick. If you take someone struggling with addiction, detox them in a clinic, but then send them back to the exact same apartment with the exact same friends, dealing with the exact same daily stressors, their relapse is almost mathematically guaranteed.
The brain's established pathways are just too strong.
The scholar's advice is an ancient articulation of changing your playmates and your playgrounds. He understands that spiritual transformation requires structural, geographic, and social change. The killer has to physically uproot himself and plant his life in new soil, a community that models the behavior he wants to adopt if he has any hope of the change becoming permanent.
So our serial killer actually listens. He packs whatever he has, turns his back on his entire life, and starts walking down the dirt road toward this new, righteous land.
But here's where the story shifts from a behavioral lesson into a cosmic courtroom drama. Halfway through the journey, while he is literally in the middle of the road between the evil land and the good land, his body gives out. Death suddenly comes to him.
He dies in the transitional space. He is no longer who he was, but he hasn't fully arrived at who he wanted to be.
That is a terrifying place to be caught. The text describes the skies opening up and two distinct groups of angels descending upon his body, the angels of mercy and the angels of punishment, and they begin to fiercely debate who has the right to take his soul.
The arguments presented by the two groups of angels represent two completely different paradigms of justice. The angels of punishment represent pure, empirical, retributive justice. They argue based on his track record.
And honestly, their case is incredibly strong.
It's airtight.
They point at the body and say he murdered 100 people, he terrorized a nation, he never actually performed a single good deed. All he did was walk down a road and fall over. From a purely empirical standpoint, they are absolutely right.
But the angels of mercy argue from the paradigm of restorative justice and divine intent. They argue he came with a repentant heart. He had abandoned his evil and was actively moving toward the good. They are focused not on what he did, but on what he was genuinely attempting to become.
To settle this massive jurisdictional dispute, the text states that an angel in human form is sent down to act as a divine mediator or a judge. He listens to both sides, and he issues a ruling that relies on a physical measurement. He tells them, measure the distance between the two lands. Whichever town he is physically closer to, that is who gets his soul.
It creates a moment of unbearable tension. They literally pull out the cosmic measuring tape to determine the fate of a man with 100 victims.
And the result of the measurement is staggering. The angels measure the earth, and the man is found to be closer to the good land by a mere handspan.
Just a few inches.
Because of that minuscule margin, the angels of mercy take his soul. He is saved.
Now, we have to look at the specific historical annotations and variations of this hadith, because they elevate the story from a simple moral fable into a profound theological revelation.
Right. The source material includes a detail passed down by an early scholar named Qatada. Qatada noted that as the man was dying, as his body was failing and he realized the end was upon him, he physically thrust his chest forward toward the good land.
He used his last ounce of biological energy not to brace for the fall, but to fight for an extra inch of distance toward his goal.
And there is another, even more mind-bending variation in the compilation. It states that the measurement wasn't just a lucky coincidence.
This is my favorite part of the text.
The text says that God actively commanded the evil land to move further away and commanded the good land to move closer. The divine literally shifted the geography of the planet, manipulating the physical earth, to ensure the serial killer won the measurement by a handspan.
Let's deeply unpack the philosophical implications of that shifting earth, because it answers the most difficult question this story raises.
Yeah, we have to address this because I am putting myself in the shoes of someone listening to this right now, and I have to push back hard here.
Please do.
This is a guy who murdered 100 people, that had 100 families destroyed, generations wiped out, massive societal trauma. He didn't build an orphanage to balance the scales. He didn't spend 30 years doing community service. He just felt bad, walked down a dirt road, thrust his chest forward, and died. How does the math of justice possibly work here? Doesn't this text promote incredibly cheap grace? Isn't it just a fairy tale that lets monsters off the hook?
It is the most natural human reaction to demand that the scales balance perfectly. We want a pound of flesh for a pound of pain. But the text is forcing the listener to confront a paradigm of justice that transcends human mathematics.
But how is it not cheap grace?
Because the agony of his realization and the complete abandonment of his past life was a profound internal tearing apart. The story uses his physical journey as a metaphor for spiritual trajectory.
Explain the difference between track record and trajectory in this context, because that seems to be the core distinction.
The angels of punishment were fixated on his track record, the immutable facts of his past. But the angels of mercy, guided by the overarching will of the divine, were focused on his trajectory, the future he was actively, agonizingly stepping into. In this ancient framework, spiritual success isn't defined by crossing a finish line of moral perfection. It is defined entirely by the direction your heart is facing when the clock runs out.
So it's not about the coordinates of where you were standing on the map. It's about the vector. It's about which way you were walking.
Exactly. Taking that first heavy step away from everything you know against the momentum of a lifetime of evil requires a monumental exertion of will. That single step of genuine, agonizing change is weighed in this text as heavier and more valuable than a lifetime of easy, untested piety from a monk who never had to struggle with his own darkness.
That makes a lot of sense. But think about the biological implications of the Earth shifting. That is the part that really blows my mind. The fact that the universe physically contorted itself to save him.
It addresses the philosophical tension between divine predestination and human free will perfectly. The man exerted his free will to make a choice. He pushed his chest forward. He did the absolute maximum that his failing human biology would allow.
He gave everything he had.
Right. And the moment he exhausted his human effort, the divine intervened to cover the remaining distance.
So the universe is not a neutral observer.
Precisely. The overarching force of existence is fundamentally biased toward mercy. If the empirical track record was the only thing that mattered, the Earth wouldn't have moved. The fact that the geography shifted proves that when a human being makes a sincere, desperate effort to realign with the good, the Creator commands the fabric of reality itself to collaborate with that effort. The divine rigged the cosmic measurement to ensure he survived.
Because, tying it back to the first story of the lost camel, the divine wants the human to win.
Yes, the divine is rooting for you.
The ultimate authority is actively cheering for the comeback, even when the human in question is the absolute worst of society.
It completely redefines the concept of hope. If a man with the blood of 100 people on his hands can have the earth moved for him simply because he took a few desperate steps in the right direction, it forces the listener to look at their own life and realize that they cannot possibly be beyond the reach of that same grace.
Which provides the perfect logical bridge to the final section of our deep dive today. Because while the story of the serial killer is incredibly dramatic and cinematic, it represents an extreme outlier.
A very extreme outlier.
Yeah. Most of the people listening to this right now, well, I certainly hope none of you listening are fleeing a trail of 100 bodies.
Statistically speaking, it is highly unlikely.
Right. The extreme examples are useful for establishing the absolute boundaries of mercy, but we need to bring this down to the mundane. What about the everyday reality of failure? What about the person who isn't committing atrocities, but just keeps making the exact same small, frustrating mistakes over and over and over again?
The text anticipates this beautifully. It transitions from the dramatic extreme to a scenario that is almost painfully relatable for all of us. It details the psychology of the chronic relapser.
The Haggith lays out a very specific cyclical scenario. A servant commits a sin. They recognize their failure, they feel a pang of genuine guilt, and they turn inward and say, "My Lord, forgive me."
And God responds from the unseen, saying, "My servant committed a sin, but knew he is a Lord who forgives sin and holds accountable for it."
I really want to focus on the nuance of that response. The divine doesn't just say, "You are forgiven."
No, it's more specific.
Right, the divine actively acknowledges the servant's cognitive awareness. The servant hasn't lost their moral compass, they know who is in charge, and they know the standard they're trying to reach.
They recognize their dependency on grace.
But then, human nature takes over. The text states that the servant repeats the exact same sin again. They relapse. They fall back into the habit. And again, feeling terrible, they ask for forgiveness.
And the divine gives the exact same steady response. My servant committed a sin, but knew he has a Lord who forgives.
Notice the lack of escalation there.
Right, there's no rising tension.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In a human relationship, if someone apologizes and then immediately does the exact same thing again the next day, our patience fractures. We get angry, we feel manipulated, but the divine baseline response remains completely unagitated.
The text pushes the cycle a third time. The servant relapses yet again. They ask for forgiveness a third time. And in this final iteration, God responds by affirming the servant's awareness of him, but concludes with an incredibly heavy, complex statement. Do what you wish, for I have forgiven you.
Do what you wish. Those 4 words have sparked centuries of theological and philosophical debate among scholars who have studied this text.
A massive debates.
Because on the surface, it sounds incredibly dangerous. I have to look at it from a different angle here, because my immediate reaction is that this sounds like a blank check. If a person hears, "Do what you wish, for I have forgiven you," doesn't that just give them permission to be terrible?
You're asking if it exploits the system, if it creates a loophole.
Exactly. Think about a corrupt CEO exploiting his workers, or someone who is emotionally abusive to their spouse. Can they just yell at their partner, feel a tiny bit bad, say, sorry, God, here, do what you wish, and then wake up the next morning and intentionally abuse their partner again? Doesn't this text inadvertently validate malicious behavior?
It is a critical distinction to make, and it requires us to understand the deep psychology behind the phrase. We have to look at the context of the servant's heart within the narrative. This phrase is absolutely not a license for calculated malicious abuse of grace.
So how does the text differentiate between the two? Because from the outside, they look the same.
It comes down to the nature of the struggle. The abuser in your example is planning their next offense while half-heartedly apologizing for the current one. Their apology is a manipulation tactic.
They're weaponizing the apology.
Yes, but the servant in the text is trapped in a cycle of weakness, not a cycle of malice. Every time the servant sins, they are genuinely distressed by their failure. They truly wanted to stop, but their willpower failed them. Do what you wish is a divine acknowledgement of the sincerity of their exhaustion.
So it's acknowledging the fight itself. The divine sees the invisible war happening inside the person's mind.
Exactly. The divine is essentially saying, I see your weakness. I see that your biology, your habits, and your environment are overwhelming you. But as long as your internal compass still forcefully points back to seeking forgiveness after you fall, as long as you refuse to surrender to the darkness and give up the struggle, the connection between us remains unbroken.
You will inevitably fall again.
Yes, you will fall again, but because I know your heart will always turn back to me, you are already enveloped in forgiveness.
That reframes the entire concept of failure. The failure itself isn't the ultimate problem. The surrender is the problem. Apathy is the real enemy, not the mistake.
To solidify this concept, the text follows the story of the relapser with a profound, overarching hadith. It acts as a universal rule for the human condition. It says, every son of Adam is a prolific sinner, and the best of the sinners are those who constantly repent.
Let's break down the language there, because the phrasing prolific sinner feels very heavy.
In the original Arabic, the word used is kata. This is an intensive morphological form of the word for making a mistake. It doesn't just mean someone who occasionally slips up once a year.
It's not a rare event.
No, it implies an overwhelming frequency. It defines a person who makes mistakes habitually, constantly, and repeatedly by the very nature of their design.
And honestly, that is painfully accurate to the human experience. I mean, think about modern habits. For anyone listening to this, think about the trivial things first, like dieting.
But the classic struggle.
Right. You swear to yourself with absolute sincerity at 8 a.m. that you are not going to eat junk food today. And by 11 p.m., you are standing in the glow of the refrigerator eating a block of cheese. We've all been there. Or screen time. You set a firm limit to stop doom scrolling before bed, and 2 hours later, you are still hypnotized by your phone in the dark.
We are creatures built on habit loops, and our prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for impulse control, is easily exhausted by stress, fatigue, and emotion.
And it scales up to the serious things, too. Losing our temper with our kids or our partners, we snap, we see the hurt in their eyes, we feel crushing guilt. We read a parenting book, we swear we will practice mindful patience, and 3 days later, under the pressure of getting everyone out the door for school, we snap again.
The text's use of the word kata completely normalizes this human friction. It is a profound philosophical statement. Perfection is simply not the goal of the human design.
Wow. Perfection isn't the goal. We spend our entire lives, our entire careers, acting like it is. We torture ourselves over our inability to be flawless. But this ancient text is flat out telling us that a flawless record is not even what we were engineered for.
If the creator of the universe wanted to interact with flawless, perfectly obedient entities, the text implies he would have just created more angels.
Right, because angels are already perfect in this tradition.
Exactly. In this theological framework, angels do not possess free will or conflicting biological desires. They execute commands perfectly. But humanity was intentionally designed with internal friction. We were given biological drives, ego, forgetfulness, and a profound capacity for error. Therefore, the text implies that constant, humble realignment is the highest possible form of human worship.
It reminds me of the mechanics of sailing a boat.
How so?
If you want to sail from one island to another, you don't just point the bow in a perfectly straight line, lock the steering wheel, and go to sleep. It's physically impossible.
Because of the environment.
Right. The wind shifts, the ocean currents drag the hull, the waves knock you off course. You have to stand at the helm and constantly, microscopically adjust the tiller. You pull it left, you ease it right. The entire journey is nothing but a series of tiny corrections.
That is a phenomenal analogy for the human soul. The adjustments are the journey. The willingness to notice you are off course and pull the tiller back is the definition of success.
I think we really need to contrast this ancient wisdom with the modern cultural mindset we live in today, because we are currently marinating in an environment of toxic perfectionism. We talked about internet cancel culture earlier with the monk, but it applies to corporate culture and social media posturing too. We demand flawless records from each other.
We absolutely do. We have created a society with zero tolerance for the kata, the prolific mistake maker.
Exactly. One strike, one poorly worded tweet from a decade ago, one public failure in leadership, and your reputation is permanently incinerated. You are branded with a scarlet letter.
It is a deeply arrogant societal posture. We hold each other to a punitive, unforgiving standard that the ultimate judge of the universe, the entity that actually has the right to demand perfection, doesn't even hold us to.
It's backwards.
It is. This ancient text argues that resilience, the simple, unglamorous willingness to swallow your pride, admit your flaw, and try again, is valued infinitely higher than an impossible, unbroken streak of perfection.
The hero of this worldview isn't the person who never falls down. The hero is the person who falls down 100 times, is battered and exhausted, but still manages to stand up for the 101st time.
Because bringing it all together, the direction you are facing when you stand back up is what triggers the joy of the divine.
I want to take a moment to synthesize everything we've just unpacked, because we've covered some incredibly deep emotional and philosophical terrain today. We just took a microscopic look at roughly the second tenth of pathways to repentance and the vastness of divine mercy.
And look at the profound behavioral and spiritual architecture we found in just that 11% of the material. It's staggering. We started by exploring a divine force that doesn't just coldly tolerate our existence, but actually feels a desperate, overwhelming rush of joy at our return, mirroring the biological shock of a doomed man waking up to find his lost camel in the lethal Arabian desert.
We learned that the universe prioritizes your trajectory over your track record. You can possess a past as dark and destructive as the man with 100 victims, but if you take one agonizing step toward a healthier environment, the text argues that the Creator might literally shift the physical earth to catch you before you fall.
And finally, we found deep psychological validation for our messy, repetitive, everyday struggles. The chronic relapser isn't viewed as a systemic failure in the eyes of the divine. They are successfully fulfilling their human design by continuously fighting to realign their compass. They are constantly pulling the tiller.
It is a worldview that completely dismantles the paralyzing effects of shame and toxic perfectionism. So as we wrap up this exploration, I want to leave you, the listener, with a final provocative thought to turn over in your mind. Take this with you on your commute, or think about it while you're making dinner tonight. This ancient source material portrays the ultimate, flawless creator of the universe, the entity that engineered the nuclear fusion of the stars, the laws of quantum physics, and the vastness of time itself, extending infinite patience, breathtaking empathy, and literal celebratory joy toward deeply flawed, struggling, chronically failing human beings. If the most perfect entity in existence views human failure with that much grace and understanding, shouldn't we start offering a little more of that exact same grace to ourselves when we look in the mirror? And maybe, just maybe, shouldn't we offer a little more of it to the flawed, messy people sitting right next to us?
It is a paradigm shift that could fundamentally alter how we treat humanity on a daily basis.
We started this conversation talking about x-rays and broken bones. We admitted that we like things clean, we like the jagged white line, so we can point to the film and say, there's the bad guy, there's the broken thing, let's fix it or throw it away. But when you step into the reality of guilt, trauma, and redemption, the diagnostic waters get incredibly muddy. But after spending an hour inside this ancient text, I don't think that's a bad thing anymore.
How do you mean?
Well, maybe the waters of the human soul aren't murky because they're dirty. Maybe they're just muddy because they are infinitely deeper than we ever thought possible.
That is a beautiful way to frame it. The depth is where the grace lives.
Thank you so much for taking this deep dive with us. Keep your compass pointing forward, keep adjusting that tiller, and we'll catch you next time.
So imagine a door, like a door so incredibly massive that it takes 70 entire years just to walk across the threshold from one side to the other.
Right.
You're just standing there in front of this architectural structure of pure grace, and it literally spans the entirety of your horizon. But now imagine that same door is closing.
Yeah, the hinges are moving.
Exactly. The hinges are moving, the lock is starting to engage, and your only warning, like your absolute final deadline to actually step through it, is the visceral, undeniable sound of your own death rattle. Welcome to the deep dive.
It really is just a terrifying and incredibly beautiful juxtaposition, to be honest.
Oh, completely.
Yeah, this infinite expanse of second chances
Yeah,
and it's colliding directly with the really fragile, finite reality of our human biology.
it's intense. And today we are opening up a piece of source material that completely shatters the way we typically think about guilt, mistakes, and redemption.
Shatters is the right word.
Yeah. We're looking at a classical Arabic text. It's titled Pathways to Repentance and the Vastness of Divine Mercy. And look, these types of classical texts are usually just sprawling.
Oh, absolutely massive. Volumes and volumes.
Right. They are these massive compilations of theological frameworks, sayings, historical traditions. But we have a very specific mission for you today.
We are not trying to summarize the whole thing.
No, not at all. We are not going to skim this entire book for a broad, superficial overview. Instead, we're putting just the foundation under a microscope.
Which I think is the best way to do it.
I agree. We're looking at exactly the first fraction of the text. So roughly the first 11.11% to be exact.
And that is arguably the most critical place to start. I mean, these classical frameworks, the opening lines aren't just, a polite introduction or a table of contents.
Right, they aren't just saying hello.
Exactly. They're the architectural foundation for the entire worldview. The author is basically establishing the physics of the universe they're about to describe.
The physics of the universe. I like that.
Yeah, because if you don't deeply understand the mechanics of mercy that get established in this opening fraction, the rest of the sprawling volumes just won't make any sense.
Yeah, it really won't.
These opening pages answer the core universal question, which is, how is a human being actually supposed to process their own inevitable failures without just completely collapsing under the weight of them?
And as we go through this, I want you, yes, you listening right now, to really hold your own life up to the light. Think about how you handle your own missteps. Think about the friction you carry around every single day from the things you wish you hadn't said.
Or the things you wish you had done differently.
Exactly. Think about the second chances you desperately need. And honestly, the ones you stubbornly refuse to give to others.
Oh.
Because this text is going to aggressively challenge the way you process your own human error.
It really doesn't pull any punches.
It doesn't. It starts right at the beginning in a chapter titled The Obligation of Repentance. And the author just immediately drops this tradition where the prophet states, quote, "O people, repent to God, for I repent to God 100 times a day."
100 times a day.
Yeah.
We really, really need to sit with the sheer mathematics of that statement.
Yeah, the math is wild.
It really is, because it's vital to understanding the entire psychological mindset that's being proposed here. So let's just break it down logically.
Okay, let's do it.
If we assume an average person is awake for roughly, 16 hours a day.
Yeah, sounds about right for a normal sleep schedule.
So repenting 100 times during those 16 hours means you are hitting that internal reset button roughly once every 10 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, every single day of your life, every 10 minutes.
Okay, I have to stop you right there. Once every 10 minutes. Because my immediate, visceral reaction to that is just complete resistance.
Why is that?
Well, doesn't apologizing 100 times a day sound completely exhausting? Or, honestly, kind of disingenuous?
I can see how you'd get there.
I mean, think about it in a human context. If I bump into you in the hallway at work and I say sorry 100 times before lunch, by the 20th time, you are going to tell me to stop talking.
Right. The word loses its meaning.
Exactly. It feels like a neurotic obsession with being broken. It sounds like someone who is trapped in a spiral of self-loathing, Like, they can't do anything right.
I completely understand why you'd have that reaction. Our modern society trains us to view apologies through a very specific, high-stakes lens.
Right. It's usually a big deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if we look at the philosophical framework of this text, it's actually the exact opposite of an obsession with being broken.
Really?
Yeah. It is an obsession with functional maintenance.
Functional maintenance. Okay, tell me more about that.
So in our culture, we tend to frame repentance as an emergency response to a massive moral failure. Like you embezzle money.
Oh, yeah.
Or you destroy a marriage, or you crash a car recklessly. And then standing in the smoking crater of your life, you finally repent.
Right. It's reserved for the catastrophes.
Exactly. It's a rare catastrophic event. But By setting the baseline at 100 times a day, this text normalizes human error to an astonishing degree. It's removing the catastrophic weight of the mistake.
Oh, I see. It's saying that failure isn't the exception, it's the rule.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It is telling you, look, you are a human being, which means you are going to make micro errors constantly.
Constantly.
Your attention will slip, your ego will flare up, your patience will thin. It frames repentance not as some dramatic, tear-filled breakdown on a courtroom floor, but as a continuous rhythmic state of being.
Huh.
It's not a panic alarm, it's a heartbeat.
A heartbeat. Wow, I really like that framing. It makes me think of, well, the technology we use every day, specifically a smartphone's GPS.
Oh, that's an interesting comparison.
Right. Because when you're driving in a new city and you miss a turn, the GPS doesn't panic. The screen doesn't suddenly turn red, and a voice doesn't come over the speaker saying, "You absolute failure."
Why didn't you turn left on Main Street?
Yes. You're a terrible driver, your sense of direction is inherently flawed, and you are never going to make it home. It doesn't do that.
It doesn't pass a sweeping moral judgment on the missed turn.
Exactly. It doesn't view the wrong turn as a catastrophic character flaw. It just goes ding and calmly says, recalculating.
Recalculating, yeah.
The phone isn't broken. The car isn't broken. The destination hasn't disappeared. The system just instantly, dispassionately accepts the new reality of where you are.
It drops the old route.
Drops the old route and constantly recalculates the optimal path forward. And if you're driving through a complicated, unfamiliar city, your GPS might recalculate 20, 30, maybe 50 times.
Easy.
So hitting recalculate every 10 minutes, doing it 100 times a day, is simply an acknowledgement that the terrain of human life is incredibly complex. The variables are constantly changing, and you are going to drift off the optimal path all the time.
That analogy perfectly captures the psychological freedom embedded in this practice. I mean, think about the friction of the recalculating mindset versus the guilt mindset.
Okay, let's compare them.
If you hold on to the guilt of that missed turn, if you grip the steering wheel and yell at yourself for being stupid, you are highly likely to miss the next 3 turns.
Oh, for sure, because you're so distracted.
Because your cognitive load is entirely consumed by your own frustration. You are looking backwards while you are trying to move forwards.
That never works.
No, it doesn't. This ancient text is advocating for the instant, systematic release of that psychological friction.
So it's essentially a practice of cognitive offloading.
Exactly. Imagine what your own inner monologue would look like if you genuinely internalize this. If you hit the internal refresh button 100 times a day.
It would be so peaceful.
Right. You feel a sudden spike of anxiety about an email. You recognize it, you reset, you drop it. You experience a moment of intense impatience while waiting in line at the grocery store. You acknowledge the frustration, you internally course correct, and you drop it.
You don't let it ruin your whole afternoon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have a cynical, uncharitable thought about a coworker. You catch it, you hit recalculate, and you let it go. You don't carry that baggage until it accumulates into a major emotional crisis at the end of the week.
You just drop the heavy thing you're holding 10 times an hour.
Yeah.
When you frame it like that, it actually sounds infinitely less exhausting than what we normally do.
We normally collect our resentments.
Yes. We collect our resentments and our tiny guilts like rocks in a backpack, and by Friday, we wonder why our backs are breaking.
So true.
This text is saying, drop the rock immediately. Just drop it. But, okay, that brings up a massive, highly practical question. Okay. How do you actually do it? If we are supposed to be recalculating 100 times a day, what is the actual mechanical process of this repair?
Right. What does it look like in practice?
Exactly. And the text answers this by laying out a really striking 2-step mechanism. It's under a section on confession and repentance, and it brings in 2 specific traditions. First, a tradition from Aisha, which notes that if a servant confesses their sin and then repents, God accepts it.
Okay, so confession is first.
Right. And then a second tradition from Abdullah bin Masud that is almost jarring in its brevity. Like, it's so short.
What is it?
It's literally a 3-word sentence. Regret is repentance.
Regret is repentance.
Oh.
It is a radically simple statement, but we really have to synthesize these 2 traditions carefully.
Yeah, how do they fit together?
Because they aren't contradictory at all.
Yeah.
They actually form a brilliant sequential mechanism for psychological and spiritual repair. So let's start with the first step, confession.
Okay, step 1.
In this framework, confession isn't necessarily about going to a human authority figure.
like sitting in a booth or going to a judge.
Right. It's much deeper than that.
Yeah.
It is about objective truth-telling to oneself and to the divine. You cannot fix a flaw you refuse to accurately name.
Right, because human beings are absolute masters of self-deception.
Oh, the best at it.
If you don't force yourself to objectively name the thing you did, you will rationalize it into oblivion. You'll say, well, I wasn't really lying to my boss. I was just heavily managing the optics of the situation.
Managing the optics. I love that.
Right. Or you say, I didn't lose my temper and yell at my kids. I was just passionately enforcing boundaries.
The ego has an infinite capacity for public relations.
It really does.
Yeah.
We all have an internal PR team working overtime.
We do. And confession is the act of stripping away that internal PR campaign. It forces you to stand in the harsh light and look at the objective reality of your action.
You have to say the words.
You have to say, I lied. It wasn't optics. It was a lie.
Yeah.
That objective acknowledgement is the necessary precursor. But then we get to the second part, which is where this text completely upends our normal human expectations.
The regret is repentance part?
Yes. Regret is repentance. We need to pause and think deeply about the bureaucratic and honestly ritualistic barriers that human societies constantly build around the concept of forgiveness.
Oh, human forgiveness is an absolute gauntlet.
It is.
When someone makes a mistake in our society, we demand a highly choreographed performance.
We really do.
We want the Notes app apology on social media.
Oh, the classic Notes app screenshot.
Right. We want to see them lose their job or at least suffer a measurable drop in social status. We want them to do public community service to earn their way back into our good graces. We treat forgiveness as an external transaction.
Because human society operates on external metrics.
Yeah.
We have to. But this text completely bypasses all of that human bureaucracy.
It just skips it entirely.
It skips it and makes a profound theological and psychological claim. The purely internal act of feeling deep, agonizing remorse is the repair mechanism itself.
I want to translate this into a physical reality because the concept of an internal feeling acting as a literal cure is just fascinating to me.
Okay, let's hear the analogy.
Think about a physical wound. Let's say you accidentally give yourself a deep cut on your arm while cooking.
Ouch. Okay.
Yeah. The confession part of this process is turning on the kitchen lights, taking off the bloody towel, and objectively looking at the cut.
Right. You're not ignoring it.
Exactly. You aren't pretending it's just a scratch. You are objectively acknowledging the trauma. You are cleaning the wound. That's confession.
Mm-hmm.
But the regret part, the regret is your body's immune system.
Oh, I see where you're going.
It's the blood automatically clotting. It's the white blood cells naturally rushing to the site of the trauma to fight off infection. It's the skin cells slowly pulling back together. The healing isn't some extra task you have to perform after the immune response.
The immune response is the healing.
Yes, the immune response is the healing.
That's a perfect mapping of the concept. The internal physiological response, that ache in your chest when you realize you've hurt someone, or the burning feeling in your stomach when you realize you've compromised your own integrity.
Yeah, that horrible sinking feeling.
That internal response is the cure.
But wait, I have to challenge this because this sounds a little too clean.
Okay, push back.
If regret is all it takes, what happens to the person I hurt? Doesn't society need me to physically pay my debt?
That's the big question.
Because if I steal money from you, or if I ruin your reputation with a rumor, and then I just sit alone in my bedroom feeling genuinely deeply awful about it.
Which is nice for you, but...
Right. My human reaction if I were the victim would be, it's great that you're sad, but where is my money? Where is your public statement clearing my name? How does a purely internal, invisible feeling count as the ultimate fix in the grand scheme of the universe?
That is the exact friction the text wants you to confront. It highlights the fundamental difference between human justice and divine mercy.
Okay, explain that difference.
Human society requires external, performative acts and restitution because we have an epistemological limit. Basically, we cannot read minds.
Right. I can't look inside your head.
Exactly. I cannot look into your chest and verify if the fundamental architecture of your soul has changed. So, I demand external proof.
I demand the receipt.
I demand my money back. I demand you go to jail. I demand a public apology. Those are our crude proxies for internal change.
Proxies, that's a great word for it.
But in a framework involving an omniscient divine being, a being that can read the fundamental architecture of your soul, the internal transformation is prized above everything else because it is the only true, unfakeable metric of a shift in character.
Huh. So because the divine isn't restricted by our human inability to read minds, it just skips the performative proxies entirely and goes straight to the source code.
That's it exactly.
If the source code is fixed, the problem is solved.
Consider why regret is so highly prized here. True, visceral regret naturally alters your future trajectory. Well, if you perform an elaborate, heavily PR-managed public apology tour, but you don't actually feel a shred of remorse inside, you are highly likely to commit the exact same offense again.
Right. The minute the cameras are off, you're back to your old tricks.
Because the external performance didn't change the machine. But if you deeply, truly regret touching a hot stove, if the pain of it registers at your absolute core, you aren't going to touch it again.
You've learned the lesson.
The text is prioritizing the root over the branches. If the root is healed, the external actions, the restitution, the apologies to the victim, those will naturally follow as a byproduct of that healed root.
So the regret is the engine that drives everything else.
Exactly.
And honestly, for the individual listener, this framework is incredibly liberating. It strips away the anxiety of the performance.
It removes the need for an audience.
Yes. It means that the exact moment you feel that sharp, painful pang of genuine remorse, like at 2 in the morning when the house is totally quiet and you're staring at the ceiling, replaying how you treated a friend 5 years ago.
We've all been there.
In that precise, invisible moment, the transaction is already complete. The repair has occurred at the deepest possible level of reality.
It completely democratizes redemption.
Oh, I like that phrase.
It means forgiveness doesn't belong to the wealthy who can afford a PR team to spin the story, or the highly educated who can write a perfectly worded speech.
Right. You don't need a degree to feel bad.
It is instantly accessible to anyone, anywhere, regardless of their resources or their ability to navigate complex social rituals.
And speaking of accessibility, that perfectly transitions us to what is arguably the most visually stunning, mind-bending image in this entire text.
Oh, the cosmic scale.
Yes, we've talked about the daily rhythm of the reset button 100 times a day. We've unpacked the internal, invisible mechanism of pure regret. Now, the author zooms all the way out. We leave the internal landscape and look at the cosmic scale of this mercy.
This is where it gets really beautiful.
It really does. The source material states that heaven has 8 doors. 7 of these doors are closed, but 1 remains perpetually open, specifically designated for repentance. And then the author cites a tradition from Safwan bin Asal that attempts to describe the physical dimensions of this open door. It says the door is so impossibly wide that it takes a journey of 70 years just to cross from one side of the door frame to the other.
This is where we have to shift from literal architecture to profound mathematical symbolism.
Okay, because 70 years is incredibly specific.
Right. Ancient texts rarely use numbers accidentally or merely for dramatic effect. The numbers are heavily coded metaphors.
Yeah.
So we must ask, why exactly 70 years?
Why not 100?
Or 1,000?
Exactly. If the goal was just to say it's big, 1,000 sounds bigger. But if we look at the historical, cultural, and even biological context of the time, 70 years represents an entire, complete human lifetime.
Oh, wow.
It was the standard measurement of a full lifespan. So it's not just the author throwing out a random, massively large number to say it's a really big door. The measurement itself is the message.
Precisely. The text is telling you that the door of forgiveness is exactly as wide as a human life.
That's profound.
Think deeply about the implications of that spatial metaphor. If the door takes 70 years to cross, and your entire existence on this earth spans roughly 70 years, it means the doorway is omnipresent.
That's everywhere.
It spans the entirety of your timeline from the moment you were born to the moment you die.
I want to really build this visual for the listener because my mind is just blown by the scale of this.
Let's paint the picture.
Imagine you are walking through a vast desert and you are desperately looking for a doorway that leads to safety. Now, normally when we think of a door, we think of a choke point.
Right, a small opening.
It's a narrow, rigid opening in a solid wall. You have to navigate perfectly to find it. You have to squeeze through it, and if your trajectory is off by even a few degrees, you miss it entirely and hit a brick wall.
That's how we usually conceptualize it, yeah.
But this text is describing a towering, impossible architectural structure built entirely out of second chances. You stand in the desert and you look to your far left, as far as the human eye can see to the horizon, and it's open door. You look to your far right, over the curve of the earth, and it's open door. You literally cannot step outside of the frame of mercy as long as you are alive.
It's impossible.
It is physically and metaphysically impossible to miss the entrance if you simply decide to turn toward it.
And we also have to consider the striking contrast provided in the text. There are 8 doors.
Right. 7 closed, 1 open.
That is a deliberate structural choice to signify that mercy is the default baseline state of the divine.
The default state.
Yes. The closed doors might represent specific, rigorous conditions. They might represent strict justice or high levels of spiritual achievement that require exact, specific keys to unlock.
The VIP section.
Exactly. But the one door that overrides all of them, the one that is perpetually drafty, massive, and wide open, is the door of returning. It tells us that the universe is not a trap designed to catch you failing.
It's not a gotcha game?
No, it is an environment fundamentally biased toward your recovery.
Okay, but this brings up a really painful psychological paradox.
I think I know where you're going with this.
If this door is 70 years wide, if the literal architecture of the universe is inherently biased toward our forgiveness, then why do people feel so locked out?
Yeah.
Why is the human experience so often defined by a crushing sense of guilt, debilitating imposter syndrome, and this deep-seated, unshakable belief that we have ruined our chances forever? If the door is the size of the horizon, why do we constantly feel like we are trapped in a tiny, claustrophobic box?
You've hit on the essential tragedy of the human condition that these texts are desperately trying to resolve.
It really is a tragedy.
The universe's capacity to forgive you is infinite. The bottleneck is not the divine.
The bottleneck is us.
The bottleneck is entirely within us. Human beings are incredibly adept at building our own mental walls.
We're master builders of our own prisons.
We construct these narrow, impossible doorways for ourselves, usually built from the bricks of our own trauma, our societal conditioning, or our really harsh inner critics.
And what do those walls look like in practice?
We tell ourselves false narratives. We say, I can only be forgiven if I act perfectly from this day forward.
Which is impossible.
Or we say, I have crossed an invisible, unforgivable line, and now my core identity is permanently tainted.
We act like the 70-year-wide door is a tiny keyhole, and we beat ourselves up for not being able to squeeze through it.
Exactly. We self-sabotage because, ironically, strict transactional justice feels safer to the human ego than vast, unconditional mercy.
Wait, really? Say more about that.
Well, if I have to perform 10 tasks to earn forgiveness, I am in control of the transaction. I can check the boxes.
Oh, I see. It feeds the ego.
Yes. But if the door is simply wide open, and all I have to do is genuinely regret my actions and walk through, it requires a vulnerability that terrifies us.
Because it requires surrender.
It requires us to drop our defenses. This ancient text is forcefully shaking the reader by the shoulders and saying, look up. Look at the scale of the actual architecture. Stop staring at the tiny walls you've built in your mind.
You couldn't miss it if you tried.
You couldn't miss the entrance to forgiveness if you tried because it surrounds you. When you are listening to this, I encourage you to consider the specific artificial walls you've built around your own second chances.
That's a great exercise.
This text is offering you the blueprint to tear those walls down and step into an expanse that has been open since the day you were born.
That is a breathtaking way to view the world.
It really is.
But as with all epic structures, there are limits.
Of course.
There is always an edge to the map. And that brings us to the sharpest, most intense pivot in our source material today.
The cosmic deadline.
Yes. We've established that the door is massively wide, practically inescapable while you are in it. But the text introduces a stark, unyielding reality. The door will not be open forever.
Right. The timer's running.
The author details what we can call the cosmic deadline. The text states that repentance is accepted, quote, until the sun rises from the west.
That's quite the image.
And it gets significantly more intense from there. The author brings in another tradition from Abu Huraira that lists 3 specific apocalyptic events that will permanently shut this 70-year-wide door.
What are the 3 events?
Those 3 events are the sun rising from the west, the appearance of the Dajjal, which is described as a deceptive apocalyptic figure, and the emergence of the beast of the earth.
Okay, so highly supernatural events.
Very. And the text is unambiguous here. It says that once these specific events occur, no soul will benefit from its faith if it had not believed before.
This is a dramatic shift in tone.
It gave me whiplash, honestly.
We are transitioning from the infinite warm grace of the open door to the cold, strict physics of reality's absolute end.
Right.
And to truly understand this, we cannot just look at these apocalyptic events as scary monsters from a horror movie. We have to unpack the deep philosophical why behind this cosmic
I
deadline?
guess because it feels arbitrary at first.
Exactly. Why does faith suddenly stop counting when the sun rises from the west? If the divine is infinitely merciful, why arbitrarily slam the door shut just because the solar system starts operating backwards or some strange beast appears?
Yeah, the logic feels jarring. If the point of the universe is mercy, why close up shop when things get weird?
To resolve that tension, we have to define what the concepts of faith and meaningful choice actually are in this specific philosophical framework.
Okay, how are they defined?
Faith, by its very definition, requires believing in the unseen. It requires an individual to choose goodness, to align themselves with a moral compass, and to trust in a higher order without having absolute, undeniable, empirical proof staring them right in the face.
It requires a leap.
It requires a voluntary leap.
You have to have a margin of doubt. If there's no doubt, it isn't really faith, is it?
Exactly. Without doubt, there is no faith. There is only passive observation.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. Passive observation.
Think about what those three apocalyptic signs actually represent. What does it mean for the sun to rise from the west?
A complete breakdown of nature.
It means the fundamental laws of physics, the predictable mechanical workings of the universe that have existed since the dawn of human observation, are suddenly and violently inverted.
Right. The sky is falling.
And what does the Dajjal show represent? The ultimate deception, a supernatural corruption of truth. And the beast of the earth represents an undeniable, terrifying intrusion of the supernatural into the natural world.
So the unseen becomes seen.
Yes. When these things happen, the veil is entirely ripped away. The unseen realm is no longer unseen. It becomes an undeniable, terrifying, glaring, physical reality.
Okay, let's ground this in a scenario that we've all experienced.
Sure.
Think about sitting in a classroom, taking a massive final exam. Oh, the stress.
The entire purpose of a final exam is to test your knowledge, your effort, and your choices in an environment where the answers are hidden from you.
Right. It's a closed book test.
The testing period is only valid while you are sitting at your desk, struggling with the questions, and choosing to write down what you believe is correct, using your own free will and intellect.
That's the whole point of the exercise.
But imagine if, 5 minutes before the bell rings, the sky outside turns purple, the walls shake, and the teacher suddenly levitates to the front of the room
I think I'd fail that class.
and writes all the answers on the chalkboard in glowing 50-foot letters of fire.
Well, the parameters of the test have entirely collapsed. The test is instantly nullified.
Exactly. The test is over. You do not get academic credit for quickly scribbling down C on your paper after the teacher has proven to you, with terrifying, undeniable certainty that the answer is C.
You're not being tested anymore. At that point, you aren't making a choice based on your intellect or your faith anymore. You are merely reacting to an overwhelming, undeniable reality. You are being forced into compliance by the sheer, unignorable magnitude of what is happening right in front of your eyes.
And if we map that analogy onto the philosophical framework of the text, it all comes down to the necessity of free will.
Free will is the key.
For repentance or faith to have any meaningful moral weight, there must exist the genuine freedom to choose wrongly.
You have to be able to fail.
If you do not have the option to disbelieve, then choosing to believe is completely worthless. It's just a biological reflex, like flinching when someone throws a rock at your face.
You didn't choose to flinch. Your body just did it.
Right. When these apocalyptic events occur, when the sun rises from the west, they are of such a cosmic, paradigm-shattering magnitude that they eradicate the freedom to disbelieve. The truth is forced upon humanity.
And when the freedom is gone...
When the freedom to choose is gone, the value of the choice, and therefore the value of the repentance, evaporates instantly.
So the door of mercy doesn't close because God suddenly runs out of patience or becomes less merciful.
No, not at all.
The door closes because the currency of faith has completely lost its value. It's like a hyperinflation of the soul. Once the unseen is fully seen, the currency of faith is completely worthless.
That is a brilliant synthesis.
Yeah.
The deadline is not an arbitrary, angry punishment. It is the logical, structural conclusion of an environment that was exclusively designed to test free will.
Right.
Once the environment changes, the rules must change.
It is a staggering concept.
Truly.
Okay, so that is the macro level deadline. That is the end of the universe, the collapse of the physical laws. But the brilliance of this text is that it doesn't just leave us staring at the stars, worrying about solar inversions and apocalyptic beasts.
It brings it back home.
It brings a deadline right back down from the cosmos and places it directly into our own chests. We are transitioning from the end of everything to the end of the individual.
This is the most personal part.
And this brings us to the final piece of our focus today, the very end of our 11% slice. The author outlines a deeply personal deadline. It's a condition for forgiveness that is simultaneously chilling, visceral, and wildly hopeful.
And what does it say?
The text says, quite simply, God accepts the repentance of the servant as long as he does not yigir.
Yagurgir. We need to meticulously unpack the linguistic and biological weight of this specific Arabic word because it is the absolute linchpin of the entire individual framework.
What does it literally mean?
Yorgir translates roughly to the visceral concept of the death rattle.
Oh,
Yeah, it is the literal physical sound of gargling as the soul leaves the throat.
that is intense.
It describes the precise physiological breakdown of the body at the absolute final microsecond of life, when the lungs fail and the breath catches in the throat for the very last time.
The gargle. That is incredibly intense. It's so visceral and raw. We were just talking about the majestic sweep of 70-year-wide doors and galaxies operating in reverse, and now we are talking about the sound of fluid in your throat in your final seconds of consciousness.
The contrast is deliberate.
It brings the scale from the infinite right down to the microscopic.
It is entirely meant to be visceral because it places the boundary line of divine mercy at the extreme, absolute edge of human biological existence.
The very edge of the cliff.
The author is intentionally juxtaposing two massive, seemingly contradictory concepts here.
Which are?
Overwhelming, boundless generosity and terrifying, uncontrollable uncertainty.
Let's start with the generosity.
On one hand, look at the sheer generosity of this condition. You literally have until your dying breath. Your record is never permanently sealed while you still possess the physiological capacity to form a single thought of regret.
The door is open until the very last second.
The 70-year-wide door remains propped open right up to the very edge of the cliff of your life.
So how does this translate to how we actually live our lives on a Tuesday afternoon?
Let's hear an analogy.
Think about the ultimate buzzer beater in a basketball game.
Okay, I can picture that.
In basketball, a shot counts as long as the ball leaves the player's fingertips even a fraction of a millisecond before the clock hits zero. The red light goes off, the horn sounds, the game is officially over. But because the ball's already in the air, the action counts.
The referees have to count it.
Right. This text is essentially saying that a moment of genuine internal regret counts, even if it leaves your heart a millisecond before the biological buzzer sounds on your life. The generosity is that the game is never over early.
That is the generosity. But here is the catch.
There's always a catch.
And this is where the terrifying uncertainty comes in to balance the equation and prevent exploitation of that generosity. The scoreboard is hidden from you.
The hidden scoreboard.
You are playing the game. You know the ball is in your hands, but you have absolutely no idea how much time is left on the clock.
You can't see the numbers ticking down.
No human being knows when their personal gargle will happen. It could be 60 years from now, peaceful in a bed surrounded by family. Or it could be a sudden aneurysm in 60 seconds while you're walking to your car.
You don't know when the buzzer is going to sound, so you can't game the system.
Exactly.
You can't sit back and say, well, if the door is open until my last breath, I'll just live however I want, do whatever damage I want, and I'll just wait until the last 10 seconds of the fourth quarter to hit the reset button and start playing by the rules.
You can't plan a buzzer beater if you don't know when the buzzer is going to sound. And I want everyone listening to really feel the duality of this concept because it is a masterclass in psychological engineering.
Psychological engineering, explain that.
This dual reality that you have until your absolute last breath to change, but you are entirely blind to when that breath will occur, is perfectly designed to simultaneously eradicate the two most destructive emotions in the human psyche:
What are they?
despair and procrastination.
Wait, I want to explore that because those two emotions are the exact things that keep us paralyzed. Let's start with despair. How does the concept of the hidden buzzer eradicate despair?
It eradicates despair because it speaks directly to the person who believes they are too far gone.
The person who thinks it's hopeless.
Yes, it speaks to the person carrying decades of guilt, the person who thinks they have committed too many mistakes, burned too many bridges, and that it is simply too late for them to ever be redeemed.
So what does the text say to them?
The text asks them a very biological question. Are you dead yet? Are you gargling? Has your breath caught in your throat?
And if the answer is no,
No, you are still breathing. Then the massive door is still wide open. You are still inside the 70-year frame. It is truly, fundamentally, Never too late. It completely kills the narrative of hopelessness.
It makes despair logically invalid as long as you have a pulse.
Exactly.
And then, on the flip side, it eradicates procrastination.
Because it speaks directly to the arrogant person.
Ah, the person who thinks they have all the time in the world.
Right. The person who thinks they have all the time in the world to fix their behavior, to mend the relationship with their estranged brother, or to finally stop engaging in that destructive habit.
I'll do it tomorrow.
The hidden buzzer tells them, you might be 5 minutes away from the end of your timeline. You cannot afford to wait until tomorrow because tomorrow is not a guaranteed variable. It creates extreme urgency without creating sheer panic.
Urgency without panic. That is an incredibly rare and fragile state of mind to achieve.
It's the optimal state of being.
Think about how we usually operate. We usually bounce violently between two extremes. Either we feel like we have endless time, so we do nothing and just numb out.
Scrolling on our phones.
Right. Or we feel like it's entirely too late and we've ruined everything, so we do nothing and just wallow. We are paralyzed on both ends of the spectrum.
The paralysis of extremes.
But the concept of the gargle places us right in the dead center. It forces us into the sweet spot of immediate present action.
It demands action now.
It demands that we use that 100 times a day reset button right now in this exact moment because we have absolutely no guarantee we'll get the chance to press it again.
It is a mechanism designed to pull you entirely into the present moment. The past is rendered irrelevant because it can be instantly erased by pure internal regret. The future is rendered unknowable because of the hidden timeline of mortality. So logically, all you have, the only space where you actually exist and have agency, is the immediate now.
The present.
The present moment is the only place you can align yourself with the good.
This entire exploration it is truly profound.
It really is a massive shift in perspective.
And to think, we have only looked at the foundational architecture, just a fraction of the text, about 11% of the opening framework.
But that 11% holds up the rest of the building.
It does. Let's just seamlessly trace the terrain we've covered today because it's been a journey.
Let's recap.
We started by looking at the sheer, relentless mathematics of mindfulness, the daily, rhythmic practice of hitting the reset button 100 times a day.
The GPS recalculating.
Exactly. We saw how this normalizes our inevitable micro-failures and teaches us to refuse to carry the heavy friction of our mistakes from one hour to the next. Then we looked at the elegant, invisible mechanism of repair.
Confession and regret.
Right. The requirement of objective truth-telling through internal confession, paired with the radical idea that the deep, burning pain of pure regret is, in and of itself, the ultimate act of restitution.
Bypassing the PR campaign entirely.
Yes. And from that internal, invisible space, we zoomed all the way out to observe the massive 70-year-wide door of mercy. We saw a structural guarantee built into the universe that is fundamentally biased toward our return.
Proving that we can never accidentally wander outside the frame of forgiveness as long as we are alive and seeking it.
Only to zoom forcefully back in on the strict physics of reality's end. We explored the dual deadlines that give our choices meaning.
The macro and the micro.
We looked at the cosmic inversion of the sun rising from the west, which renders faith meaningless because the unseen world is violently forced upon us, stripping away our free will.
Like the teacher giving away the test answers.
Exactly. And finally, we confronted the deeply personal biological deadline of the gargle. We saw how the hidden buzzer on our own mortality forces us to live with immediate urgency, brilliantly curing us of both the paralysis of despair and the arrogance of procrastination.
And I think the true lasting relevance here, whether a listener views this as literal foundational theology or simply as a masterclass in human psychology and cognitive behavioral frameworks, is that these texts offer a profoundly healthy, sustainable blueprint for living a human life.
They really do.
They teach us that we are fully expected to fail. Flawlessness was never the baseline requirement for existence.
You're allowed to miss a turn.
Repair is always instantly available. And the only true spiritual or psychological tragedy is giving up, throwing your hands in the air, and walking away before the hidden clock runs out.
The only way to truly lose the game is to stop recalculating.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for bringing your incredible insight to this foundation today.
It was a pleasure.
And to you, listening to us right now, wherever you are, I want to leave you with one lingering thought to mull over as you go about the rest of your day. We started this deep dive by talking about the heavy, transactional, rigid nature of human guilt and our obsession with performative apologies. But if the fundamental architecture of the universe is actually designed like this,
If the door really is that wide.
if pure, agonizing, invisible regret is all it takes to walk through a doorway that is 70 years wide, then perhaps our mistakes aren't just ugly, tainted errors that need to be permanently hidden away in shame.
Right.
What if your deepest, most painful regrets are actually the exact essential raw materials required to build your greatest wisdom? Until next time, keep diving deep. So I want you to think about the last genuinely good thing you did, like a truly selfless act.
Right. Something where you didn't get any kind of tangible reward for it.
Exactly. Maybe you helped a stranger carry something heavy, or, you donated a pretty substantial amount of money to a cause you care about. Or even, honestly, perhaps you just bit your tongue when you had the absolute perfect cutting remark to win an argument.
Which is often the hardest one to do wrong.
Absolutely it is. So do you have it in your mind? Now, I want you to strip away the physical action of what you actually did. Strip away the tangible result. And ask yourself this: why did you do it? Like, really?
Yeah, that's the kicker.
Right. When you peel back all those layers of, self-congratulation, who was the unseen audience in your head? Who were you performing for?
I mean, it is arguably the most uncomfortable question a human being can ask themselves.
Yeah.
Because the moment you start searching for that audience in your own mind, you almost always find one sitting right there in the front row.
Yeah. Waiting for the show.
Exactly. We are deeply, inherently social creatures. We crave the gaze of the other. Our brains are practically wired to seek that validation. And when you start pulling at that particular thread, the entire fabric of what we consider like goodness or morality, it just starts to unravel very quickly.
And that uncomfortable, unraveling feeling is exactly our starting point today. So welcome to the deep dive. We are zeroing in on a very specific, highly concentrated slice of a profound historical text. It's called The Path of Repentance and the Vastness of Mercy.
Yes, and specifically, we are looking exclusively at the 6th section out of its 9 parts.
Right, exactly, the 6th section. And we're doing this because this deep dive is completely custom tailored for you, the listener. We know you love getting into the deep knowledge without the fluff, so we are bypassing all the surface level stuff today.
We really are. We're unpacking the ancient psychology of human motivation, the dangers of ego, and, honestly, the terrifying beauty of divine justice.
Okay, let's unpack this, because this specific section ignores the physical mechanics of morality entirely. It doesn't care about what you do. It cares entirely about the invisible architecture of why you do it.
Yeah, and if you were to visualize the atmosphere of this text, just to set the stage, imagine a dimly lit, ancient library. Floor-to-ceiling wooden shelves filled with sealed parchment scrolls. The air is heavy with that scent of old paper and dust, and it's lit only by the flickering light of a few candles.
That's a great image.
Right. It is an ancient environment, yes, but the diagnostic tool it uses on the human mind is sharper than most modern psychological frameworks. It dissects the exact same ego, the exact same insecurities, and those exact same performative tendencies that we walk around with right now today.
Reading through this section, it really struck me that this ancient text is offering a rigorous diagnosis of our modern, what we call today, main character syndrome.
Oh, that's a perfect way to put it.
But it's doing it with stakes that are literally cosmic. So the very first theme this section tackles is sincerity, or, in the original Arabic terminology, ikhlas. And it contrasts this directly with the concept of riya, which translates to showing off or performative action.
Right, and we have to define our terms here because sincerity in this context is not the colloquial way we use the word today.
Like when you sign an email, sincerely yours.
Exactly, or someone says, I sincerely apologize. We usually just mean they aren't actively lying to our face. But ikhlas demands absolute, unadulterated purity of intention. It is a state where the sole motivating force behind an action is a connection with the divine, with zero trace, I mean absolutely zero trace of earthly desire or social expectation mixed in.
And the text introduces the standard with a divine statement that is just breathtaking in its absolute strictness. It quotes God speaking directly about the nature of human deeds, stating, and I'm quoting here, "I am the best partner. Whoever associates a partner with me in a deed, he belongs to my partner."
That phrasing is so intense.
It really is. Immediately made me think of corporate equity structures.
How so?
Well, it sounds like a non-negotiable no co-founder clause in a spiritual contract. God doesn't do fractional ownership. If I launch a startup and I bring in a co-founder for, say, 10% of the equity, We share the enterprise.
Right, you split the profits.
Exactly. But in this theological framework, if I say, I am doing this charitable act 90% out of devotion to God and 10% so my neighbors think I'm a pillar of the community, God responds by rejecting the 90%.
He doesn't take the majority share.
No. He says, keep it. The entire enterprise belongs to your neighbor now.
What's fascinating here is that total rejection of the mixed motive. It's the foundational premise of this entire section.
Yeah.
And the text gives a painfully relatable example to illustrate this. It states that if an act is done for God, but also for the sake of kinship, meaning, you do a good deed partly to fulfill a spiritual obligation, but also to gain social clout among your relatives.
Oh, like making sure you're spoken well of at the big family gathering.
Exactly that. The text says the divine accepts 0% of it. The spiritual currency of that action is entirely bankrupt. The entity you partnered with, which in this case is your family's opinion of you, takes full ownership of the deed.
See, I have to push back on this a little bit.
Go for it.
Because from a utilitarian consequentialist point of view, this seems not just strict, but actively counterproductive. Let's look at the real-world impact. Suppose I donate $50,000 to an organization that builds water wells in drought-stricken regions.
Okay, a huge life-changing amount of money.
Right. The charity receives the funds, the engineers are hired, the well is constructed, hundreds of people get clean drinking water, and their physical suffering is alleviated. Why does my hidden, perhaps slightly pathetic motive to look generous on a donor plaque or, to impress my business partners, why does that ruin the value of the act? The water is still flowing.
The suffering is still reduced.
Exactly. The suffering is reduced. So why is it bankrupt?
It is the natural modern objection. Because you are looking through the lens of earthly utility, where the ultimate good is the reduction of visible suffering. And you are entirely correct that the earthly utility remains intact. The well functions, the thirst is quenched, the social good is achieved.
Right.
But, and this is crucial, this text is not a treatise on social engineering or logistics.
Right.
It is a manual for the eternal soul. It separates the earthly utility of an action from its spiritual reality. Think of it like a financial transaction using counterfeit money.
Okay, counterfeit money.
Yeah, if you buy a loaf of bread with a perfectly forged $100 bill and the baker accepts it, you still get the bread. The caloric utility of the bread is real. You can eat it. But the currency you used is structurally false. When it comes to the ultimate reality, when it comes to facing the divine, you cannot pass counterfeit currency.
But wait, if we carry that analogy forward, the thirsty person in the village doesn't care if my spiritual currency is counterfeit. They just need the water. Why is the divine framework so rigidly focused on the internal state of the architect of the well, seemingly at the expense of the external relief of suffering? Doesn't that make God seem, indifferent to the physical reality of the world?
That's a great question. But it assumes the divine economy operates on a scarcity model. Like God relies on human charity to solve supply chain issues.
Right, like he needs us to fund the water project.
Exactly. But in this theological framework, the water already belongs to God. The wealth you donated already belongs to God. The act of charity isn't demanded because the divine needs you to distribute resources. It is demanded as a mechanism for the human being to transcend their own ego. The purpose of the deed is to break your reliance on the material world and bind you to the eternal. If you give that $50,000 solely to secure your reputation on a donor plaque, you haven't transcended your ego at all. You have simply weaponized your wealth to feed your ego in a more sophisticated way.
That is wow.
The suffering of the village was alleviated, yes, but your soul remains completely imprisoned by its own narcissism.
Yeah.
You use the poor to buy social status.
You use the poor to buy social status. When you frame it like that, the mixed motive isn't just a slight deduction in points. It is an active corruption of the act itself. It turns philanthropy into an ego transaction.
Precisely. And this distinction between the visible action and the invisible intention sets up a chilling source anecdote the text describes regarding the Day of Judgment. The text depicts a moment where angels bring forward sealed scrolls containing the records of a person's life. These angels present the scrolls to God, fully believing they are submitting a portfolio of extraordinary righteousness. The angels even say, "By your might, we have seen nothing but good in this." They are essentially testifying as character witnesses for the individual.
Which implies that the angels are perfect objective recorders of physical data, but they are completely blind to internal motivation. They're essentially the ultimate auditors. They saw the $50,000 wire transfer, they saw the hours spent volunteering, they logged the physical exhaustion of fasting, they recorded the data flawlessly.
They recorded the what, but only the divine has access to the why. And the text states that God rejects these flawless scrolls. He tells the angels, "This was for other than me, and today I accept no deeds except those whose goal was my face." The angels are stunned.
I bet.
The sheer terror of this concept is that it introduces the possibility of absolute structural self-deception. You can spend an entire lifetime building a towering edifice of apparent goodness, admired by your community, endorsed by the angels themselves, only to find out that because the foundation was built on the desire for applause, the entire structure is condemned.
It is the ultimate existential audit. If we apply this to the listener's daily life, the implications are just so heavy. Think about how much psychological energy we expend curating our morality.
Oh, constantly.
We casually make sure our boss notices us working late. We carefully craft our social media presence to ensure our political and social values are highly visible. We're constantly building these massive, highly visible portfolios of ostensibly good deeds. This text asks a brutal hypothetical. If the audience were permanently removed, if no one would ever know what you did, would you still expend the energy to do it?
That is the ultimate test.
If the answer is no, then your reward was the applause you received in the moment. The transaction was finalized on earth. You cannot take the receipt from an earthly transaction and try to cash it at the divine bank. The account is closed.
The transactional nature of performative goodness is so fleeting. You wanted a reputation, and the world gave you one. But a reputation is just an electrical signal in the minds of other mortal beings who will eventually die. It has no permanence. Sincerity is the attempt to anchor an action to something eternal.
Okay, so if the ultimate danger of performing for a crowd is that we lose our authenticity and bankrupt our spiritual actions, what happens when the overt performance becomes subtle? Because most of us aren't blatantly demanding applause for every dollar we donate. The text anticipates this, right?
It does, yeah.
It suggests that if overt showing off is a recognizable poison, there is a mutated, stealthier version of it that is far more lethal.
It introduces the concept of hidden shirk. Shirk, in this theological context, means associating partners with God, essentially, polytheism or idolatry. But the text is not talking about bowing to physical statues. It is talking about the invisible idolatry of the human mind.
Here's where it gets really interesting. The narrative the text uses to introduce hidden shirk relies on a fascinating contrast. It sets the scene with the companions of the prophet sitting together, nervously discussing the Dashal. Now, just for context for the listener, the Dashal is the Antichrist figure in this tradition. He represents the ultimate world-ending deception, an apocalyptic figure who brings chaos, tests the faith of humanity, and essentially serves as the final catastrophic trial before the end of days.
Right? The Dajjal is the embodiment of undeniable external catastrophic evil. He is a global threat. Naturally, the companions are terrified. They are speaking about him with the gravity of people discussing an impending extinction-level event.
While they are whispering about this apocalyptic threat, the prophet walks into the room. He listens to them for a moment, and then he asks a question that completely reorients their fear. He says, "Shall I not tell you what I fear for you even more than the Antichrist?"
I imagine the silence in that room was just deafening. I mean, how do you conceptually escalate past the literal end-of-the-world deceiver?
You would expect him to name a larger, more terrifying external entity, like a bigger monster, but he doesn't. He names a microscopic shift in human psychology. He says he fears hidden shirk, and he defines it with absolute precision. He says, it is that a man stands up to pray, and he beautifies his prayer simply because he sees another man looking at him.
The contrast drawn here is a masterclass in psychological insight. Why is beautifying your prayer for an observer worse than the Antichrist? Because of the nature of the threat. The Dajjal is external. You know he is the enemy. When you face an obvious external threat, your psychological and spiritual defenses immediately engage. You brace for impact.
You know you're in a fight.
You know you are in a fight for your soul. But hidden shirk, modifying your posture because someone walked into the room, that doesn't feel like an attack. It feels like basic social awareness. It feels totally natural.
It reminds me of the Hawthorne effect in psychology, the phenomenon where individuals modify an aspect of their behavior in response to their awareness of being observed. We do it constantly. We sit up a little straighter when someone walks by our desk. We use slightly more elevated vocabulary when speaking to an intellectual superior. We instinctively calibrate ourselves to the gaze of the observer.
Exactly. But in the context of a spiritual act, this instinctive calibration becomes catastrophic. Prayer is designed to be the ultimate intimate audience with the creator of the universe. It is the moment where the human ego is supposed to be completely subjected to the divine reality. But if, in the middle of that profound metaphysical connection, Bob from accounting walks into the room,
And you consciously elongate your bowing or adopt a more solemn expression purely to impress Bob, what have you just done?
I suppose mechanically you have just made Bob the primary audience of your prayer?
Right. I have prioritized the perception of a mortal coworker over the reality of an omnipresent God.
You have outsourced your moral compass to the crowd. You have committed an act of internal idolatry. You aren't worshiping the divine, you are worshiping Bob's perception of you worshiping the divine. It is an incredibly complex psychological knot. And because it happens entirely within the invisible theater of your own mind, it bypasses all your spiritual defenses. It is like carbon monoxide. You don't know you are being poisoned until you are already unconscious.
It's the ancient precursor to the algorithmic optimization of our lives. We don't just experience a vacation anymore. We subconsciously optimize the lighting, the angles, and our expressions for the unseen observer on our social feeds. We're constantly beautifying the prayer for the room. And the text offers a specific, almost terrifying mechanism of consequence for this kind of behavior. It describes a principle of divine exposure.
The text establishes a rigid law of consequence. It says, whoever makes his deeds heard, God will make him heard. And whoever shows off, God will expose him.
Whoever makes his deeds heard, God will make him heard. This sounds like a guarantee of the very fame the person is seeking. If I want everyone to know I'm a philanthropist, God will ensure everyone knows I'm a philanthropist. But there is clearly a dark irony intended here. How does this exposure actually manifest?
It is the ultimate manifestation of be careful what you wish for. The universe possesses a self-correcting mechanism for hypocrisy. If your primary driving motive is to make sure everyone hears about your righteousness, the divine response is to grant that wish, but in a way that strips it of all dignity. God will make you heard. You will achieve the platform. But the exposure comes from the inevitable unmasking of the hollow core.
It's the collapse of the facade.
Precisely. If you build your entire identity on performative morality, you construct a house without a foundation. When the inevitable storms of life hit, when real moral courage is required, when there is no audience to applaud, or when the pressure becomes immense, the house collapses, and because you insisted on being seen, your collapse will be entirely public. You will be defined by the very metric you worshipped. The exposure isn't necessarily a lightning bolt from the sky. It is the agonizing, slow-motion realization by everyone around you that there is nothing behind your eyes but a desperate, panicked ego seeking its next hit of validation.
We see this constantly in modern culture. The guru who spends a decade cultivating an aura of absolute serenity and asceticism, only to have a minor inconvenience off-camera expose a deeply fragile, rage-filled narcissist. They made themselves heard, and the universe exposed the emptiness of the sound.
Exactly.
So we have thoroughly mapped the danger of performing for others, how the external gaze corrupts the internal action. But what happens when the crowd finally leaves? The psychological trap doesn't just evaporate because the room is empty. The desire for validation turns inward. We stop performing for our neighbors and we start performing for the mirror. This brings us directly to the concept of vanity, or in the Arabic terminology of the text, ujub.
The transition from riya, which is showing off to others, to ujub, which is vanity within oneself, is fascinating because it charts the progression of a spiritual disease. If showing off is the virus that requires a host, an audience, to survive, vanity is an autoimmune disorder. The ego learns to feed on itself. It requires no external input to inflate.
To illustrate the sheer volatility of vanity, the text uses a scene that initially seems completely counterintuitive. The prophet is walking down a street holding the hand of one of his companions. They pass by a man who is intensely engaged in prayer. This isn't a casual devotion. He is bowing deeply, prostrating, clearly pouring immense physical and emotional exertion into his worship.
It is a tableau of absolute dedication. By every visible metric, this is a person operating at the highest level of spiritual discipline.
And the companion walking alongside the prophet reacts the way any of us would. He is deeply impressed. He starts heaping praise on the praying man, commenting on his dedication and piety. But the prophet's reaction is immediate and severe. He cuts the companion off and says, "Do not let him hear you, or you will destroy him." And then he offers a profound piece of advice: the best of your religion is the easiest.
Pay attention to the specific verb the prophet uses there. He doesn't say you will distract him. He doesn't say you will interrupt his flow. He says you will destroy him. It is an act of violence.
Wait, and this is where I need to dig into the mechanics of this, because it challenges everything we understand about positive reinforcement.
Mm.
In modern developmental psychology, in management training, in parenting, we rely heavily on praising good behavior. If a child studies hard, you praise their diligence to reinforce the habit. If an employee exceeds their targets, you commend them to boost morale. Why does this text treat a compliment like a loaded weapon aimed at a person's soul?
It requires us to differentiate between learning a physical or cognitive skill and the process of spiritual maturation. If you are learning to play the violin, praise reinforces the neural pathways associated with practice. You need that external validation to push through the friction of learning. But spiritual maturation, at least within this theological framework, is fundamentally about the subjugation and eventual dismantling of the arrogant ego. When you praise someone for their intense piety, especially while they are actively engaged in it, you are injecting pure adrenaline straight into their ego.
You are triggering Ujub. You are making them vain about their own humility.
Exactly. It is the ultimate paradox. They are performing an act designed to express their lowliness before God, and the praise suddenly makes them feel superior to everyone else. The moment a person believes their own hype, the trajectory of their spiritual growth flatlines.
Because they think they're already at the finish line.
Right. Why seek further growth if you believe you have already arrived? The external action, the bowing, the fasting, might continue, but the internal geometry has shifted. They are no longer bowing to the divine, they are bowing to their own reflection. They begin to worship their own self-image as a righteous person. The praise destroys them because it builds a monument to the self inside the heart, occupying the space meant for the divine.
That perfectly sets up what I consider the absolute climax of this text's psychological analysis. It is a quote so completely inverted from our standard moral intuition that it requires serious unpacking. The prophet says, and this is the big aha moment, "If you did not sin, I would fear for you what is worse, vanity."
If you did not sin, I would fear for you what is worse, vanity. It is a staggering declaration. It essentially argues that moral perfection is more dangerous than moral failure.
Mechanically, how does that work? How can sinning, which the text elsewhere universally condemns as damaging and destructive, be considered a safer state than avoiding sin altogether?
Let's trace the psychological life cycle of a hypothetically flawless person. Imagine someone with ironclad discipline. They never lose their temper, they never lie, they resist every temptation, they execute their moral duties with robotic precision. What is the inevitable, inescapable byproduct of that unbroken streak of perfection?
Contempt.
Yes.
If I never struggle with a diet, I will inevitably look down on people who can't resist junk food. I will assume their failure is a lack of character because I possess the character to resist. I would become unbearably arrogant.
Arrogance is the guaranteed endpoint of unbroken success. The perfect person begins to view their own righteousness as an inherent trait, a possession they earn through sheer willpower. They look at the messy, stumbling, chaotic humanity around them with disdain.
Yeah.
And within this theological framework, arrogance is the ultimate impenetrable barrier between the human and the divine. Think of arrogance as a hermetically sealed room.
A sealed room. Okay.
If you believe you are flawless, you believe you are self-sufficient. You cannot receive mercy because you feel no need for it. You cannot experience grace because you believe you have earned your salvation through perfect execution. The divine light cannot penetrate a completely sealed room.
And the sinner, the person who is constantly trying, failing, making a mess of things.
The flawed human who makes a mistake experiences a fracture in that sealed room. When you fail, when you succumb to anger or greed or selfishness, and you subsequently realize the depth of your own inadequacy, your ego is shattered. The mistake forces you to your knees, not in a performative display of piety, but in a raw, desperate confrontation with your own weakness. The sin breaks the illusion of self-sufficiency. It cracks the walls of the room, and those cracks are the only places where light and mercy can enter.
It perfectly mirrors the concept of the shadow in Jungian psychology. The idea that you cannot be a whole integrated person unless you confront and integrate the darkest, most flawed parts of your subconscious. If you deny your capacity for failure, you become a rigid, fragile tyrant.
Exactly. The text is arguing that a broken, deeply flawed heart that recognizes its need for the divine is infinitely safer than a pristine, flawless heart that worships its own reflection. The mistake is the necessary friction that keeps the human grounded in the reality of their dependence.
There is a profound psychological liberation in this idea for you, the listener. We live in a culture that demands an exhausting level of curation and perfection. We are told to optimize our diets, flawlessly manage our mental health, have perfectly equitable relationships, and never express a problematic thought. And when we inevitably fail to maintain this pristine avatar, we spiral into shame. But this ancient text suggests that striving for absolute flawlessness is not only impossible, it is spiritually toxic. The breaks in the facade aren't failures of the system, they are the required entry points for humility. The goal isn't to be a perfect machine, the goal is to be a continuously recovering human.
That's a beautiful way to synthesize it.
So we've stripped away the crowd and we've shattered the mirror of our own vanity by embracing the necessity of our flaws. We are standing in a very raw, vulnerable, exposed space. And that leads us to the next section of the text, which focuses on fear and weeping. And here, the perspective radically zooms out. We leave the microscopic analysis of human psychology and enter the macroeconomic scale of the cosmos.
Right. This section attempts to map the cosmic equilibrium between absolute divine justice and absolute divine mercy. It presents a theological tightrope that is so taut, the human mind struggles to balance on it.
The text outlines this balance with a statement of extreme polarities. It says if a believer truly comprehended the full, unmitigated extent of God's punishment, they would never dare hope for heaven. The sheer terror of absolute justice would paralyze them. And conversely, if a disbeliever truly comprehended the full, unmitigated extent of God's mercy, they would never ever despair of reaching heaven. The vastness of the grace would overwhelm any sense of doom.
It is an admission that human emotional categories, our versions of hope and fear, are woefully inadequate to capture the reality of the divine. The justice is so mathematically absolute that it is terrifying. But the mercy is so expansive that it defies all logic.
To anchor this massive, abstract concept of equilibrium, the text provides a narrative. It's one of the most visceral, morbid, and bizarre stories I have ever encountered in a religious text. It reads almost like an ancient psychological thriller.
It really does. It is the story of a man facing the ultimate crisis of conscience on his deathbed.
Right. So this man from the distant past is dying. And as the end approaches, he conducts an audit of his own life. He looks back at his ledger of deeds, and his conclusion is absolute despair. He realizes he has done absolutely no good. He is entirely spiritually bankrupt. He looks at his impending death and believes with absolute certainty that he has nothing to present to God except a lifetime of rebellion and failure.
His fear is total. He's convinced that if he is subjected to divine justice, he will be utterly destroyed. He doesn't see a sliver of hope.
So, consumed by this sheer panic, he devises an escape plan. It is essentially an attempt at a theological heist. He gathers his sons around his deathbed and issues a highly specific, desperate final request. He commands them that upon his death, they must wait for a day that is exceptionally sweltering and fiercely windy. On that day, they are to build a massive fire and burn his body until nothing is left but ash.
So extreme.
But that's not enough. He tells them to take those ashes and crush them further into microscopic dust. And finally, they are to take this dust and scatter half of it into the howling wind and the other half into the raging sea.
The sensory details of the plan really highlight his desperation. The roaring fire, the crushing of the bones, the howling wind, the vast ocean. He is trying to achieve total, irreversible annihilation. He wants to be unmade. And he explicitly explains his reasoning to his sons. He says, "By God, if my Lord is able to reconstruct me, he will punish me with a punishment unlike anyone else in the world."
So, what does this all mean? Because if we pause and analyze the logic of his plan, it is a massive, fundamental failure of intellect. He acknowledges that God is the omnipotent creator of the entire universe, yet his master plan is to evade this omnipresent being by hiding in the wind and the ocean. He thinks he can outsmart the creator of physics by violently dismantling his own molecular structure. From a strict theological standpoint, he is doubting the core attributes of God.
It is a profound failure of theological logic. He is simultaneously terrified of God's power and doubting God's capability to resurrect him. If this text were merely a textbook on rigid theological rules, this man would be condemned twice over. Once for his terrible life, and a second time for his blasphemous ignorance regarding resurrection. But this is exactly where the story subverts expectations and reveals what the divine actually values in the human heart.
Because the escape plan fails instantly. The text states that God commands the earth and the sea to return what they took. He commands the scattered atoms to reassemble. And suddenly, instantaneously, the man is standing there, whole and conscious, face to face with the exact, terrifying reality he tried to disintegrate himself to avoid.
He is standing in the blinding light of absolute accountability. And God asks him a single piercing question. Why did you do this? What compelled you to command your family to burn you and scatter you across the elements?
The man is trapped. He doesn't attempt to make excuses. He doesn't offer a convoluted defense of his actions. He gives a raw two-word answer. He says, out of fear of you, or in some nuances, the translation, from awe of you.
And the response from the divine is immediate and absolute. Because of that raw, visceral terror, because his heart trembled at the realization of his accountability, God forgives him entirely.
The scale of that mercy is just staggering. This man had an empty ledger. He completely misunderstood the nature of God's power. He tried to evade the afterlife, and yet he gets full, unconditional amnesty. Why? Why does raw fear trump theological logic?
Because the story demonstrates that the divine is not a pedantic professor grading a theology exam. God is not looking for flawless intellectual logic. He is looking for the state of the heart. The man's desperate, illogical plan was the ultimate proof that his heart was awake to the magnitude of the divine reality. He recognized the sheer gravity of what it meant to be held accountable. His brain was confused, yes, but his soul was terrified. And that awake, trembling heart, stripped of all vanity, stripped of all performative arrogance, was the exact vessel required to receive the vastness of the mercy mentioned in the title of the book.
It means that a raw, deeply felt vulnerability before the universe is infinitely more valuable than having all your theological or philosophical doctrines perfectly aligned. And the text provides a broader context to explain how this fear operates. It cites a divine promise that sounds almost like a law of thermodynamic conservation for the human soul.
Yes, the text references a profound principle where God states, I will not combine two fears and two securities in a servant.
I will not combine two fears and two securities. Let's dissect the mechanics of that. It sounds like a cosmic balancing of the scales.
It is an economy of awe. It implies that there is a fixed amount of existential weight that a soul must process. You simply choose when you process it. If you spend your life on earth in a state of absolute arrogant security, believing you are untouchable, acting with impunity, ignoring the reality of your own mortality and accountability, you are deferring the debt. You chose security here, so you will face overwhelming, paralyzing fear in the next life when reality finally crashes down on you. The scales must balance.
But if you carry the fear now...
If you carry a healthy, profound awe of the ultimate reality in this life, if you are acutely aware of your fragility, if you're cautious with the rights of others because you know you are being watched, if you tremble at the thought of standing before absolute justice, you are paying the debt up front. You are living in reality. And because you bore the weight of that fear in the temporary world, you are granted absolute, unbreakable security and peace in the eternal one. The man who burned his own body experienced the ultimate paralyzing fear of accountability in this world. Therefore, the law dictates he's granted security in the next.
An economy of awe. You pay up front with humility and awareness, or the bill comes due later with interest. And this immense, terrifying awe isn't just a dramatic anecdote for sinners trying to escape their ledgers. This psychological weight was actively carried by the greatest, most spiritually elevated figures in history. Which brings us to the final, and perhaps most physically visceral section of our deep dive, the biological toll of ultimate truth.
We are shifting from a parable about an unknown man to a highly specific historical detail about the prophet himself. And it is a detail that completely bridges the gap between metaphysical concepts and physical human biology.
The text recounts a deeply personal moment. Abu Bakr, who was the closest, most intimate companion of the prophet, is looking at him one day, and he notices a sudden, alarming physical change. He points out to the prophet that his hair has suddenly gone gray. This wasn't the gradual, expected silvering of old age. It was a rapid, noticeable depletion of color.
It happened fast.
The prophet's response to this observation is incredibly specific. He doesn't blame the stress of leading a nascent community or the threat of assassination or political maneuvering. He points to literature. He names specific chapters of the Quran. He says, Surah Hud, Al-Waqiyah, Al-Mursalat, Amma Yatasalun, and Idha Shamsu Kuvirat have turned my hair white.
To truly comprehend the gravity of that statement, we have to examine the mechanism of what is happening physically and then look at the content of those specific chapters that triggered it.
Let's start with the physical mechanism. We know in modern medicine that extreme psychological trauma or sheer terror can cause rapid graying. It's often colloquially called Marie Antoinette syndrome. It's an extreme biological reaction.
Exactly. Biologically acute, overwhelming stress sends the sympathetic nervous system into severe overdrive. The fight-or-flight response is triggered so intensely that it causes the permanent depletion of melanocyte stem cells in the hair follicles. The body is essentially saying, the psychological load we are carrying is so massive, so existentially threatening, that we are shutting down non-essential biological functions like hair pigmentation just to survive the mental load. It is the physical manifestation of carrying an unbearable mental weight.
So the question is, what is in those specific chapters that is heavy enough to trigger an acute biological trauma response in someone who was already accustomed to high-stress situations?
If you read those specific chapters, Hud, Al-Waqiah, and the others, they are not chapters dealing with legal codes or historical anecdotes or community guidelines. They are relentless, highly visual, cataclysmic descriptions of the end of the universe and the overwhelming reality of absolute justice. They don't just say, the world will end. They describe the mechanics of the unraveling.
Idha Shamsu Kurat, one of the chapters he named, literally translates to when the sun is folded up. It's an image of the core of our solar system losing its light and collapsing.
They describe the sky being stripped away like the skin of an animal. They describe the stars scattering and falling, the oceans boiling over and bursting into flames, the massive, unmovable mountains being pulverized and blown away like tufts of wool in the wind. And beyond the terrifying dismantling of physical physics, they describe the psychological terror of humanity realizing that the game is over.
There's no escaping it.
The moment when every hidden intention, every secret cruelty, every act of hidden shirk is laid completely bare before an inescapable judge.
It is the complete annihilation of the illusion of permanence. We walk around every day trusting that the ground will be solid, the sun will rise, and our secrets will remain hidden. These chapters strip away that comforting delusion and force the reader to stare directly into the blinding, terrifying reality that everything physical is temporary and only moral consequence is eternal.
And that is why his hair turned white. We often talk about spirituality today as a form of self-care. It's a mindfulness app, it's a yoga retreat, it's a comforting psychological blanket we pull over our heads to help us de-stress from our inbox. But this historical reality shatters the modern domestication of religion. True spiritual awareness, standing face to face with the ultimate truth of existence, is not a spa day.
It's really not.
It is an awe-inspiring, terrifying burden. Internalizing the fragility of the universe and the absolute certainty of accountability takes a physical toll. It requires you to look at the blinding reality of existence without blinking. The prophet's body was physically breaking down under the psychological weight of ultimate truth.
That reframes everything. It demands a level of gravity that modern life is explicitly designed to distract us from. We buy things we don't need. We doom scroll on our phones for hours. We obsess over whether our colleagues like us all as a subconscious defense mechanism to avoid thinking about the sun folding up and the reality of our own final accountability.
And this is the challenge I would issue to anyone listening. What bedrock realities in your own life are you actively avoiding? Because looking directly at them is too intense. Recognizing the fragility of life and the certainty of consequence shouldn't paralyze you with dread, but it should fundamentally reorient your priorities. If you truly internalize that the mountains will be scattered like dust, it suddenly seems incredibly foolish to tie your self-worth to the make of your car, or the number of likes on your post, or whether Bob from accounting thinks you are pious. The gravity of ultimate truth burns away the trivial anxieties and forces a profound focus on the only thing that actually survives the collapse: the sincere, unadulterated state of your soul.
This has been an incredibly heavy, transformative journey. Let's trace the causal chain of what we've unpacked today. We started at the surface, exploring the strict demand for pure intentions, the no co-founder rule of sincerity, where partnering with the crowd for social clout completely bankrupts the spiritual currency of our most charitable acts.
From there, we moved into the invisible realm, examining the insidious pathogen of hidden shirk. We saw how subtly modifying our behavior for the gaze of an observer is an act of internal idolatry, a shifting of our moral compass that ultimately triggers the universe's self-correcting mechanism of exposure.
We then explored what happens when the audience is just our own reflection, uncovering the profound paradox of vanity. We learned the mind-bending reality that our messy, humiliating flaws are actually a vital defense mechanism, fracturing the toxic, hermetically sealed room of our own ego.
Finally, we zoomed out to the cosmic scale. witnessing how a raw, trembling heart is valued far above perfect theological logic in the divine economy of awe, and how the true realization of ultimate justice and the fragility of the universe is a weight heavy enough to physically alter the human body.
As we close this deep dive into the sixth section of the path of repentance and the vastness of mercy, I want to remind you of the premise we started with. This entire exploration has been an invitation to audit your own internal theater. It is a challenge to locate the unseen audience residing in your mind and to systematically start asking them to leave the room.
To assist you in that internal audit, I want to leave you with a final, provocative thought experiment to carry with you. It builds on the mechanics of intention and exposure we've dissected today. Imagine for a moment that a new, inescapable technology is developed, and this technology has the ability to instantly broadcast the true, hidden intentions behind your absolute best, most celebrated, most charitable actions onto a massive screen for your entire community to read.
Not a video of the action itself, they already saw you do the good deed, but a printout of the raw, unfiltered why behind the action.
Exactly. If that technology were turned on today, would you still be proud of your highlight reel? Would you stand tall as the community read your internal motives? Or would you be exposed, humiliated by your own hidden shirk? Let that question dictate your actions tomorrow. Have you ever had a moment where you looked back at a decision you made, or maybe an argument you had just a few hours prior, and you just thought, who was that person?
Oh, yeah. Like constantly.
Right, because you wake up feeling completely solid in your convictions. You're totally grounded. And then by, I don't know, mid-afternoon, your mood, your motivations,
Your whole perspective just shifts.
yeah, your entire moral compass has just completely flipped. And it's this terrifying realization that the stability of our own psyche is, well, it's largely an illusion.
It really is. It's deeply unsettling when you first start to notice it.
Like, we think of our character as a mountain, but on certain days it feels a lot more like a weather vane, you know?
Right, because we operate under this unspoken assumption of psychological continuity.
What do you mean by continuity?
Well, we assume that the I making a promise on a Monday morning is the exact same I who has to actually fulfill that promise on Thursday evening.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a dangerous assumption.
Exactly, because any honest examination of human behavior shows that this continuity is incredibly fragile. I mean, we self-sabotage right at the finish line of our goals.
I really do.
We feel this profound emotional burnout even when, on paper at least, we're doing everything right. We hurt people we love without meaning to simply because our internal weather shifted.
And today, we are going directly into the eye of that storm. Welcome to a brand new deep dive. Today, we are exploring a highly specific, profoundly psychological segment of a classic historical manuscript.
It's an incredible text. It focuses heavily on spirituality and human behavior.
Right, but we're focusing exclusively on a fraction of this text. Basically, a section that deals with the hidden mechanics of human morality.
And it acts almost like an ancient diagnostic manual for the exact anxieties you and I are dealing with today.
It really does. So what's our mission for this deep dive? We're going to look at the philosophy of social withdrawal, the compounding nature of microscopic habits, the extreme volatility of the human heart.
And a really fascinating conceptualization of invisible psychological companions.
Yes, the invisible companions. We'll get to that. And it's mind-blowing. But what's most striking about the source material today is its total lack of sentimentality.
Right. It does not coddle the reader at all.
Not even a little bit. We are approaching this text not just as a historical religious document, but as a razor-sharp psychological treatise.
Because the thinkers behind this text were mapping out what we might call today the inner critic.
Yeah.
They were looking at the mechanics of emotional numbness and the compounding interest of our daily choices, centuries before modern psychology gave us the vocabulary for these things.
So if you have ever felt at the mercy of your own sudden changes of heart, or wondered about the hidden weight of your casual words, this deep dive is going to give you a completely different framework.
A completely new way to look at it, yeah.
But we need to start with the biggest picture possible before we move inward to the individual mind.
Right, the macro environment.
Exactly. We need to talk about how a person relates to society, especially when that society feels chaotic, toxic, or just fundamentally broken.
Which is a very familiar feeling these days. And the text opens this particular section by addressing human behavior during times of intense societal strife.
There's a specific term for that in the original language, right?
Yes, the conceptual term used is fitna.
Fitna.
Right, which basically implies severe trials, temptations, or civil chaos. Think of it as a period where the social fabric is tearing. Truth is totally obscured, and everyone is highly reactive.
Sounds like turning on the news right now.
Pretty much. And the manuscript presents two ideal models, two distinct archetypes, for how a person ought to navigate the world when it is essentially on fire.
Okay, so the first model is something straight out of an epic film. The text describes an active protector.
Right, the hero type.
Exactly. This is someone holding tightly to the reins of their horse, perpetually vigilant, ready to fly into danger to protect the vulnerable.
Whenever there is a cry of alarm, they don't hesitate.
They ride directly toward the panic. They seek the ultimate sacrifice, placing themselves between the chaos and the people who cannot defend themselves.
It is the ultimate first responder mentality.
Yeah, it really is.
This archetype represents active, outward virtue. It requires immense physical and moral courage, obviously, a real willingness to engage directly with the ugliness of the world in order to mitigate it.
There is a deeply romantic, heroic quality to this model. You are diving into the burning building to save whoever you can,
Right.
which is how most of us are taught to view morality,
Right.
right? Doing good means being out in the world, fighting the bad guys, righting the wrongs.
That's the standard narrative, yeah.
But then the text presents the second ideal, and this is the one that really forces a double take. The second model is the ultimate isolationist,
Yes, and it's a stark contrast.
total opposite of the rider on the horse. The text describes someone who is completely withdrawn from the social ecosystem. They are living in a remote valley or maybe on the peak of a mountain.
Completely off the grid.
Exactly. They have removed themselves from the discourse, from the conflicts, from the daily friction of human interaction.
Up there in their isolation, they just maintain their personal spiritual practices.
Right. They pray, they give whatever charity they can from their small flock of sheep. They maintain their worship, and they wait for certainty.
Which the text defines as death.
Wait, I have to pause here because this framing is incredibly provocative.
It definitely is.
Because my initial reaction to reading that second model is that it sounds kind of like cowardice.
You're not the only one who thinks that.
Right. It sounds like someone looking at a burning building and saying, well, the smoke is bad for my lungs, so I'm going to go take a hike in the mountains.
Yeah, it feels like opting out.
When society is falling apart, isn't retreating a dereliction of duty? How can hiding in the woods be presented as a moral equivalent to the person risking their life on the horse?
Well, that tension is entirely intentional, and to resolve it, we really have to look closely at the psychological motivation the text provides for this isolation.
Okay, what's the motivation?
The mountain hermit is not running away out of fear of the world's danger. The text explicitly states that this person isolates to spare people from his evil.
Wait, spare people from his evil.
Yes.
Not to protect himself from the world, but to protect the world from him.
Precisely. And that fundamentally shifts the whole paradigm.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Because this requires a level of self-awareness that is almost frightening. This isn't an escapist fantasy. It is a proactive moral choice based on a really sobering, perhaps even devastating self-assessment.
That is heavy.
It is. The text is suggesting that when society is overwhelmed by chaos and tribalism, the environment becomes highly contagious.
Yeah.
Panic breeds panic.
Anger breeds anger.
Exactly. The second archetype has realized, if I stay down there in the valley of society, I do not have the internal fortitude to be the protector on the horse.
I'm going to become part of the problem.
Exactly. I am going to lose my temper. I am going to say harmful things. I'm going to add to the toxicity.
The humility in that realization is staggering. It's the admission that you are not immune to the madness.
Right. You are not the hero in this particular story. You are a potential liability.
Which makes me think about the mechanics of a modern argument, right? Whether it's at a physical town hall meeting or just in a digital space, like on social media.
Oh, especially digital spaces. The atmosphere is always highly charged.
Right. And people feel this moral obligation to weigh in, to defend their side, to fix the situation with their commentary.
But because they are operating from a place of dysregulation, their intervention, even if it's well-intentioned, it just adds fuel to the fire.
It makes it worse. So the text is validating the choice to recognize your own dysregulation.
Yes. It frames isolation, or essentially just minding your own business, not as a passive, selfish act, but as a deeply disciplined protective measure.
You are putting yourself in quarantine.
Exactly. A spiritual quarantine. You're doing it so you don't infect the community with your own spiritual or emotional pathology.
You are neutralizing a threat to society, and the threat happens to be you.
Right.
So if we look at the macro level of how we relate to the world, the text gives us a choice, based on our capacity.
Which is very practical.
Very.
Yeah.
If you have the strength to absorb the chaos and protect others without being corrupted, get on the horse.
Yeah.
But if the chaos is going to corrupt you...
The most virtuous thing you can do is remove your voice and your presence from the fray.
Wow. Okay, so that's the macro view. But the text moves from that macro level to the micro, right?
It does. Because whether you are on the horse or whether you are on the mountain, you still have to navigate the microscopic reality of your own actions.
You still have to survive the daily mechanics of being human.
Exactly. And here, the source text issues a really profound warning against a concept known as mukirat alamal.
Which roughly translates to the belittling of small deeds.
Right, yes. Treating an action as trivial.
Like treating tiny actions as if they have zero consequence.
Exactly. The text asserts that there is no such thing as a vanished deed.
A vanished deed, okay?
It states that God has a tracker or a seeker for these seemingly insignificant actions.
So they don't just evaporate.
No, they do not evaporate into the ether just because we stop paying attention to them.
Right. And to illustrate this, the text provides a dichotomy focused on perhaps the most common habitual action a human being performs, which is speaking a word.
Right, something we do thousands of times a day.
The dichotomy is striking in its symmetry. It says a person might speak a single word that is pleasing, a good word, without giving it any real thought.
They don't attach any massive importance to it at all.
Right. They don't view it as some grand moral victory, but because of that one casual good word, they are elevated multiple degrees.
And conversely, a person might carelessly utter a single word of anger or a word that causes harm, paying absolutely no attention to it.
They think it's nothing.
They think it's completely trivial, and they plummet into ruin because of it.
Which feels so relevant to today. It feels like they're describing a thoughtless tweet.
Oh, that's a perfect analogy.
Right. You type a dozen words while waiting for the bus, you hit send without paying attention, and it literally ruins your life or makes someone else's.
What we are looking at here is a highly sophisticated argument against the human tendency to rationalize our behavior based on scale.
Scale. Meaning how big or small we think the action is.
Exactly. We have an incredibly robust internal defense mechanism that categorizes our actions to protect our self-image.
Oh, for sure. We say, it was just a small lie to avoid an awkward conversation.
Or it was just a tiny bit of gossip, everyone does it.
I was just venting my frustration. It's not a big deal.
Right. We inherently believe that because we don't assign weight to the action itself lacks weight in the grand scheme of things.
We act as if our subjective experience of an event dictates its objective reality.
Yes, exactly.
If I didn't think about it deeply, it must not matter deeply.
But the text is saying the universe's accounting system doesn't care about our rationalizations.
The tracker records the reality of the deed.
Right, the actual ripple effect it has on your own soul and on the world around you. Think about the psychological mechanism of habit formation.
Okay.
Moral degradation doesn't typically happen overnight. It is rarely a sudden, dramatic leap off a cliff.
It is the gradual erosion of boundaries through tiny, unmonitored compromises.
Yes. It's the compounding interest of triviality.
Man, the compounding interest of triviality, that's a great way to put it. If you allow yourself to utter a thoughtless, cruel word on a Tuesday, and you justify it because you were tired,
You have slightly lowered the barrier for cruelty on Wednesday.
you are slowly building a trajectory.
And trajectory is the crucial concept here. Because if small, unmonitored deeds compound over time, altering our trajectory degree by invisible degree.
Where do they ultimately lead us?
Right. And this is where the source material introduces what I think is the most philosophically challenging and honestly chilling concept in the entire manuscript.
Yeah, the unpredictable finish line, or the ends of deeds. This part is genuinely stressful to read. The text lays down an uncompromising rule. Actions are judged strictly by their conclusions.
How you finish is all that matters.
All that matters. And to hammer this point home, it tells a very intense story about a man fighting in a battle.
It's a narrative designed to completely upend our assumptions about outward righteousness.
So, the story is about a man fighting valiantly alongside the believers. He is in the thick of it, taking on the enemy so fiercely that everyone around him is in awe.
Everyone is amazed by him.
The observers are praising him, saying he is the bravest, the most dedicated, the best among them. He's outwardly doing everything right.
But the prophet, observing the exact same man, states that he is destined for the fire.
which creates massive cognitive dissonance for the people listening. It makes absolutely no sense based on the evidence available to them.
Not at all.
So they decide to watch him closely to see what could possibly explain this. The battle continues, and the man sustains a severe wound.
The pain is apparently agonizing.
And here is where the pivot happens. Rather than enduring the pain patiently until the natural end, the man takes his sword, plants the hilt in the dirt, points the blade at his own chest.
And leans his body weight onto it, taking his own life.
It is a shocking, tragic conclusion to what appeared to be a heroic trajectory.
It is. And the text uses this specific incident to establish a terrifying reality.
Which is?
It says a person might do the deeds of good people for their entire life. So much so that to everyone watching, they seem guaranteed a good end,
Right.
only to pivot to evil at the very end. Or on the flip side, a person might do terrible things their whole life, acting horribly, only to pivot to good right before they die.
Okay, I have to pause and ask you how you process this. Because for many people, myself included, this framework feels profoundly unfair.
Oh, unfair is usually the first word people use.
Right. I read this, and my immediate reaction was deep resistance. Because if I map this onto a modern analogy, it sounds like you're telling me someone can train for a marathon for years.
Run a brilliant, disciplined race for 25.9 miles.
And then trip over a pebble in the last 100 yards and be disqualified entirely.
Right.
It feels like it invalidates a lifetime of good work. If you can be a good person for 60 years, make one catastrophic error in your final hours, and have the first 60 years wiped out. I mean,
Yeah.
How is that a just system?
That resistance is entirely natural. Historically, scholars and philosophers who studied these texts grappled with this exact anxiety. It feels like a cosmic rug pull.
Yes, the cosmic rug pull.
But if we analyze the psychological intent behind this teaching, we realize it is a targeted strike against a specific human failing.
What failing is that?
Moral hubris.
What do you mean by moral hubris in this context?
Well, human beings have a deep desire for complacency. We want to reach a state where the work is just done.
Oh, like checking a box.
Exactly. We want to build a moral resume and then rest on it. A person might think, well, I volunteered throughout my 20s, I've been faithful in my relationships, I donate to charity.
Therefore, I'm good.
Right. Therefore, I have banked. My goodness. I am categorized as a good person, and I can now cruise on autopilot.
So this text is violently dismantling the idea that you can ever coast.
Precisely. Morality is not a bank account where past deposits guarantee future solvency. It is an active, daily maintenance process.
The moment you think you are safe, the moment you rely on your past to guarantee your future, you become vulnerable.
Yes.
Okay, I see the utility in destroying complacency, but let's look at the mechanism of that final pivot, the story of the warrior taking his own life. It suggests that the pivot isn't just a random glitch, right?
That is the key distinction, actually.
It's not like a lightning strike of bad luck at the end of a good life.
No, the sudden pivot at the end is almost never a random accident. It is the sudden manifestation of what was already there, hidden beneath the surface.
Oh, interesting.
It goes back to the trivial deeds, the mukarat al-amal we talked about.
The small stuff.
If we look at the warrior, perhaps his fierce fighting wasn't motivated by sincere belief at all.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps he was driven entirely by a desire for the praise of the men around him, or a reckless pursuit of glory.
So as long as he was winning and being praised, his outward actions look righteous.
Exactly. But the moment the profound pain hit, and the praise was no longer enough to sustain him, the hidden rot was revealed.
The impatience, the lack of true endurance.
Right. The collapse at the end is just the roof finally caving in from years of invisible termite damage.
That reframes it completely.
Yeah.
It's not that a good life is randomly invalidated by a late mistake. It's that the end reveals the true foundation of the life.
Yes, that's exactly it.
If the foundation was built on unmonitored compromises and hidden ego, it just won't hold up under the final pressure test.
That's the terrifying part, yeah.
But that still leaves us with a tremendous amount of anxiety. Is there any comfort offered here?
There is immense hope woven into this, actually, but it requires accepting the terms. The text explicitly states that if God wants good for someone, he employs them before death.
Employs them. That's an interesting translation. What does that signify?
The linguistic implication is that they are put to work. They are guided to perform a sincere good deed or brought into a state of grace or repentance right before their time is up, and they are taken in that state.
Okay, so it's not just a trap.
No, not at all. It emphasizes that if you are genuinely striving, if you are actively engaged in that daily maintenance without arrogance, you will be steered toward a good conclusion.
So this framework does two things simultaneously.
Right.
It acts as a severe warning against arrogance for the righteous.
And it acts as a beacon of profound hope for those who feel they have ruined their lives.
Because if you have been running in the wrong direction for 25 miles, the race isn't over.
You can still turn around.
It prioritizes your present trajectory over your past resume.
Yes. It demands total presence. You cannot fall asleep at the wheel of your own morality.
Which naturally brings us to the core question. Why is it so difficult to stay awake?
Why is it so hard?
Yeah. Why is our trajectory so unstable that we have to worry about pivoting at the very end? And to answer that, the text takes us down to the engine room. It takes us to the human heart.
And this is where the manuscript becomes deeply poetic and incredibly penetrating in its psychology.
It really does.
The source reveals a linguistic reality that shapes the entire philosophy. In Arabic, the word used for the heart is qalb.
Qalb.
Right. And the literal root meaning of the verb form of qalb is to turn over, to flip, to invert, or to fluctuate.
So the very name of the organ implies inherent instability. It is defined by its capacity to change.
Yes, it is not a static object at all. And the text uses a series of escalating, highly visceral metaphors to drive this point home.
Right. It says the heart is like a single feather lying in a desolate desert, being flipped endlessly over and over by the wind.
And then it tightens the imagery.
Yeah, it says it is like a feather hanging by a single fragile thread from the branch of a tree, twisting erratically in the breeze.
And then it moves to an image of intense energy.
The boiling pot. The heart is more volatile, more prone to rapid turnover than a violently boiling pot of water.
I want to sit with those images for a second because they run completely counter to how modern society conceptualizes the heart.
Oh, completely.
Mm.
Every pop song, every movie, every piece of generic modern advice tells us to follow your heart.
Right, like it's a compass.
We treat the heart as the ultimate anchor of truth. We talk about it like it's a perfectly calibrated, infallible GPS system. If you just look deep inside your heart, you'll know what to do.
But this ancient text is asserting the exact opposite.
Yes, it is saying the heart isn't an anchor. It is the most unstable, chaotic element in your entire psychological makeup.
It's a feather in a hurricane.
It's a boiling pot with convection currents of emotion rapidly rising and falling.
If your compass needle is spinning wildly because it's caught in a magnetic storm, following it is a recipe for getting hopelessly lost.
Right. The text goes so far as to say a person might wake up a firm believer, grounded in their principles, and go to sleep that very same day as a complete disbeliever.
That is the speed at which the flip can occur.
And they ground this theory in a specific historical anecdote within the manuscript, don't they?
They do. There is a companion named Maquad who observes people around him actively wishing to be tested.
Basically asking for trials.
Right. They are essentially asking for trials, perhaps out of a desire to prove their spiritual strength or to demonstrate their resilience.
And Moquad strongly warns against this.
He praises the people who actively avoid trials and chaos.
Which ties perfectly back to our first discussion about the mountain hermit avoiding the fitna.
Exactly. Maquad is warning them because he understands the mechanics of the qalb.
You might think you have the willpower, the logical fortitude to endure a massive temptation or a severe trial.
But Maquad is telling them, you don't understand your own engine. Your heart is a boiling pot. Why would you purposefully put it closer to the fire?
But, this leaves us with a massive practical problem.
What's that?
Well, if my heart is a feather and it's just going to flip wherever the wind blows, where's my agency? How do you steer a feather? It feels like a deterministic trap where I'm just at the mercy of my fluctuating emotions.
But that is the genius of the framework. It doesn't ask you to steer the feather.
It doesn't.
No, it recognizes that you cannot out-willpower your own volatile nature. Your agency does not lie in freezing the feather in place. Your agency lies entirely in curating your environment.
Okay, so since the heart is a feather, the wind that blows it is the only variable you can actually control.
Precisely.
The environment is the wind, the people we surround ourselves with, the media we consume, the spaces we inhabit.
Exactly. And the text introduces another brilliant, enduring metaphor here to explain how the environment works on us.
The perfume seller and the blacksmith.
Yes, it contrasts the good companion and the bad companion. The good companion is likened to a perfume seller.
Right.
If you go and sit in the shop of a perfume seller, even if you don't buy any fragrance, even if you just sit there and do nothing, you're going to leave smelling good.
The scent attaches to you passively. You absorb the goodness just by occupying the space.
Yes, the environment does the heavy lifting for you. Conversely, The bad companion is likened to a blacksmith operating a bellows.
Okay.
If you sit too close to the blacksmith's forge, you might not be striking the anvil yourself, but the sparks are going to fly and burn tiny holes in your clothes. Or, at the very least, you are going to leave that shop smelling like foul smoke and soot.
And the insidious thing about smelling like smoke is that you usually don't realize you smell like it until you leave the forge and go somewhere clean.
You get used to it.
Right. It permeates you without your conscious permission.
This is a highly sophisticated articulation of the physics of spiritual and psychological influence. We often talk today about how you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with.
Yeah, that classic productivity quote.
But we usually apply that to financial success or productivity.
The ancient text is applying it to your core moral stability.
Yes, it is issuing a stark warning. Do not rely on the strength of your own heart to resist the blacksmith's smoke. Your heart is a feather. It will flip toward whatever environment it is in.
Your only job is to physically get up, leave the forge, and go sit next to the perfume cellar.
Yeah, it's your agency.
This completely shifts how we should think about moral effort. We spend so much energy trying to force our hearts to feel the right way.
Trying to suppress bad desires using sheer cognitive willpower.
But willpower is a finite resource. This framework is saying, stop fighting the feather, change the wind.
If you are constantly consuming rage-inducing content and wondering why you feel cynical and angry,
You are sitting in the blacksmith shop breathing in soot,
right?
wondering why your lungs hurt.
Yeah.
You have to change the inputs.
Which provides a necessary, albeit kind of grim, transition to the next phase of our exploration.
What happens if we ignore this advice?
Exactly. What happens if we fail to curate our environment? If we let the wrong winds blow our feather endlessly? If we sit in the smoke too long?
The text tells us that the volatile heart does not just keep flipping forever, does it?
No. Under the wrong conditions of constant toxic exposure, it eventually stops turning. It ossifies.
It becomes a hard heart.
Yes. And the manuscript goes into incredible detail about what a hardened heart looks like, and crucially, what causes it.
It doesn't just describe the condition. It provides the mechanism of injury.
Right. It gives a specific behavioral pause for this hardening before listing the symptoms. It warns vehemently against excessive talking without remembrance or mindfulness.
It states that engaging in endless empty chatter literally hardens the heart.
And it makes a definitive theological statement. The farthest people from grace are those with hard hearts.
Let's break down the mechanism of excessive talking. Because, on the surface, talking seems totally harmless. But how does it harden the heart?
When you are constantly speaking, constantly outputting words, opinions, hot takes, gossip, you are in a state of perpetual projection.
Your energy is entirely directed outward.
Right. You are not listening, you are not observing, you are not reflecting. The ratio of output to internal silence becomes massively skewed.
And if we apply this to the modern era, the internet is essentially an engine for endless empty chatter.
That's all it is.
We type millions of words every day that mean absolutely nothing, completely disconnected from any deeper purpose or mindfulness. We are soaking in an environment of excessive talking.
And the text outlines 4 very specific symptoms that manifest when a person has succumbed to this environment and developed a hard heart.
It calls these the signs of wretchedness or deep spiritual misery. Let's list them.
Number 1, a dry eye.
Number 2, a hard heart itself.
Number 3, long, unending, unrealistic hopes or ambitions.
And number 4, insatiable greed for worldly things. When I first read that list, I had to take a step back because it doesn't read like an ancient religious diagnosis.
What does it read like to you?
It reads like a remarkably precise clinical description of modern burnout, emotional blunting, and the exhaustion of hustle culture.
It's spot on. Let's look at the first 2, the dry eye and the hard heart. The text literally means the physical inability to weep or to feel deep, resonant emotion.
What is so profound here is how these ancient thinkers connected the physiological response to the spiritual state.
Right, the body and the soul.
In many modern contexts, especially regarding traditional masculinity or corporate stoicism, the inability to cry is framed as a feature, not a bug.
It is seen as a sign of strength. They were so strong they didn't even shed a tear during the crisis.
But this manuscript views the dry eye not as strength, but as a terrifying medical symptom of a deadened inner life.
If you witness a tragedy, or if you experience a moment of profound, transcendent beauty and your eye remains dry, your internal operating system is failing.
It's the ultimate emotional blunting. And we see the mechanism for this all the time now. We consume endless content,
Yeah.
the excessive chatter of the feed.
Yeah.
We see a tragic news story about a war zone, and our brain just can't process the sheer volume of suffering.
So our heart hardens as a defense mechanism to protect us from being overwhelmed. We become
You
desensitized.
scroll past a disaster, then immediately scroll to a comedy sketch, then to a political rant, and we feel absolutely nothing.
That is the dry eye. It isn't resilience, it's a loss of humanity.
And this numbness does not just sit there statically. It actively drives the third and fourth symptoms on the list. Long, unending ambitions and insatiable greed.
The hustle culture symptoms.
Right. But how does numbness lead to greed?
It is a problem of stimulation. When the heart is hard, it loses the capacity to feel the subtle, quiet joys of existence.
Like what?
A moment of deep connection with a friend, the stillness of a morning, the satisfaction of a simple job well done. These things no longer register because they cannot penetrate the ossified shell of the heart.
But the human organism still craves feeling.
Exactly. So if you can't feel the subtle things, you have to seek out massive, intense hits of dopamine just to feel alive.
You need more money, higher status, the next promotion, a bigger house.
Your ambitions become unending and unrealistic because no external achievement can actually fix the internal numbness.
It's an endless treadmill. You are trying to buy the sensation of joy through acquisition, but the instrument inside you that processes joy is broken.
If I just get this next title, I'll finally feel content.
But you don't. So if a person finds themselves in this state, if they recognize the dry eye and the endless ambition in themselves, how do they cure it? How do you soften a heart once it has turned to stone?
The cure requires reversing the mechanism of injury.
Okay.
If excessive, mindless chatter and constant exposure to the blacksmith smoke harden the heart, the antidote is a radical reduction in noise.
It requires stepping away from the constant stimulation, the endless outward projection, and re-engaging with silence and mindfulness.
It means sitting in the quiet, allowing yourself to feel the uncomfortable emotions, the boredom, the grief, the inadequacy that the endless chatter was distracting you from.
You have to sit with the discomfort until the numbness breaks and the tears, the physical manifestation of a softening heart, can finally return.
It's essentially a call for a radical attention diet. Stop consuming the empty calories of constant information and start fasting so your internal receptors can heal.
Okay, so we have established that the heart is naturally volatile. If we put it in a toxic environment, it hardens and goes numb.
And when a heart is hard and we are emotionally blunted and constantly seeking external validation.
Our internal landscape becomes the perfect playground for self-sabotage.
Which brings us to the final and perhaps the most fascinating phase of our deep dive. The concept of invisible companions.
Yes, this is where the source material takes a psychological struggle that every human being experiences and personifies it in a way that is just incredibly functional.
The text claims that every single human being is assigned a korin.
A korin. The word implies a companion or an associate, right?
Yes. And in the context of this tradition, it specifically refers to a companion from the jinn, invisible entities.
Okay, invisible entities. The text states unequivocally that everyone has this korin and that this companion constantly urges them toward negative impulses, toward destructive behavior, doubt, or cruelty.
And simultaneously, it notes that everyone is also assigned an angelic companion urging them toward good.
So it is the absolute origin point of the classic angel on one shoulder, devil on the other trope that we see in cartoons and literature.
It is, but the narrative the text uses to explore this reality is deeply intimate and very human. It doesn't treat it like a cartoon at all.
No, it shares a story about the prophet and his wife.
Right. In the story, his wife experiences a moment of jealousy, which is a very common human emotion.
Sure.
The prophet recognizes this and asks her, "Has your devil come to you?"
And her reaction is surprise. She asks, "Do I have one?" He confirms that yes, she does.
Yeah.
And then she asks a very bold, probing question. Do you have one?
She is asking the man she considers the holiest person on earth, a prophet, do you also have an invisible entity whispering negative, destructive things to you?
And his reply is stunning in its honesty. He doesn't deny it. He says, yes, he does have one.
But he adds a crucial detail.
Yes, he says his companion has submitted. The original Arabic implies it has surrendered or become Muslim, and as a result, this internal voice now only commands him to do good.
Let's look at this through the lens of modern clinical psychology because it is an absolute stroke of genius.
Okay, let's do it.
Think about what happens internally when you experience a dark, intrusive thought. When you have a sudden urge of jealousy or a desire to self-sabotage a relationship or a flash of unprovoked anger, what is your immediate secondary reaction to that thought?
Usually it's intense guilt or shame.
Mm-hmm.
I have the thought, and then I immediately think, wow, I am a terrible, broken person for thinking that. Something is fundamentally wrong with my character.
Exactly. You identify with the thought. You fuse your identity to the impulse. You believe that because the thought occurred in your brain, it represents the core truth of who you are.
But look at what the concept of the current does. By externalizing the inner critic, by framing this source of negative impulses as an assigned companion rather than your core self, the text normalizes intrusive thoughts.
It tells the listener everyone has this voice. It is a universal condition. Even the best of humanity has this voice.
The negative impulse is a feature of the human operating system. It is not a bug in your personal morality.
That reframing is incredibly liberating.
It really is. It creates a critical space between the stimulus and the response. If the dark thought isn't me, but just my Corinne doing its job of whispering, I don't have to spiral into shame.
You can observe the thought with detachment.
I can say, oh, there goes my Corinne acting up again, trying to make me jealous.
It mirrors some of the most effective modern therapeutic techniques like acceptance and commitment therapy.
ACT, right.
Yes. In ACT, therapists teach patients to name their inner critic or their anxiety. Instead of saying, I am a hopeless, anxious mess, you learn to say, thank you, anxiety, for sharing that worst case scenario with me, but we aren't going to act on it.
By personifying the negative drive, you strip it of its power to dictate your identity.
Exactly.
But the goal of the framework isn't just passive observation, right? Because the end of the story with the prophet is the most important part.
Right. He says his Corinne has submitted and now commands good.
That is the ultimate objective. The goal is not to be shocked by your dark impulses.
The goal isn't even to kill the companion, because you can't kill a fundamental part of your psychological makeup. The drive, the energy is permanent.
The goal is to tame it, manage it, and eventually convert it.
Convert your inner critic.
How does a person practically do that?
Well, think about what the inner critic or the Corinne actually represents. Very often, our darkest impulses are just misdirected protective mechanisms.
Okay, give me an example.
Jealousy is often a misdirected, frantic desire for security and love. Anger is often a misdirected desire for justice or boundary protection. Greed is a misdirected desire for safety in an unpredictable world.
Oh, wow.
If you can understand the underlying motivation of the voice, you can tame it and redirect that raw energy. The very drive that used to sabotage you can become a profound force that serves you.
You train the hypercritical voice to become a discerning analytical voice.
Yes, you convert the frantic anxiety into proactive vigilance. You harness the raw horsepower of the Corinne.
That is a profound paradigm shift. It means our darkest, most difficult impulses aren't diseased limbs that need to be amputated. They are wild horses.
They are dangerous, yes.
But if they can be broken, trained, and ridden, they provide the very energy we need to move forward. What an unbelievable journey we've taken through just a fraction of this ancient manuscript. Let's trace the map of what we've explored today in this deep dive.
It's been quite a map.
We started by looking at the macro level of our lives, grappling with the realization that sometimes the most profound moral action you can take in a chaotic, reactive world is to physically or digitally isolate yourself.
To recognize your own capacity for harm and deliberately spare society from your own dysregulation.
Right, and from that mountaintop, we zoomed in to the microscopic level, confronting the terrifying reality of muqat al-amal, the trivial deeds.
We saw the mechanics of how a single thoughtless word, a careless digital comment, compounds invisibly over time, slowly altering our trajectory until it leads to ruin.
Then we faced the deeply uncomfortable, ego-destroying truth about the unpredictability of our life's finish line. We learned that moral hubris is a trap.
We can never bank our past good deeds, because the end will always reveal the true, hidden foundation of our character.
We learned why that trajectory is so unstable, because the engine driving us are hard. The kolb is not a solid anchor, but a volatile feather flipping in the desert wind.
And we discovered that because we cannot willpower the feather into stillness, we must meticulously curate our environment.
We have to choose to sit with the perfume sellers and absorb their scent, rather than sitting in the blacksmith's forge and letting the smoke harden our hearts into a state of emotional numbness and endless greed.
And finally, we learned that when the dark voices inevitably whisper to us from our hardened hearts, we do not need to drown in shame.
We all have a Corin. Our task is not to hate the wild horse, but to observe it, tame it, and convert its raw energy toward the good.
It is a relentlessly demanding psychological framework. There is no denying that. It leaves absolutely no room for excuses.
No, it doesn't.
But simultaneously, it is an incredibly empowering one. It places the ultimate responsibility for your moral maintenance squarely in the present moment, in the tiny, seemingly insignificant choices you make today, and the environments you choose to step into tomorrow.
So as we bring this deep dive to a close, I
Yeah.
want to leave you, the listener, directly with a thought to mull over as you go about the rest of your week.
It's a very important thought.
If this ancient text is right, if your heart truly is a feather, and the people, the conversations, the media, and the algorithms you surround yourself with are the wind, what direction is your wind blowing today?
A great question.
Take a moment this afternoon to take an honest inventory of your environment. Look closely at the perfume sellers and the blacksmiths in your life, on your phone screen, and in your social circles, and ask yourself, whose scent are you carrying right now?
We started today talking about how murky the diagnostic landscape of the human psyche can be, how we lack a clear, simple X-ray to show us exactly where we are broken or why we feel so lost.
But perhaps texts like this are the closest thing we have to that X-ray.
I think so.
They don't show us broken bones, but they illuminate the microscopic fractures in our habits, the encroaching numbness in our hearts, and the invisible smoke on our clothes. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the source material. Keep questioning, keep curating your wind, and keep exploring the hidden forces that are quietly shaping your life. You know, usually when we talk about moral frameworks or just personal growth in general,
Right.
there's this expectation of clinical precision. It feels like engineering, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It's very mechanical.
Yeah, exactly. You look at human behavior, you put it under this like moral X-ray machine, and you're just looking for that jagged white line of a fracture,
The flaw.
right? The flaw.
Mm-hmm.
And when society sees it, we just point at it and say, well, there it is. That person is broken. Throw the whole thing out.
It's a deeply binary way of viewing human existence, isn't it? I mean, you're either broken or you're not broken, good or bad.
Useful or discarded.
Exactly. And we cling to that framework because, well, frankly, it offers a really comforting illusion of control.
We like control.
We love it. We want a clear, visible ledger of right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And we really want to believe that, avoiding that jagged line on the X-ray is entirely within our power.
But then you step into the world of the classical texts we were exploring today, and suddenly that entire X-ray machine is it's completely shattered.
It really is. The diagnostic landscape here is so murky and complex.
It's shockingly counterintuitive, because for our deep dive today, we are looking at a curated stack of ancient texts. We've got historical accounts, philosophical sayings rooted in deep Abrahamic traditions.
Really foundational stuff.
Yeah. And the core tension here, the thing we really need to unpack today, is that these sources suggest the universe was actually designed for you to fail.
Which is just a massive disruption to our modern expectations. I mean, it completely upends what a good human being is supposed to be.
It really does. I
Yeah.
think when we normally study ancient prescriptive texts, we bring along so much baggage.
Oh, tons of it. We assume these are just like rigid, unforgiving rule books.
Right, where any deviation is this catastrophic moral failure.
Yeah.
We think of ancient morality as this high-wire act,
Right.
right? And there's absolutely no net.
But the source material we pulled for today paints just a completely different picture. It doesn't just tolerate human error as some, unfortunate side effect of free will.
It's not a bug in the system.
No, not at all. It places our capacity to mess up at the very center of the cosmic design.
So for everyone listening right now, I want you to think about the energy you spend beating yourself up.
All those agonizing replays at 2 in the morning.
Oh, man. Yeah. The lingering guilt over a misstep at work or like a harsh word in a relationship.
Or even just a promise you broke to yourself.
Exactly. We carry these failures around like literal rocks in a backpack. But, by the end of this conversation, you might see those exact mistakes in a completely different light.
I really think so. Because before we can understand how to fix our errors, we have to start by looking at how these texts view the errors themselves.
Right. Let's get into the sources. I was looking through the notes you compiled for us.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this very specific, almost strange framing about how frequently we fall short.
Yes.
Can you just walk me through what the original text actually says here?
Yeah, so the foundational text we're looking at sets the baseline with this statement. It says, every son of Adam is a frequent sinner, and the best of the frequent sinners are the frequent repenters.
Okay, I want to pause right there on the language, because the repetition of the word frequent stands out immediately.
It's very intentional.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say we occasionally slip up or that we make a mistake once in a blue moon.
Right. The linguistic nuance in the original classical language is so crucial here. It doesn't use the word sinner as this static noun, like some label you acquire only after making a really bad mistake.
Like a title.
Exactly, not a title. The phrasing implies a habitual continuous action. It describes someone who is chronically, structurally prone to missing the mark.
So it's an acknowledgement that human nature is fundamentally flawed from the ground up.
Inescapably flawed. You are not a perfect being who occasionally suffers a glitch. The glitch is the operating system.
Wow. That reframes the entire human struggle. I mean, if the text had said, some of you might make a mistake once a decade.
Then making a mistake would be an anomaly. It would be a total crisis.
Right. But if the baseline assumption is that every single person is a habitual offender-like, a frequent sinner, it changes the whole metric of success.
It means the goal isn't to never fall down. That's actually not expected of you at all.
It's a relief, honestly.
Right. And to illustrate just how far this concept goes, the source material details a scenario that almost reads like a provocation to, traditional justice systems.
Oh, the story of the repeat offender. I love this one. Let's get into it.
So it describes a person who commits a sin. They recognize the failure, they ask for forgiveness, and the divine forgives them.
Simple enough.
But then human nature kicks in. The person returns to the exact same sin. They fall right back into the habit.
Which is so relatable.
Completely. So again, they ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
And again, they are forgiven. Then inevitably, they do it a third time.
And this is where it gets crazy to me. Because in almost any human institution, the third strike is the absolute end of the road.
3 strikes and you're out.
Right. You lose your job, or you go to prison, or you lose a relationship. Human patience has a very hard, very defined limit.
Yet, after this third repetition, the divine response detailed in the text is just staggering.
What does it say?
It reads, quote, "My servant knew he had a Lord who forgives the sin and takes account of it. Do as you wish, for I have forgiven you."
Okay, I am going to push back on this pretty hard.
I figured you might.
Because, frankly, it sounds dangerous. Do as you wish sounds like a literal spiritual get-out-of-jail-free card.
It really does sound like that on the surface.
If someone knows they are going to be forgiven anyway,
Yeah.
and the ultimate authority figure is literally saying, do what you want, why wouldn't a person just lean into their worst impulses?
Yeah, why not just go crazy?
Exactly. If there's no final consequence for repeated action, why even try to be good? It feels like it incentivizes corruption.
I get that. And if you read "Do as you wish" in total isolation, it absolutely sounds like a license for chaos. But the preceding sentence is the anchor here. It's the thing that prevents this from becoming a free-for-all.
The part about knowing they have a Lord.
Yes. My servant knew he had a Lord who forgives the sin and takes account of it. The pivotal element of this story is not the repetition of the crime.
Okay, what is it then?
The pivotal element is the unbroken awareness of a higher moral authority. This person keeps messing up, yes, but their internal compass is still pointing north.
Oh, I see. They never lose that distinction between right and wrong.
Precisely. They aren't justifying the mistake. They aren't saying, well, it wasn't really a sin, it was just a misunderstanding.
They aren't gaslighting themselves.
No, they own the failure every single time. They recognize it, they feel the weight of it, and they actively attempt to return to the path.
So the phrase, do as you wish, is not permission to be malicious.
Not at all. It is an absolute guarantee against despair.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
The text is establishing that as long as the elasticity of your conscience remains intact, as long as you can still feel the sting of doing wrong,
And you still have the humility to ask for a reset.
yes, then the door remains open. The system is fundamentally designed to absorb your failure, provided you do not sever the connection by giving up entirely.
I am trying to map this onto a physical process. And it makes me think of how we build muscle.
Oh, the gym analogy. Let's hear it.
Right, so if you want to increase your physical strength, you can't just sit on a couch. You have to go to a gym and literally subject your muscle fibers to stress until they tear.
You have to break them down.
Exactly. The microscopic tearing of the tissue is essentially a biological failure. The muscle could not handle the load, so it broke. That is the mistake.
And well, if you just keep tearing it without rest, you destroy the muscle entirely.
Right, you get injured. But the crucial part of training is the recovery period. The rest, the nutrition, the sleep.
That's when the growth happens.
Yes. That is when the body repairs the micro tears, building the tissue back slightly thicker and stronger than it was before.
So in this analogy, the tearing of the muscle is the sin. It's the failure.
Yeah. And the recovery period, that intentional act of feeding the body and resting, that is the repentance.
Which means the initial failure wasn't just an unfortunate accident.
No, it was an active biological requirement for growth. You literally cannot get stronger without breaking the tissue first.
That maps so beautifully onto the psychological framework of these texts. The breaking down is the catalyst.
It's its starting point.
Right. And if we extrapolate from this, consider what this ancient text does to the modern epidemic of toxic perfectionism.
Oh, that completely destroys it.
We live in a society governed by, cancel culture.
Right.
Relentless corporate performance reviews.
Highly curated social media profiles where nobody ever looks bad.
Exactly. The underlying anxiety of modern life is the terror of making a single irredeemable mistake.
It is entirely paralyzing for people. I mean, people are afraid to speak up, to try new careers, to engage in complex relationships.
Because the societal penalty for failing is just complete exile.
Yeah, you're out. You're done.
But this text fundamentally dismantles that anxiety by removing perfection as the baseline.
Right. If habitual error is the expected norm, guilt no longer functions as this paralyzing force.
Guilt is transformed into data.
Data, I like that.
Yeah, it's the soreness in the muscle telling you that you pushed too far and now it's time to repair.
It shifts the entire human endeavor from an impossible standard of maintaining absolute purity
to a dynamic process of constant, resilient recovery.
Okay, so if our flaws are a design feature rather than a bug, then the universe must have a mechanism to absorb all that failure, right?
It has to, yeah.
Because it's one thing to say, humans are flawed, deal with it. It is another thing entirely to say that a lack of flaws would actually break the universe.
Yes.
And the notes you provided take us into some incredibly deep philosophical waters here. There is a hypothetical scenario in the text that honestly blew my mind.
Yes. This is what we might call the cosmic paradox.
The cosmic paradox. Let's unpack that.
So the text introduces a thought experiment to illustrate the absolute necessity of human failure. It states, and this is a quote, "If you did not commit sins, God would remove you and would bring a people who sin and seek forgiveness so that he could forgive them."
Okay, let's really pause and dissect that.
Mm.
Because that is heavy.
It is.
If you didn't mess up, you'd be replaced by people who do.
Yeah.
The ultimate authority is explicitly stating that an error-free humanity is useless.
Completely useless.
And would be swapped out for a flawed one. So my question is, why design a project that is guaranteed to break?
To understand this, we really have to look at the broader theological mechanics of how these classical traditions view divine attributes.
Okay.
In this framework, the Creator possesses infinite attributes, mercy, forgiveness, compassion, justice.
Right.
But an attribute cannot exist in a vacuum. It requires an object to act upon in order to be made manifest.
Oh, I see, like a teacher needing a student.
Exactly.
If I'm master educator, my core identity is the act of taking someone from a state of ignorance to a state of knowledge.
Yes.
But if I'm placed in a classroom where every single student is already a genius and they know the material perfectly,
then your identity as a teacher is rendered entirely dormant. You have no function.
Right, I'm just standing there. Or it's like a brilliant surgeon living in a town where no one ever gets sick or injured.
That's a great example. The surgeon's capacity for healing might be infinite, but without a wound to close, the healing cannot happen.
It's just theoretical.
Exactly. And in the classical cosmology we're examining, angels already exist.
Right, the angels are the perfect ones.
Yes. They are described as entities of pure obedience. They are entirely free from the friction of ego or temptation. They literally do not make mistakes.
Therefore, they cannot experience forgiveness.
Exactly. So humanity is a different project entirely.
Humanity is the vessel for the attribute of mercy.
Forgiveness fundamentally requires an offense. If humans were pristine and angelic, the mechanism of cosmic compassion would have no function.
It would just be sitting there, unused.
Right, the vulnerability of humanity, our friction, our tendency to get things tragically wrong, that is the very engine that pulls divine mercy into the world.
Man, when you hear that, you have to look at your own life differently.
You really do.
For everyone listening, I want you to think about the moment you felt the most profound, hollow shame. The moment you looked in the mirror and thought, I am entirely broken.
We all have those moments.
According to the logic of this text, that exact moment of absolute failure, provided it's followed by the desire to repair, is what authenticates your humanity.
It is the moment you are most perfectly aligned with the grander functional design of the universe.
You're never more useful to the cosmic ecosystem than when you are in need of forgiveness.
It just strips all the shame out of the human experience, doesn't it?
It really does. It replaces it with this sense of participation. You are participating in a massive dynamic of continuous redemption.
Right.
But this raises a terrifying logistical question for me.
Okay, let's hear it.
If we are walking a tightrope, and the system is actually designed for us to slip and fall frequently,
Right.
what exactly is catching us?
The safety net.
Right. How vast is this safety net? Because human history is full of horrific failures. I mean, we need a lot of catching.
We do. And the text attempts to quantify this, which I found fascinating, because it actually uses mathematics to explain the scale of compassion.
Yes. I love this part. It produces one of the most conceptually stunning images I've ever seen in ancient literature.
It really does. The text attempts to measure the infinite by giving it this tangible numerical structure. It describes mercy as a substance that, upon the creation of the universe, was divided into 100 parts.
100 parts, okay.
Yes. And the kicker is the distribution of those parts. The text states that only one single part, just 1% of the total volume of universal mercy, was sent down to Earth.
Just 1%.
Yep, the other 99 parts are retained by the divine. They're reserved for the afterlife or the grand culmination of existence.
So just 1% is allocated to our entire current reality.
But the text doesn't stop there. It explains that this single earthly part is the sole source of all compassion among all creatures throughout the entire timeline of Earth.
So every act of kindness, every single moment of empathy originates from this single fraction.
Every single one. And the specific image it uses to ground this concept is so visceral.
The one about the animal, right?
Yeah. It describes a massive animal like a mare or a beast of burden, instinctively lifting its heavy hoof away from its newborn young out of fear of crushing it.
It is such a brilliant cognitive tool because the text is scaling the universe, but it totally refuses to use the cold metrics we usually rely on.
Right, like modern science.
Yeah, when modern science tries to help us comprehend the scale of the universe, it uses astrophysics. We talk about billions of light years or the unfathomable depths of black holes.
Or the sheer number of galaxies.
Right. And the psychological effect of that measurement is usually a profound sense of insignificance. It makes us feel tiny, cold, and alone in this sterile void.
It's very alienating.
But this text scales reality by empathy. It tells you to gather up every instance of love you have ever witnessed.
The instinct of a mother protecting her child.
Yes, or the altruism of rescue workers running into a collapsing building. The patience of a caregiver. The deep bonds of a lifelong friendship.
Take all the empathy that has ever existed in the history of the human race.
Combine it with the protective instincts of the entire animal kingdom and compress it into a single unit.
And the text says, that is 1%.
It's mind-blowing. Now force your mind to multiply that incomprehensible mountain of love by 99. That is the safety net.
It completely changes your fundamental orientation toward existence. It overrides that pervasive narrative of a purely punitive universe.
We really do carry that, don't we? That subconscious dread.
Oh, constantly. We think the universe is just waiting for us to step out of line so it can strike us down. We imagine this cosmic ledger where our debts far outweigh our credits.
But there is another inscription mentioned in the sources that speaks directly to this. It says there is a cosmic rule written above everything else.
My mercy precedes my wrath. Or sometimes translated as, my mercy overcomes my wrath.
That phrase implies a structural hierarchy of forces. I mean, it acknowledges that anger, consequence, and wrath do exist.
Actions absolutely have reactions.
Right, but it explicitly states that wrath is secondary. It is conditional and reactive. Compassion is the default, underlying state of existence.
It functions exactly like gravity.
Oh, I like that. Gravity.
Yeah, in physics, there are other forces at play, right? You can throw a ball into the air, and for a moment, the kinetic energy overcomes gravity.
The ball goes up.
Right, but the kinetic energy is temporary, it runs out. Gravity is the constant underlying rule of the environment, and eventually, it pulls everything back down.
So in this textual universe, mercy is the gravity.
Exactly. It is the inescapable baseline that ultimately overpowers those temporary moments of wrath.
But, this brings us to a really critical junction in this philosophy.
Uh-oh. The logical loophole.
Yeah, the loophole. Because if the gravity of mercy is that absolute, and if our flaws are a necessary component of the design, we hit a huge wall of motivation,
Why do anything difficult at all?
right? If the net is 99 times larger than all human compassion combined, why not just lie down, indulge every selfish habit, and let the infinite safety net catch you?
I'll just float.
Exactly. I mean, if the universe needs my failure to activate its forgiveness, I should probably fail as much and as spectacularly as possible.
Be the best frequent sinner you can be.
Right. What is the rush to improve? I'll get around to being a good person eventually.
And this is where the source material delivers a brutal, grounding reality check.
It doesn't let you off the hook.
Not at all. It does not allow for spiritual procrastination because it introduces the inescapable constraint of time.
The timeline.
Yes, the framework provides infinite mercy, but strictly limited opportunity.
It issues a very stark, very urgent warning. The text commands the listener to hasten to good deeds before being overtaken by one of 7 specific trials.
You are essentially placed on a ticking clock.
And I want to dig deeply into this list of 7 trials, because it's not a list of like mythical monsters or supernatural curses.
No, it's deeply practical.
It is a masterpiece of psychological realism. It outlines the exact mechanisms that destroy human potential.
The list is basically a catalog of human vulnerability. It asks you to act before you are struck by paralyzing poverty, corrupting wealth, debilitating illness, senility or old age, sudden death,
That's 5.
right? Then the 6th is the dajjal, which requires some unpacking, and finally the hour, meaning the sudden end of all things.
Let's look at how these actually function as obstacles, starting with the first 2, because pairing them together is just brilliant.
Poverty and wealth,
Right. Now, we completely understand why poverty is a trial.
of course.
When you're operating at the very bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, when you're starving, when you cannot heat your home, when your kids are suffering, your moral compass is tested by sheer survival.
It is called paralyzing poverty for a reason, because the panic of survival consumes all the cognitive bandwidth you would normally use for empathy or self-reflection.
You cannot build a philosophical framework when you are freezing to death.
You're just trying to make it to tomorrow.
Exactly. But the immediate inclusion of corrupting wealth right next to it, that shatters a massive modern illusion.
It really does, because we operate under this delusion that moral purity is a luxury afforded by financial stability.
We all think, oh, if I just had $1 million, I would be so generous. I'd have the free time to volunteer, to meditate, to be so patient.
But the text argues the exact opposite. Wealth is not a facilitator of goodness. It is an active, corrupting threat to it.
So how does that mechanism work? Why does comfort destroy the moral compass?
Because wealth isolates you. It builds this massive buffer between you and the consequences of your actions. And more dangerously, it builds a buffer between you and the suffering of others.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly. Empathy requires proximity. When wealth allows you to curate your environment perfectly, you lose the friction that builds character.
You're just comfortable all the time.
Right. Furthermore, wealth breeds hubris. It creates the illusion of self-sufficiency. You begin to believe that you don't need the safety net.
You don't need the community.
And ultimately, you don't need the divine. You stop asking for forgiveness because you feel you can simply buy your way out of your mistakes.
Poverty paralyzes the hands, but wealth paralyzes the heart.
That is exactly it.
That is profound. It's like being in a survival video game with a shrinking map.
Okay, the video game analogy.
Yeah, you have a limited amount of time to gather resources and build your character. The poverty obstacle is like the monsters actively attacking you.
Right, you're constantly fighting them off.
But the wealth obstacle is stumbling into a room full of treasure that is so comfortable and so distracting that you sit down to count your gold, you forget to watch the map, and the timer runs out.
You lose the game not because you were defeated, but because you were distracted.
Exactly. And then the trials continue into the physical realm. Debilitating illness and senility.
Right. We often plan to do our best work or make amends later, when we have more time.
But illness changes your psychology overnight.
Chronic pain makes us incredibly insular. When your body is in pure agony, it is incredibly difficult to focus on being kind or patient or generous.
Pain makes us selfish out of biological necessity.
Yes. And then senility, the loss of cognitive function. You might have the best intentions to apologize for a lifelong grudge when you're 80, But what if your memory degrades?
What if you lose the cognitive architecture required to even understand what you did wrong?
You completely lose control over your own narrative.
Then the text mentions sudden death, which is, the ultimate non-negotiable expiration of the timer.
Game over.
Right. But the sixth trial is particularly interesting regarding societal context. The Dajjal.
Yes, the Dajjal.
In the notes, it describes this as a figure of ultimate deception, like an Antichrist archetype. But how does that function as a daily psychological trial?
So the essence of the Dajjal in classical Islamic theology, which this text is drawing from, is not just some scary monster. It is the embodiment of inversion.
Inversion, like flipping things upside down.
Exactly. It represents an era or a force where truth is literally indistinguishable from falsehood. It is a massive crisis of epistemology.
How you know what's real.
Right. How do you do good deeds when the societal framework is so corrupted that evil is praised as virtue and virtue is mocked as foolishness?
Oh, wow.
It is a warning about losing your moral clarity in a sea of propaganda and deception. If you do not build your internal compass now, while you have clarity, you will be completely swept away when society flips upside down.
Which connects directly to another incredibly vivid metaphor in the source material.
The dark night.
Yes. It describes these times of trial as being like patches of dark night.
Yeah.
And the danger of the dark night is how rapidly it alters identity.
The shifts are sudden.
Yeah. The text says a person might wake up a believer, totally secure in their morals, and go to sleep a disbeliever, having sold their core values for worldly gain.
It really speaks to the terrifying fragility of our convictions. I mean, we like to think our moral identity is carved in granite,
Well,
right?
I would never do that. I would never sell out.
We all say that. But the text warns that under the right pressure, a sudden financial catastrophe, a chronic illness, a terrifying political shift, or even just the sudden offer of massive wealth,
That granite can turn to sand in a matter of hours.
you might abandon your deepest principles just to survive the dark night.
This is where I want you, listening right now, to really look at your own timeline. Run down that list. Poverty, wealth, physical illness, cognitive decline, sudden death, massive societal deception, the end of everything.
It's a sobering list.
Which of those trials are you subconsciously waiting for before you make a change? Because we all play this dangerous game of delay.
I'll fix my relationship with my brother when work slows down.
Exactly. I'll start being generous when my portfolio hits a certain number. I'll focus on my mental and spiritual health when the kids are older.
We operate under the delusion of an infinite runway.
The urgency of this text absolutely shatters that delusion. It tells you that your current stability, your current physical health, your current clarity of mind, they are highly fragile, temporary states.
The command to hasten means you have to build your moral infrastructure right now in the daylight.
You cannot start building the roof of your house once the hurricane has already made landfall.
It's too late by then.
So, we've established the baseline. We are fundamentally flawed and designed to break.
Right.
We've established the environment. A universe scaled by an unimaginably vast, gravity-like mercy that catches us.
The safety net.
And we have established the timeline, an urgent shrinking window of opportunity before our stability collapses.
So the natural conclusion is action.
Yes, but what exactly are we supposed to be hastening toward? If we are hurrying to do good deeds, what makes a deed actually good?
This brings us to the ultimate metric of success in these classical frameworks. It is not about the volume of your deeds. It's not about the scale of your impact. The pinnacle of human action is measured by one thing and one thing only: sincerity.
Sincerity.
Yes, and to illustrate what extreme sincerity looks like, the source material provides this radical, deeply cinematic historical anecdote.
Oh, this story is incredible. It's the story of the runaway king.
Let's set the scene.
The text recounts the life of an ancient Israelite king, placing him somewhere in the post-Moses era of deep antiquity.
Yeah.
Picture the scene. It is the dead of night. The king is standing on the roof of his temple or his palace, bathed in moonlight.
Very dramatic.
He is looking out over his vast kingdom. He sees the wealth, the armies, the subjects, and in the quiet of the night, he begins to deeply reflect on his life, his power, and the reality of his past actions.
It is the archetypal moment of existential crisis. I mean, he has everything a human being could possibly desire in the material world.
But his reaction to this reflection is extreme. It's almost incomprehensible.
What does he do?
Overwhelmed by what he sees in his own heart, he doesn't just, promise to be a better king tomorrow.
No half measures.
Right. He grabs a rope, drops down from the roof in the darkness, and completely abandons his throne. He walks away from the kingdom entirely.
Just leaves it all behind.
He travels far away, likely to a coastal region, sheds every ounce of his royal identity, and becomes an anonymous, impoverished laborer.
It's a massive drop.
He survives by making bricks, literally kneading mud and straw with his bare hands, baking them in the sun.
It is a total violent inversion of status. He moves from the absolute apex of the social hierarchy, where his every whim is catered to the absolute bottom, where he is just a pair of hands in the mud.
And apparently he retains his royal work ethic, because he is exceptionally good at making bricks.
Too good, as it turns out.
Yeah, his labor is so perfect that the local foreman, like the boss of the brickmakers, notices him. The foreman summons him, presumably to promote him or reward him.
But the former king refuses to go.
Right, he actively avoids the promotion. And when the boss pursues him and corners him, the former king is forced to reveal his true identity. He explains that he fled his kingdom because of the terror of his lord.
Meaning his profound fear of the corruption that inevitably accompanies power.
Exactly. And then, having been discovered, having acquired an audience of even one single person, he flees again.
He runs away again.
He disappears entirely into the desert to live out his days in pure, anonymous, unobserved devotion.
If we break down the psychological mechanics of the story, it provides just a terrifying diagnosis of the human ego.
How so?
Well, why would a king abandon a kingdom to make bricks? Because he realized a fundamental truth about power. When you are at the top, it is almost impossible to know if your actions are truly sincere.
Because everyone is just kissing up to you.
Exactly. When you are the king, people applaud your charity out of fear of your wrath or out of a desperate desire for your favor. Your good deeds are instantly corrupted by the feedback loop of power.
The ego feeds on the applause.
And soon, you are no longer doing good for the sake of the good. You are performing goodness to maintain your status.
You know, I am really struggling with this story, though.
I'm not surprised. It's a tough one.
I have to admit, it feels deeply problematic. I mean, is running away into the desert really the most noble solution?
It's extreme, certainly.
Isn't it actually an act of massive cowardice to just abandon your kingdom, your people, and your administrative responsibilities?
You're asking the modern political question.
Well, yeah. A king has a duty to maintain justice, protect the weak, and govern. Couldn't he have done more good by staying on the throne and fighting his ego while ruling justly? It feels like an extreme, almost selfish prioritizing of personal spiritual purity over societal duty.
That is a very sharp, very modern critique, and honestly, it is exactly the friction the text wants you to feel.
Oh, really? We're supposed to be mad at him?
You are supposed to be shocked by his abdication. But we must understand the pedagogical tool being used here. Ancient wisdom literature frequently employs hyperbole. They use extreme archetypes and radical actions to make a singular philosophical point unmistakable.
So it isn't meant to be read as a literal instruction manual for governance.
Absolutely not. It is highly unlikely this text is prescribing that, every CEO should abandon their company, or every politician should quit their office and go work in construction.
Society would collapse.
Right. If every capable leader did that to preserve their sincerity, society would instantly fall into anarchy. Which, by the way, these same classical texts heavily condemn elsewhere.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Rather, the story is a magnified, isolated illustration of how highly sincerity is valued in the cosmic metric. The text isolates a single variable ego and stretches it to the breaking point. It forces the reader to confront a deeply uncomfortable question about their own motivations.
It is holding up a mirror. It asks, if a man who possessed absolute historical power, a literal throne, armies, boundless wealth, was willing to throw it all in the dirt just to ensure his heart remained pure and uncorrupted by applause.
Yes.
What small, insignificant things are we refusing to let go of?
That's the punchline right there. We might not rule a geopolitical kingdom, but we all sit on tiny, pathetic thrones.
Oh, man.
We really do.
Don't we?
Our thrones are like our pride in a Tuesday morning staff meeting.
Or our desperate need to have the last word in an argument with a spouse.
Yes, our craving for likes and validation on a carefully curated social media post. Or even just the quiet resentment we feel when we do the dishes and nobody explicitly thanks us for it.
The story of the runaway king is dissecting those tiny thrones. The king fled the terror of his own corruption. He realized that the human ego is an incredibly adaptable parasite.
A parasite.
It attaches itself to our worst deeds, yes, but more dangerously, it attaches itself to our best deeds. You can do something incredibly generous, but if you do it while subtly craving the admiration of the room, the ego drains the sincerity right out of it.
Exactly. By choosing grueling, anonymous physical labor, the king effectively starved the parasite. He guaranteed that his actions were for a higher purpose, because there was no human applause to feed on in the mud.
And that detail of him fleeing a second time when the foreman notices him, that is the final nail in the coffin of the ego.
It shows how vigilant you have to be.
Right. The moment an audience of even one single person formed, the moment his ego was at risk of being fed by a promotion, he changed locations.
It is a relentless, exhausting pursuit of absolute sincerity.
It asks us, are you willing to do the right thing when absolutely no one is looking? Can you do the grueling work of a brickmaker in the shadows of your own life without needing the foreman to praise you?
It forces us to ask, if we strip away the audience, the validation, and the societal rewards, would we still make the same moral choices?
And if the answer is no, then our actions are transactional, not sincere.
Exactly. They're just business.
This has been a massive paradigm shift. Let's trace the arc of the journey we've taken through these sources today, because they fit together into a remarkably cohesive, if challenging, philosophy.
It's a very complete system.
We started by breaking the moral X-ray. We abandoned the illusion of precision and embraced the profound, almost relieving baseline that every single one of us is a frequent, habitual sinner.
The glitch is the operating system.
Right. We accepted that the microscopic tearing of our moral muscle is an active requirement for growth.
And from there, we dove into the cosmic paradox. We explored the idea that our vulnerability and our friction are not bugs in the system. They are the exact mechanisms required to activate the universe's capacity for forgiveness.
A pristine, robotic human renders the machinery of mercy obsolete.
Exactly.
Then we looked at what catches us when we inevitably fall. We scaled the universe not by cold astrophysics, but by empathy.
The mathematics of compassion.
Right, realizing that the combined protective instinct of every mother and every act of altruism in history is merely 1% of the total mercy available.
We found a universe governed by the gravity of forgiveness, where mercy structurally precedes and overpowers wrath.
But we immediately countered that vast safety net with the urgency of now.
The ticking clock.
The brutal reality check that while mercy is infinite, our time to access it is strictly limited. We must build our moral infrastructure before the unpredictable disruptions of life, the paralyzing poverty, the isolating wealth, the cognitive decline.
Or the dark nights of societal deception.
Yes, before those shift the ground beneath our feet and alter our very identities.
And finally, we looked at the ultimate goal of that urgent action through the radical archetype of the runaway king.
Sincerity.
Right. We learned that the metric of success isn't the grand scale of our deeds, but the microscopic purity of our sincerity. It is the willingness to walk away from our tiny thrones of ego and do the right thing in the dark.
When you synthesize all of these ancient concepts, what emerges is not a demand for impossible perfection.
No, not at all. It is a deeply pragmatic, fiercely realistic roadmap. It is designed for flawed beings trying to navigate a chaotic, unpredictable world.
Underpinned by a universe that is fundamentally, structurally rooting for you to recover.
That's the beauty of it.
I want to leave you, listening to this, with one final thought to mull over on your own as you go about your day. We started by talking about the energy you spend regretting your mistakes.
Staring at the ceiling at 2 in the morning?
Wishing you had just been better. But if the logic of these texts holds true, if 99% of universal mercy is currently held in reserve, just waiting to be deployed.
Right.
And if humanity's defining cosmically designated characteristic is our ability to fracture and repair, what if your biggest, most painful mistakes aren't deviations from your path?
What if they aren't permanent stains on your record?
What if those exact failures are the necessary raw material required for your greatest growth? The goal, it seems, is not to walk the tightrope perfectly and never ever fall down. The goal is to become an absolute expert at getting back up. Imagine an ancient text that tells you God literally laughs at your deepest, darkest despair.
Yeah.
You are sitting there completely convinced that your life is ruined, that your flaws are irredeemable,
Right.
that you are just fundamentally broken beyond repair. And the creator of the universe is looking down at your existential panic and just laughing.
It's an incredible image.
Right. Not maliciously, not mocking you, but laughing with this incomprehensible, expansive warmth because your panic is so incredibly short-sighted.
It is a staggering image. And I mean, it completely subverts the standard cultural assumptions we have about ancient religious texts.
Oh, totally.
We tend to think of these frameworks as rigid, like a simple spreadsheet of wrath and reward.
Just a cosmic checklist.
Exactly. But when you actually read them, you find an emotional architecture that is shockingly volatile and, well, deeply sophisticated.
Welcome to another custom-tailored deep dive designed specifically for you, the listener. Today, our mission is to explore exactly that emotional architecture.
Yeah.
We are digging into classic Islamic texts, drawing from the path of repentance and the vastness of mercy. But we're skipping the surface-level stuff.
We're going straight to the core.
We are zooming in on a highly specific, intensely emotional spectrum detailed in this work.
We are looking at a profound psychological duality. On one extreme, we have the paralyzing, almost ego-annihilating grip of divine fear.
The terrifying part.
Right. In the middle, the visceral, physical catharsis of the human body trying to process that fear. And on the far end, the radical, rescuing power of ultimate hope.
The paradox here is really what drew me in. I mean, how does the ultimate terrifying fear of accountability somehow become the exact key that unlocks an ocean of divine mercy?
It's a huge question.
How do you reconcile a fear that makes you want to cease to exist with a hope that tells you God is laughing at your despair? Okay, let's unpack this. Where do we even begin?
Well, to understand that paradox, we have to start at the absolute extreme end of the fear spectrum. The text dedicates a massive section to what it categorizes as fear and weeping. And to illustrate the absolute peak of this fear, it records a specific hadith. So, a tradition of the Prophet Muhammad. It's about a man from an ancient generation who pushes the concept of existential dread to its absolute physical limit.
What kind of dread are we talking about here? Like end-of-life anxiety?
Far beyond that. I mean, the text introduces a man who is essentially spiritually bankrupt.
Mm.
The narrative explicitly states he had never done a single good deed.
Wow, not one.
Not one. He reaches the end of his life, and the impending reality of his own mortality finally sets in. But it's not the ceasing of biological function that terrifies him.
It's what comes next.
Exactly. It's what comes immediately after. The total, inescapable accountability before a perfectly just creator.
So he decides to, run.
He attempts the ultimate escape. He calls his family together on his deathbed and gives them incredibly specific, rather morbid instructions.
Oh.
He commands them that when he dies, they must burn his body entirely.
Which, just to pause there for you listening, in the context of ancient Near Eastern and Abrahamic traditions, burning a body is a massive taboo.
Huge taboo.
Burial is the standard. It's about returning to the earth, resting. Burning is, well, it's destruction.
It is absolute desecration. But he doesn't stop at burning. He tells his children to take whatever is left, the charred bones, and crush them into a fine dust.
Jeez.
And then he gives them the final step of the plan. He tells them to wait for a day that is incredibly hot and violently windy.
Specific weather conditions.
Very specific. On that day, they are to take his pulverized remains and scatter half of them into the churning sea and throw the other half directly into gale force wind.
He is literally trying to unmake himself.
The phrase he uses to justify this to his family, according to the text, is chilling. He says, "By God, if my Lord gets hold of me, he will punish me with a punishment he has not inflicted on anyone else in the world."
He's that terrified.
He believes his corruption is so deep, so unforgivable, that his only option is to ensure there is no physical material left for God to resurrect. He is trying to orchestrate his own erasure from the cosmos.
That is a level of terror that is hard to even conceptualize. We are so used to the idea of people wanting to be remembered.
Leaving a legacy.
Right. Building monuments, leaving a legacy. Egyptian pharaohs building massive pyramids just to ensure their bodies are preserved for eternity. This man is doing the exact opposite.
The complete inverse.
He wants to be forgotten so thoroughly that the universe itself misplaces his atoms.
And he succeeds, temporarily. I mean, he dies. His family follows his horrific instructions. He is burned, crushed, and scattered across the sea and the sky. He is gone.
But the text doesn't let him stay gone.
No, because the narrative pivots from the microscopic panic of a human to the macroscopic authority of the divine.
I love this part.
The text says that God simply speaks to the environment. He commands the land, gather what is in you. And he commands the sea, gather what is in you.
Instantly overriding the wind and the waves.
Immediately, the man's atoms are pulled back together. The crushing, the burning, the scattering. It's all undone in a fraction of a second.
Wow.
And the man suddenly finds himself standing there, fully reassembled, face to face with the exact terrifying accountability he just destroyed his own body to avoid.
This is the moment where I totally expected the hammer to drop.
Most people do.
I mean, the guy was a lifelong sinner,
Mm-hmm.
and then he basically tried to outsmart the creator of the universe. In any human judicial system, that is compounding your crime.
You're adding destruction of evidence.
Yeah. Destruction of evidence, fleeing the jurisdiction, resisting arrest, you're adding all of that to your rap sheet.
A human judge would be absolutely furious.
Right. So God looks at this resurrected man and asks him one question. What made you do this? Why did you go to these absurd lengths?
And his answer is everything.
The man doesn't make excuses. He just says, fear of you, O Lord, and you know best. He admits that he was just paralyzed by the terror of divine justice.
And here is the theological twist that forms the bedrock of this entire framework. Because of that answer, because of that raw, unadulterated awe and terror, God instantly forgives him.
Okay, we have to unpack the mechanism here.
Yeah.
Because on the surface, it makes no sense.
It seems very counterintuitive.
The guy does zero good deeds, tries to hide from judgment, gets caught, says I was scared, and gets a full pardon.
It seems that way until you look at the psychological requirements of that fear. We have to examine the Arabic term often used in these contexts, khasha.
Kasha.
Yes, it's really poorly translated as just fear. It is closer to a profound, awe-inspired reverence. To experience khasha to the degree that you want to scatter your own ashes, what must be true about your internal state?
Well, I mean, you have to actually believe. If you didn't think God was real or if you thought God was weak, you wouldn't bother burning your bones.
Exactly.
You'd just die and assume it was lights out.
Right. And to take that a step further, it requires the total annihilation of the human ego. Human beings are absolute masters of rationalization.
Aren't we, though?
We build massive psychological fortresses to protect our sense of self-worth. If we do something awful, we immediately buffer it. We tell ourselves, I lied, but it was to protect someone.
Or I'm selfish, but society made me this way.
Yes. We constantly convince ourselves that we are fundamentally good, or at least, not that bad.
We grade ourselves on a curve. Always.
Always. But this man completely abandoned the curve. He looked at the pristine, infinite majesty of the Creator, and then he looked at his own moral resume. And the disparity broke him.
It shattered him.
He stripped away every single buffer, every rationalization, every shred of pride. He judged himself with such brutal, terrifying clarity that he realized he had absolutely nothing of value to offer.
So the act of destroying his body wasn't an act of defiance. It wasn't him raising a fist to the sky.
Not at all.
It was the ultimate, horrifying realization of his own poverty.
It is the ultimate submission. The text uses this extreme hypothetical about the ashes, the wind, the sea to establish a core principle. That genuine reverence, the kind of fear that shatters your arrogance, is in itself a monumental act of faith. It proves that you understand the reality of who God is and who you are.
That makes a lot of sense.
And in the spiritual economy of this tradition, an ego completely shattered by awe is heavier on the scales than a lifetime of arrogant, self-satisfied worship.
That is a massive paradigm shift, especially for you, the listener, navigating the modern world. Think about our current cultural relationship with fear.
We avoid it at all costs.
We treat fear, any kind of fear, as a defect. It's a bug in our software. We medicate it, we therapy it away, we surround ourselves with affirmations to ensure we never feel inadequate.
We have this relentless pursuit of self-esteem. We view a lack of self-esteem as a literal pathology.
Exactly. But this text is arguing that there is a specific type of inadequacy, a specific type of existential dread that is actually the prerequisite for redemption.
Yes.
You cannot be rebuilt by mercy until you have first allowed the reality of justice to burn your pride to ashes.
It's a necessary deconstruction. But there is a biological problem here.
A biological problem.
Yes. If a human being internalizes that level of kasha, if you genuinely hold the majesty of the cosmos and the reality of ultimate accountability in your mind simultaneously, the nervous system cannot sustain it.
The psychological voltage is too high.
You would fry your own circuits. It's too much abstract pressure. It has to manifest physically.
Which is why the text does not stay in the realm of abstract theology.
Yeah.
It immediately transitions into the somatic experience of the spiritual. It moves from fear to weeping.
Right.
And again, it completely flips our modern script.
Right.
Today, if someone cries in public or even in a serious conversation, the immediate reflex is an apology.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting emotional.
Right. Sorry to break down.
Yeah.
We view tears as a failure of containment. The dam broke, the composure was lost. But the text frames weeping not as a breakdown, but as a breakthrough.
It treats tears as a high-status spiritual achievement.
It elevates weeping to the level of a sanctuary, almost.
It does. There is a famous tradition cited in the source material regarding the 7 who are shaded by God on a day with no shade.
A terrifying apocalyptic image.
It describes the Day of Judgment as a time of literal cosmic exposure. The sun is brought close, the atmosphere is gone, there is nowhere to hide, no shade.
Except for a specific shade provided by the divine to 7 categories of people.
Yes, these include a just ruler, a person who resists immense temptation, people who love each other for the sake of God. But the category the text highlights in this section is remarkably quiet and intimate.
What is it?
It is the person who remembers God in private and their eyes overflow with tears.
No grand public gesture, just sitting alone, contemplating the infinite, and physically overflowing.
Exactly.
And the text provides visceral, almost unsettling descriptions of the Prophet Muhammad himself experiencing this. It's not a single, polite, cinematic tear.
Yep.
It is heavy physiological labor.
Very heavy.
There's one description that says while he was praying and weeping, his chest made a sound like a boiling pot.
The Arabic phrase used is Aziz al-Miral.
Aziz al-Mirya, a boiling cauldron.
The sensory detail is crucial. This isn't gentle sobbing. Aziz refers to a rumbling, simmering, pressured sound. It implies an internal heat.
Wow.
The spiritual reality he is engaging with is so intense that his chest cavity is literally reverberating like a massive iron pot of water brought to a rolling boil. It is a full-body, somatic spike.
I read another detail in the source that blew my mind. It said his hair actually turned gray, not gradually from aging, but specifically from the spiritual gravity of reciting certain chapters of the Quran.
Yes, specifically Surah Hud and Surah Al-Waqiah.
Those chapters are heavy. They deal extensively with the catastrophic unraveling of the physical universe, the detailed realities of the Day of Judgment, and the histories of previous civilizations that were annihilated for their arrogance.
But to have a text be so dense, so terrifyingly real to you that it literally drains the melanin from your hair follicles.
That suggests his body was bearing an unimaginable metabolic load just from the act of comprehension.
He was metabolizing revelation. And this intensity wasn't entirely isolated to him either. It bled into his community.
How so?
Well, the text describes a scene where the prophet is delivering a sermon about the stark realities of heaven and hell. And the somatic pressure in the room becomes overwhelming.
The audience literally covers their heads with their garments. It's an instinctual reflex, like trying to shield yourself from a blast wave.
Yes.
And the text says they begin to weep, using the word kaneen.
Kaneen is a very specific type of auditory weeping. It is a stifled, deep, chest-heaving sob.
Like trying to hold your breath while crying.
Exactly. It's the sound of someone trying to hold back a flood but failing. Imagine an entire room of seasoned, hardened individuals. These are people who lived through wars, famine, exile, all collectively reduced to this stifled, suffocating sobbing.
It's like a room full of people running out of oxygen under the sheer weight of existential reality. And the tension gets so thick, so unbearable, that Umar, one of the most formidable, imposing companions, actually has to stand up and break the circuit.
He recognizes that the community is redlining. They're at the breaking point of their psychological capacity.
So Umar stands up and loudly declares, "We are pleased with God as our Lord, with Islam as our religion, and with Muhammad as our prophet."
He provides the oxygen.
Right. He throws them a lifeline of satisfaction and peace to counteract the sheer terror.
It is a profound moment of community regulation, but it raises a fundamental question. Why does this tradition place such an immense premium on this physical act?
Yeah, why?
The text goes as far as to say there are 3 types of eyes that are explicitly forbidden from being touched by the fire of hell.
What are they?
One is the eye that stayed awake, guarding in the path of God, a soldier or sentinel. Another is the eye that lowered its gaze from forbidden things, ultimate discipline.
And a third.
And the third is the eye that wept from the fear of God. Weeping is given the exact same protective currency as risking your life on a battlefield.
Here's where it gets really interesting for me. I was trying to find a secular equivalent to this, and I kept thinking about Stendhal syndrome.
Stendhal syndrome.
Yeah, it's a documented psychosomatic condition. People go to Florence, they walk into the Uffizi Gallery, they see Botticelli's Birth of Venuses or Michelangelo's David, and the art is so profoundly, overwhelmingly beautiful that their bodies short-circuit.
They physically react.
They get dizzy, they have heart palpitations, they faint, or they just burst into uncontrollable tears. The hardware of the human nervous system cannot process the software of the beauty it is perceiving, so it crashes.
Crying is the biological overflow valve.
Right. I look at this text and it feels like a spiritual Stendhal syndrome. They are perceiving the unvarnished majesty of the universe, and their bodies are crashing.
I see the parallel, but I would argue it's fundamentally different from Stendhal syndrome.
Oh, how so?
Well, Stendhal syndrome is an involuntary sensory overload. You turn a corner, see a statue, and your brain misfires because of the aesthetic input. It's passive.
Okay, that makes sense.
The weeping described in this text is an active, cultivated condition of what they call the kolb of the heart.
The spiritual heart.
Yes. In this philosophical framework, the heart is not just a muscle, and it's not the seat of whimsical passing emotions like a teenager's crush. The kolb is the ultimate organ of perception.
It's like an antenna.
Exactly. It is the radar dish meant to receive divine light. But the text obsessively warns against a specific pathology, the hard heart.
A calcified heart.
A heart that has become encrusted by arrogance, by repetitive sin, by cynicism, by a relentless focus on the material world. A hard heart is impermeable.
So nothing gets in.
Right. You can show a hard heart a miracle, you can remind it of its own inevitable death, and it will feel nothing. It will just bounce off. The hardness is the ultimate barrier between the human and the divine.
So where do the tears come in?
Tears are the solvent. They are the physical evidence that the heart has not entirely turned to stone. The text views weeping as the outward condensation of an inward melting.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
If you can still weep from awe or from the realization of your own flaws, it means the crust is cracking. It means your spiritual receptor is still functioning. It's not just a nervous system overload. It is the active softening of your core being.
It's proof of life. If there are tears, there's a pulse. The system isn't dead yet.
Precisely.
But there's a massive cliff edge here. And to the text credit, it sees the cliff coming from a mile away.
It is a very dangerous psychological neighborhood to linger in.
If your entire spiritual life is just staring at your own flaws, cultivating this crushing kasha, and weeping until your chest boils, you will go insane.
It's unsustainable.
A human being cannot survive in a state of perpetual, unmitigated dread. You will fall into a black hole. You will start to think, I am so broken, my heart is so flawed, my ashes need to be scattered, and there's no way God will ever look at me.
You transition from awe into despair, and despair is a terminal spiritual illness.
Which is why the compilers of this text, right when the fear gets unbearable, deploy the ultimate counterweight. They shift from the chapter on fear to the chapter on hope.
The Arabic term is raja.
Raja. And the transition is whiplash-inducing. We go from graying hair and boiling chests to arguably the most anthropomorphic, mind-bending concept in the entire document.
The text drops this hadith. Our Lord laughs at the despair of his servant and how close his change is.
God, laughing.
It is an incredible juxtaposition.
Think about how radical that is. The text literally says the Creator laughs at human despair. When a companion of the prophet hears this, he is visibly shocked.
He interrupts and asks, does the Lord laugh?
Because it's such a startlingly intimate, almost casual attribute to assign to an omnipotent deity, we expect God to judge, to decree, maybe to forgive, but to chuckle.
It catches them off guard, and when the prophet confirms it, saying yes, the companion makes this brilliant, instant theological deduction.
What does he say?
He replies, we will never lack goodness from a Lord who laughs.
It changes the entire temperature of the universe. A deity of pure, cold, mechanical justice doesn't laugh. A machine doesn't laugh.
Laughter implies warmth.
It implies warmth. It implies humor. But most importantly, it implies a massive disparity in perspective.
Expand on that. What do you mean by a disparity in perspective?
Okay, picture a loving parent and a toddler. The toddler has a little plastic toy truck. Suddenly, the wheel snaps off the truck.
A tragedy.
To the toddler, standing in their very limited, finite reality, this is an apocalyptic event. Their entire world has just ended. The truck is broken. It will never be fixed. Life is over. They throw themselves on the living room floor, screaming, weeping, in the absolute depths of despair.
A total meltdown.
Total meltdown. But the parent is standing right above them watching this happen. And the parent actually smiles. Maybe they even laugh out loud.
Because they know better.
Right. Now, is the parent laughing because they are cruel? Are they a sadist who enjoys their child's suffering? No. The parent laughs because they have a tube of superglue in their pocket.
That's a great analogy.
The parent possesses a perspective so vastly superior to the child's that they can see exactly how quickly, easily, and permanently this disaster is going to be fixed. The laughter is the friction between the child's finite panic and the parent's infinite capability.
That captures the essence of the text perfectly. Our Lord laughs at the despair of his servant and how close his change is.
We are the toddler.
The human being is the toddler on the floor. We look at our sins, our broken lives, our failures, and we think, it's over, I am doomed. We are trapped in the prison of linear time and limited capability.
We can't see the superglue.
But the divine perspective is standing above the timeline, holding the superglue of infinite mercy, watching our panic and saying, you have absolutely no idea how vast the rescue operation is that is already underway.
It is the most comforting concept I think I've ever read in a religious text. But the text doesn't just hand you this hope to make you feel warm and fuzzy. It immediately weaponizes this concept of hope against a specific, incredibly toxic human behavior.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, it uses the boundlessness of God's mercy to attack human gatekeeping.
Yes, it tells a story that serves as the dark, twisted mirror to the man who scattered his ashes. This is the narrative of the two men from the children of Israel.
A crucial cautionary tale about the arrogance of certainty.
You have these two guys, let's call them associates, maybe brothers in their community. One of them is a textbook, diligent worshiper. He checks every single religious box.
He's very pious.
He prays, he fasts, he preaches. He is the picture of pious perfection.
The ultimate spiritual hall monitor.
Exactly. He's the guy with the clipboard. The other man is a chronic sinner. He struggles, he falls into vice, he constantly messes up, and the worshiper takes it upon himself to be the sinner's personal parole officer.
He's constantly monitoring him.
Every time he sees the sinner doing something wrong, he scolds him. Stop that. Desist. You have to change.
He appoints himself as the supervisor of the other man's soul.
Right. And one day, the worshiper catches the sinner doing something particularly egregious. Or maybe he's just exhausted his patience. Whatever it is, the worshiper snaps.
He crosses a massive line.
He points at the sinner, swears an oath, and declares, by God, God will never forgive you. Or, in another version the text provides, God will never admit you to heaven.
He doesn't just condemn the action, he condemns the eternal destination of the individual.
He slams the door of mercy shut and throws away the key on God's behalf. And then the story abruptly cuts to their deaths. They both die, and they are brought before the Lord of the worlds for judgment.
The final reckoning.
And God turns to the diligent worshiper, the guy with the perfect attendance record, and asks him a bone-chilling question. God says, were you knowledgeable of me, or did you have power over what is in my hand?
Think about the weight of that interrogation. God is asking, did you think you had unlocked the boundaries of my nature? Did you assume you had seized control of my treasury of forgiveness?
And the twist ending of this story is absolute whiplash. God looks at the chronic sinner, the guy who couldn't get his life together, and says, go and enter heaven by my mercy.
Unbelievable.
And then he turns to the arrogant, pious worshiper and says to the angels, take him to the fire. The guy who prayed every day goes to hell, and the guy who sinned constantly goes to heaven.
It completely incinerates the standard religious scorecard. We assume piety is a straight mathematical accumulation of good deeds minus bad deeds.
Like a bank account.
But this narrative introduces a theological multiplier. What is the text trying to tell us about the nature of the worshiper's crime?
Well, the sinner's crime is a failure of discipline. She has weak impulses. But the worshiper's crime is a failure of theology. It's high treason against the nature of God.
That is the crucial distinction. When the sinner sins, he is giving in to his biology, his environment, his weaknesses. It is a flaw of the flesh.
It's human error.
But when the worshiper declares, God will never forgive you, he is committing an intellectual and spiritual usurpation. He's attempting to bind the hands of the infinite.
He's trying to put limits on the limitless.
He is looking at the vast, incomprehensible ocean of divine mercy, and he is trying to drain it into a tiny cup that fits his own petty, vindictive, human standard of justice.
He's making God in his own image. He's saying, I wouldn't forgive this guy, therefore God won't forgive this guy.
Precisely. And in this tradition, attempting to limit God's most defining attribute, his mercy is the ultimate form of arrogance. Despair, whether you apply it to someone else or you apply it to yourself, is fundamentally an ego trip.
Wait, despair is an ego trip. I thought despair was the opposite of ego. I thought despair was feeling worthless.
It masquerades as humility, but it is deeply arrogant. If you say, my sins are too great for God to forgive, what are you actually saying?
That my sins are bigger than God's mercy.
Exactly. You are saying, the darkness of my actions is more powerful than the infinite light of the Creator. You are claiming that your human capacity to mess up is greater than God's divine capacity to heal. That is colossal arrogance disguised as
Yeah.
self-pity.
Wow, that fundamentally changes how you look at hopelessness. To say I'm unforgivable is to insult the capacity of the forgiver.
It's a profound realization.
So we are left with this incredibly volatile terrain. On one side, we have this paralyzing fear of justice that makes you want to burn your bones. On the other side, we have this radical, laughing hope that makes you realize your despair is an arrogant illusion.
It creates a massive psychological tension.
So what does this all mean? How do you survive that tension? If I lean completely into the fear, I become the man burning his ashes. I become paralyzed.
Right.
But if I lean completely into the hope, isn't there a danger of becoming complacent? If God has infinite superglue and laughs at my mistakes, why shouldn't I just go wreck the toy truck on purpose?
Oh.
Why not just live however I want, knowing the mercy is guaranteed?
That is the exact spiritual crisis the text anticipates. If you possess only fear, you shatter. If you possess only hope, you rot.
You become entitled.
You become entitled and lazy. The ultimate goal of the text, the pinnacle of the spiritual architecture, is the synchronization of these two forces, the golden mean.
The section where it explicitly discusses combining hope with fear. And to establish how you balance them, it first has to give you a sense of scale,
We need to understand the magnitude.
a cosmological metric for exactly what we are dealing with when we use the word mercy. Because we use that word so casually today. Have mercy on me, don't give me a parking ticket.
It's cheapened.
So the text strips away that casualness and introduces mathematical concept.
It quantifies the infinite.
It says that on the day God created the heavens and the earth, he created 100 parts of mercy.
100 discrete units of absolute compassion.
Right. And he took 99 of those parts and he kept them with himself, reserved entirely for the day of judgment. And he sent exactly one part of mercy down to earth, just one.
Just 1%.
And the text says that from that single fractional piece of mercy, all of creation shows compassion to one another.
We need to pause and truly visualize what that 1% contains.
The text gives a beautiful, highly specific biological example. It says, even a beast lifting its hoof away from its young out of fear of trampling it. The maternal instinct of an animal is derived from that 1%.
Extrapolate that across time and space. Every mother's love for her newborn child, every firefighter running into a burning building to save a stranger,
Every medic on a battlefield.
the empathy you feel when you see someone crying on the street, even the biological altruism we see in nature, elephants mourning their dead, dolphins pushing a drowning swimmer to the surface.
All of it.
The entirety of compassion, empathy, charity, and love that has ever existed in the history of the world across all species, since the dawn of time, all of it combined, compressed into a single sphere, is just 1% of the available mercy.
It's almost sickening to think about. Your brain can't hold the math.
And the staggering reality is the other 99%. Waiting.
That is the foundation of the hope. If you are terrified of your sins, how can you possibly despair when you realize there is 99 times more mercy waiting for you than the sum total of all love that has ever been experienced in the history of the earth?
It's an ocean trying to put out a matchstick.
But again, they don't let you drown in that warm ocean. They immediately inject the fear to keep you buoyant. The text provides what I consider the ultimate psychological equation of this tradition.
Let's hear it.
The equation is, if the believer knew the punishment, they'd never feel safe.
Yeah.
If the disbeliever knew the mercy, they'd never despair.
Let's break that down. If the believer knew the punishment, they'd never feel safe. The person doing the work, praying, giving charity, trying to be good, must constantly be exposed to the fear of accountability.
Why?
Because if they truly grasp the pristine, unyielding standard of absolute divine justice, they would realize that their good deeds are contaminated. They are laced with hidden ego, with pride, with the desire to be seen.
So they can't just coast.
Exactly. They could never sit back and say, I'm safe, I've earned my ticket to heaven.
They need the fear to burn away the complacency. It prevents them from becoming the arrogant worshiper who tells the sinner they are going to hell.
Exactly. And the second half. If the disbeliever knew the mercy, they'd never despair. The person who's done everything wrong, who is drowning in vice, who has alienated everyone they love, if they could comprehend that 99% reservoir, they would realize the door is never locked.
It's always open.
They would understand that a single, genuine moment of turning back is enough to flood their darkness with light.
So how does a person actually operate with this equation in their daily life? It reminds me of orbital mechanics.
Orbital mechanics. I like where this is going.
Yeah. Think about a satellite orbiting the Earth.
Yeah.
For a satellite to stay in orbit, it requires two competing forces acting on it simultaneously. First, you have gravity pulling it down toward the planet. That's the fear. If there is only gravity, the satellite crashes into the ground and is destroyed. That's despair. But the satellite also has forward velocity, horizontal momentum, trying to shoot it out into deep, empty space. That's the hope.
Right. If it goes too fast, it breaks orbit.
If there is only forward velocity and no gravity, the satellite detaches from the planet entirely, floats off into the void, and becomes useless space junk. That's complacency and arrogance.
Fascinating.
The only way the satellite stays in a stable, functioning orbit is if the gravity pulling it down and the velocity pushing it forward are perfectly continuously matched. The tension is the orbit.
That is an exceptionally precise way to frame it. The tension is the orbit. Spiritual maturity in this tradition is not about eventually outgrowing fear or graduating into pure hope. It is the mastery of maintaining that dynamic tension.
And the text provides an example of this, right?
It provides a devastatingly beautiful real-world example of this exact orbit in action. It's the narrative of the Prophet Muhammad visiting a young man who is on his deathbed.
This story condenses everything, the cosmological math, the scattered ashes, the boiling chest, into a single, quiet, dimly lit room.
The stakes are absolute. This young man is at the threshold. The veil is thinning.
The prophet walks in, sits beside the dying youth, and asks him a profound question. How do you find yourself?
He isn't asking for a medical chart update.
No, he's asking for a spiritual diagnostic. And the young man replies with a single sentence that perfectly captures the golden mean. He says, I hope in God and I fear my sins.
In Arabic, the phrasing is incredibly poetic and balanced. Arju Allah wa akafu danubi.
He is holding both massive weights in his hands at the exact same time. He looks at his own life, his youth, his mistakes, and he genuinely fears the accountability.
He doesn't minimize his flaws.
The gravity is pulling him down. But in the exact same breath, he looks at the nature of the Creator, he remembers the laughing Lord, he remembers the 99 parts of mercy, and he hopes. The velocity is pushing him forward.
And the prophet's response to this young man validates the entire psychological architecture we've been discussing. He says, these two feelings do not gather in a servant's heart in such a moment without God giving him what he hopes for and securing him from what he fears.
It is a cosmic guarantee. The text argues that the ultimate state of grace, the pinnacle of human spiritual achievement, is the ability to hold two wildly contradictory truths in your mind simultaneously.
What are those truths?
I am utterly flawed and unworthy of saving, and I am absolutely guaranteed love and rescue if I simply ask.
It reveals a level of psychological nuance that we rarely credit to ancient traditions. We assume they are blunt instruments, obey and be rewarded, disobey and burn.
Just a binary system.
But this deep dive shows a landscape that understands the volatility of the human heart. It knows we swing wildly between terror and entitlement, and it builds a framework not to suppress that volatility, but to harness it.
It uses the tension to keep us grounded.
It uses the fear of justice to shatter the hard shell of the ego, and it uses the hope of mercy to rebuild the soul from the ashes.
It is a vibrant, incredibly dynamic internal ecosystem. We have journeyed from the extreme terror of a man commanding his children to crush his bones into dust,
A truly haunting start.
to the somatic reality of a boiling chest and graying hair, where tears act as the proof of a living heart,
The softening of the calb.
to the mind-bending image of a Lord who laughs at our finite panic, and finally to the quiet, masterful balance of a dying youth suspended perfectly between gravity and velocity.
It is a masterclass in emotional equilibrium.
And as we close out this deep dive, I want to turn this ancient lens back onto you, the listener, and your modern reality. Because this framework forces a really uncomfortable question about how we live today.
It really does.
If this tradition argues that a healthy human psyche requires the extreme pulling tension of both ultimate, objective accountability and boundless cosmic mercy, what happens to a culture that decides to amputate both of those concepts?
We have largely systematically dismantled both ends of that spectrum.
Exactly. We have culturally rejected the idea of ultimate cosmic judgment. We don't like the fear. We want to be the sole authors of our own morality, answering to no one but ourselves.
We got rid of the gravity.
But in doing so, we also lost the ultimate cosmic hope. We lost the 99 parts of mercy waiting to catch us when we inevitably fail.
So what's left?
So what are we left with? We are left with the judgment of the internet, the unforgiving, permanent ledger of public opinion which contains absolutely zero mercy.
A very cold judgment.
And we are left with the isolating anxiety of our own minds, which offers no ultimate redemption. If you remove the terrifying fear that has the power to shatter your ego, and you remove the laughing hope that has the power to glue you back together, do you actually become liberated?
Or do you just become numb?
Does your spiritual heart calcify? Does the orbit decay until you are just floating in the void?
It is the defining psychological trade-off of the modern era. We traded a terrifying but vibrant spiritual landscape for a safe but profoundly sterile one.
A sterile landscape where no one weeps from awe anymore. Something heavy to chew on as you navigate the tension of your own orbit this week. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the murky, beautiful waters of the human heart. Stay curious, keep leaning into the tension, and we will catch you on the next one.